Are we on? You're with me, people? I think I am on. Yes, so good morning, good afternoon, wherever you might be. It's a sad day, people. I have been worn down emotionally, mentally. The sophists, the manipulators, the narcissists have worn me down. I give in. The earth is a nature-defying sphere pair. Please give me a job. Please make me famous. Please accept me so that I can become a sophist and manipulate and try and keep the common man, you know, suppressed. You know, I give in. I'm so weak emotionally. I have invested all my emotions online, and the sophists, the detractors are making my feels all hurted. Really? Please accept me into your derpy, fucking insecure religion. Please. Please. Could Jeremy, Jem Panda, Timmy Osmond, Jed, any of the other sophists, please come and save me from my demise? My emotions are so fucking scattered and hurted. I don't fucking think so. Right? So I'm going to have a wee look. I'm going to read out a video that I had done previously. I started to compile, you know, the behaviour of these narcissistic minds, these manipulators, these dividers, and how to recognise the games that they play. Now, in this subject, it's very, very easy to spot them, because this subject is about the objective world that we all share. There is no debate. There is no this side against that side. That is all a false illusion that they are deliberately trying to push. It is only a discussion. Now, you can see them pushing that narrative heavily, that it is a debate, when really it's not a debate. Okay? The objective world is what it is, regardless of anybody's wishes, desires, beliefs. Now, unfortunately, so many people are heavily influenced and seriously confused because we have images. Now, I'll get back to the previous hangout where I will admit that, you know, my passion, my impatience get the better of me. If I was in a different mood, I would sit there and deal with it differently. But I didn't. You know, I call people pricks and I call them names because, you know, my patience is worn thin with the sophists. My patience is worn thin with the same old tired arguments and nonsensical crap that people bring to the table. We have no genuine people who have approached and came on and tried to, you know, have a serious discussion in regards to the shape of the earth. Whether they want to defend a globe or whether they want to defend some flat model or a concave model. We have had no, you know, progressive discussion with any of these people. Now, people talk about flat earth as a psyop. There is a psyop going on. I have always stated that, but the psyop is not really, you know, about the earth being flat. The psyop is the implementation of models, straw men, and the propaganda and divisive tactics that are being used in order to divide people, to stop them from uniting, to cause people emotional stress and strain, to make people doubt themselves. You know, gaslighting tactics, all these tactics I'm going to run through. This was a video that I'd put together, and when I was compiling it, I found a document that had already been compiled, so I'm just going to read from that. It's much easier, and I'll credit the chap who put it together. But really, you know, again, I'm going to reiterate it. What kind of analogy could I give here? It's very, very simple. Okay. So let's say we have different characters. Let's say we have 10 different characters. We'll call one Lorraine, and one Jeremy, and one Jedris, and one Timmy, and blah, blah, blah. Now we're going around these children, and we're asking them, you know, there's a debate. about the sky. What colour is the sky? Right? Now you have people who have an agenda to push to say that the sky is red. Okay? Now when you're asking real people, these characters, what colour is the sky? And they say blue. The response from the red camp is look at the colour of his hair. What job does he do? Oh, he swears. He's angry. She's happy. He's sad. He's every fucking tactic, but focus on the actual subject. Now that's what these characters will do continually. They continually try and attack me, the man, you know, as a tactic to try and sway people away, to think that they're going to emotionally drain me and drag me down, when I have clearly stated to these imbeciles that I am not emotionally invested in a fucking screen. Right? The emotions I display are impatience, anger, contempt, frustration at the lies and the chaps and the characters who are present within it. My emotions are not invested as in whatever they say is going to affect me. They're delusional. But there is people who are coming into this who will be affected by these tactics that these narcissistic manipulative characters use. So I'm going to highlight it. But again, reiterate it to the clowns, you know, because it's so funny watching them running about trying their tactics. It's hysterical. They think that you're they think that I care about what people think about me. They think that you care about what people think about you. Right? But really, I don't give a fuck what people think about me. That's why I'm sitting in the position I'm. Because I do not give a fuck who likes me, who doesn't like me. Right? It's got nothing to do with your subjective crap or my subjective crap. The whole question, the whole subject is about what is the objective world that we all share. Right? It's no something that is somebody's subjective experience. You know, you don't get to say, well, I like these images and I want to believe in an institution, therefore it is what it is. No, 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 no. When it comes to natural science, we have to have measurable proof for all claims and every aspect of your claim. Right? Now, just to highlight again, getting back to the previous one where I was impatient and a bit abusive to Miles or Ken, whatever the sock account's name was, because remember, they're sock accounts, you don't really know who these people are. You're not seeing them. They don't display themselves as real people with a real life. You know, for me, a lot of these sophists, these characters that we get, are probably criminals who have been profiled, that have been identified as having narcissistic, psychopathic, sociopathic traits. Once you identify that, you can then put them to use because they are terrified of exposure. That is how the whole political arena works. That is how the mass media, the manipulation works. Everything is working on emotional manipulation, right? The reason they can get politicians and these clowns to sell out, to actually sell out against their fellow man, is because they're sociopathic, psychopathic type characters, right? They probably got involved in child abuse or some other deviance. They were photographed, it was documented, that was then used against them in order for them to fulfill the agenda of the establishment, of the corrupt gangsters who are running the show. Now, people need to be aware that it's a psychopathic structure we are living within. It is designed for psychopaths to succeed and to become prosperous. It is these types of minds who are running the whole show. Now, we have the lickspittle, who are probably more sociopathic and just lost and confused because they are so weak that they don't have their own mind. So therefore a smarter, more stronger mind can put them to use. That is exactly what I would do, right? If I was to be in a position of manipulating and being a tyranny. So we then assess and look at the behaviours and the tactics that they use. Now remember, the subject is objective. The subject is simple. What is the shape of Earth that we all share? All the claims must be measurable, testable, observable and repeatable. Right? When they start shifting from that and they start focusing on people, you know, such and such said this, such and such was angry, such and such was happy, such and such has tattoos, such and such drives a Mustang, such and such drives a Skoda. You know, these are delusional, idiotic clowns who have no logic, they have no grasp of what logic really is. They have no grounding in real science. They have no grounding in any common experience whatsoever. Right? They are psychopathic, sociopathic narcissists. They learn behaviours. They do not have an internal spark of creativity, empathy, imagination. They are empty shells that can be used, right? Because all they care about is being the centre of attention, being popular, and controlling their situation and their environments. So these are the type of weak individuals who are amongst us, but these are the types of people who are the enemy of the common man, people with empathy, people with justice and love in their heart. These clowns are, you know, the buffers. They're there to stop us from recognising that in each other, stop us from uniting, stop us from making any progress. Now, they will act like they are highly intelligent and speak proper and all this fucking bumf, right? But they will never offer you anything as a rebuttal. They will never come face to face to discuss the logic or the reasoning. They will come with sophist tactics, talking over the top of you, constantly interrupting. And I, for one, have absolutely zero patience for it anymore. My tolerance levels are at zero, right? I've proved beyond any shadow of a doubt you can come in and discuss anything with me. You know, as soon as you start being ignorant, interrupting and talking over the top, my fuse is going to go, right? Because I just don't have any patience for fucking stupidity anymore. Simple as that. Now, before I start on it, the Miles or Ken chap who was on was saying things like, "You have never been to Mount Everest, but do you believe it's real?" Well, you know, it's a non sequitur, it's a nonsensical, illogical, crazy, stupid argument that the sophists and the manipulators are jumping on and cherry picking because they think it's wonderful. When really it's a total fucking lunacy, right? Because space, what they claim is space, is something that is not achievable by the common man. Mount Everest is achievable by the common man. It is here in our immediate reality. Right? It is measurable, testable, repeatable. Right? The vacuum of space nonsense is not. And before I got to that point, he scurried off because they want to run along the track and talk about images and, oh, why would they lie? Blah, blah, blah. Well, you have to come back to the first premise, the first claims. Space is a vacuum. We live in a positive pressure system. Show me a practical example of how that is possible. We do not get any. It is no science. If we don't stick to that method and that criteria, then we can just all run about claiming whatever based on our images, and people should accept it as scientific fact. I, for one, do not accept that. For me, natural science should be exacting. It should be based purely on empirical facts. Right? These clowns, these sophists want to avoid that. Right? I am not sitting here defending any religious belief, any beliefs whatsoever. I do not care whether the earth is a globe, a square, a triangle, a pancake. I do not give a fuck what it is. What I care about is the discovery of what it actually is. That is what's important to me, and that is what I will continue to push forward. Now, the scientific community, the academic world, will sit up and take notice because this is not going anywhere. They can send out the minions, the Jeremys, the Timmys, the Jeds, all they like, to defend the religious crap, right? So they can defend the little piece of the pie that they are sitting upon. It's time for them to tumble. Them and the lackeys will fall. Real people like me are not going to go away. Okay, we are no crazy religious fundamentalists or any of the crap that they like to try and push. We are rational, logical, scientifically minded people. Okay, with honesty in our hearts and a quest for truth. That is where my passion lies, and that is who I am looking to identify. I'm not here to wipe anybody's ass. I'm not here to appease anybody. I am not here to be liked or accepted by anybody. I do not give a fuck if you do not like me. That is not a rebuttal to any of the points that are made. Qualifications, a PhD after your name means fuck all. Okay? You come to me on any level, tell me you have pink unicorns, and then start giving me excuses. I am going to bitch slap you, metaphorically, out of the way because you're nothing but a lying fucking charlatan. Alright? So, excuses like, I need a planet, don't fucking work. Water on every fucking scale behaves specifically, never changes. It is a fact of reality. Anybody who wants to claim on some unspecified scale that it behaves differently, it's a huge claim. The burden of proof lies with them. There is zero measurable curvature. Water does not conform to the exterior of shapes. To suggest that from point A to point B, the water is sloping away from me without flowing is a retarded nonsense. It is an insult to common sense. It is an insult to the common man. Right? Now, these sophist, manipulative dickweeds need to be outed. They need to be pushed to the side and dealt with accordingly. Right? I don't have any patience for them anymore. And I don't have any patience for these fucking fence sitters. This is the other narrative they're now trying to push heavily. Oh, it's okay to have an opinion. It's okay to have an opinion that it's a globe and an opinion that it's flat. No, it's not okay. Because natural science doesn't care about your fucking opinion. And this narrative that they're pushing is not going to fucking wash. Okay? Stick your opinions up your fucking ass and sit in the fence. I seen on the other video the chap Liam who John interviewed, oh, I'm still behind the globe. I would love to know what your actual proof is that you live on a globe, my man, or anybody else. Right? Your insecurities, take them away and deal with them. Right? The fact of the matter is, people are influenced heavily by images. These images have been found to have flaws in them. The videos have found to have flaws in them. They are liars. Okay? Deceptive liars. Images should be removed from the question. I have made the point numerous times. I can produce an image of Spider-Man, fucking the abominable snowman, unicorns, Nessie. So if I can get me and 500 of my friends to testify that we can access some other dimension that nobody else can access, and we can produce these images every 5 minutes, that should constitute as scientific proof that my images are proof that these things exist. What a load of baloney. What a load of weak-minded, stupid crap. These sophists like Jeremy and these fucking buddies and chums, that is the nonsensical logic they try and push. Right? Criminal, charlatan pieces of shit. That is what they are. Okay? The platform will remain open for any of these chaps to come in, to have civil discussion, to have manners and to have respect. If they can adhere to that simple request, there will be no abuse coming from my lips. They will be treated the same as they show me. So, let's see what they have to offer. But again, I'm going to get through this in order for people to identify these clowns, because they are prominent as opposers and they are prominent as supposed promoters of truth. I was listening again the other night, this chappie, whatever he's, Stuart, Jeffrey Stuart or whatever, who, you know, caused nothing but divide, and, you know, he's one of these characters who's part of the whole circle of characters who were placed amongst this whole movement, this whole discussion, in order to detract and divide. They then reverse on their story and act like it's a psyop without offering anything tangible. This was done, has been done so many times. The one I always refer to was the chap called Charlie Veach, who was part of the Love Police. They went about in the streets with megaphones, shouting at people that 9/11 was an inside job. All of a sudden, he's on the BBC, drops some pebbles in the sand, throws a water balloon and says, oh, no, 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 it is the way they told us. Now, the nonsense reasons for why he changes his mind are blatantly obvious, but what's not obvious to people is that that is done so that the following that they have, you know, of people who are insecure and looking to somebody to keep pushing forward for them, will be left confused, disheartened, you know, their confidence will go, and, you know, that whole grouping of people will start to fall apart. That's how it's done. It's very, very easy and very simple, right? It's blatantly obvious. Why people are not cottoning on to it, you know, is fucking another aspect that gets me impatient, that causes me that, you know, impatience, because they're blatantly obvious. As I say, what colour is the grass? Let's discuss. Is the grass green? Yes, the grass is green. Ah, don't listen to him, he's got tattoos. The grass is no green, it's black. How can you listen to somebody with tattoos? Never mind your senses and the guy with the tattoos. The grass is black. Look at my pictures. That's what we're up against. Anyway. I digress. Let's get back to the point. Okay. Now, when I read this out, you know, you'll start to correlate and recognise the patterns that these manipulators use. Just bear with me to send Marshall this link so I know what's going on. So again, you know, the last chap who tried was another sophist who comes on with nonsensical crap. You know, they spout things like, we have been to space, we have went to Mars, we nothing. When we're dealing with each other as individuals, you stick to your own experience. You do not come with a logical fallacy of appealing to authority or appealing to numbers, right? You are not we, okay? None of these people are we. So they employ these simple logical fallacies continually and then run about and, you know, portraying themselves to be some sort of intellects. They're confused messes, you know, they're just idiots, these clowns. And again, I play them for so long because they think you're emotionally, getting charged up and affected by your feels. You know, they're clowns, they're so fucking easy to read. You can lay breadcrumbs out for them and watch them run about thinking that they're smart, and they're not smart. You know, the reason I know they're no smart is because I can get into the narcissistic, psychopathic, you know, sociopathic mindset. I have been a person born into the confusion the same as everybody else. I have moved through the phases of my life. You know, I have behaved in certain ways that I then recognised, I had the choice then to rein it in, to recognise it in others, and then make a choice on whether I want to continue being narcissistic or psychopathic. These people don't have that strength, right? They are very weak. They fall into a narcissistic, psychopathic mindset, and they don't have the strength of, you know, the ability to internalise, to question, to see things in the external world. It's like they're automatons almost. They don't have any conscious control or volition, right? It's like they just are what they are, and they can't help themselves. So they're mentally ill, right? They really need psychiatric care and attention. They need to be studied and analysed and see if anybody can help them, because they are not right. That is part of the psyop. You have these mentally unstable people who they wheel in, who, as I say, probably had a criminal past and get themselves involved in some sort of deviance, and then that was used on them. That's how the propaganda machine works. That's how it operates, right? Catch them behaving in a certain way. You know they're sociopathic, psychopathic. They do not want exposure. They cannot deal with exposure. They cannot deal with going to an environment like prison. So they will bend over backwards. They will shite on their fellow man. You know, they will make themselves look like absolute idiots. Anything to avoid, you know, punishment or exposure. Right? That's why the majority of them hide behind, you know, sock accounts. That's why the majority of them never show their faces. They're terrified of exposure or being recognised, right? Some of them are just as thick as shit, who are so low and in such a situation will put themselves in camera because they think the promises that they are getting that will be fulfilled, when they won't be fulfilled. They are being used, right? The lick spittle are being used and will be ditched. But they're too stupid to understand that. And I have a wee bit of empathy towards them, because really, when the shit hits the fan, they will be ditched. And they're going to be left with a common man with nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. So, at least the ones who have hidden their faces get a wee bit of savvy. Not much, but just enough to realise the situation that they're in. The other ones, hell fucking mend you. So, anyway, I think I've covered that. I'll just go and have a wee. Let's see here. Marshall, are you there, man? You alright?
Well, fair to middling, dude. Caught me again on the hop this morning, so I'm 10 minutes late.
Cool. Just keep me posted if anything checks. I'm going to get through this this narcissist scenario. What was the other point I was going to make there? This whole thing about the app, you know, this platform will never be monetized. I will never have any monetary gain out of promoting the truth, ever. I promoted the app for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is because, you know, for me, it will never prove whether the earth is a sphere, a square, a triangle, flat. My only hope is that people having access to this on their phone will help them to highlight the anomalies in the official claims that are being made to them. That is purely it for me. only to highlight flaws in the official claim. End of story. It's not going to prove anything, you know, either way. So, and again, any money that is gained from it will go to the chap who created the app because of his illness. Somebody who's put himself out there in pursuit of truth. I support that. If the guy is ill and he needs treatment, he's put his effort and his work into the app, he deserves that back. Simple. My hands are clean. Nothing to do with me. So, this is just another aspect of the narcissistic psychopaths, the manipulators that will try and jump upon, lie, misrepresent, slander, in order to take people away from the truth, the actual truth of the situation, which is what is promoted here on this platform, and that is what they're terrified of. That is where the threat is, and that is why we get this flurry of activity. That is why the focus comes here from people who claim they are flat earth and people who are claiming they're opposed. They are one and the same, and you need to start recognising that. So, I've done this before with the narcissist thing. They had a problem with it. A few of them jumped on it, took the narrative, and then just, you know, muddied the waters with it. We had people who took it, spoke about narcissism, psychopathy, and then the very next videos they're on there discussing their personal relationship with some other character who's involved in the scene, disclosing their personal derpism to the whole world as if it's relevant, as if it's important, when it's not. It's another sign of these narcissists. You know, they want you to focus on them and be attached to their person and their personality. That's not somebody who's interested in truth. Real truthers would be telling you to stop following them, to stop listening to people's personal crap, to not be involved in a personal level, to not be involved emotionally, to take responsibility back for yourself, and pointing out that personalities and people's dramas are nothing to do with the actual situation or the subject. The subject's about an objective thing, which is the world that we all share, right? The drama and all this emotional relationship stuff is for TV, for soap operas, for soap dramas. It doesn't belong here in an actual science question. So the psyop part will become very apparent if you remember that and start to apply it. These characters will start to stand out like a sore thumb. Right? Once they've got you in emotionally, they start taking you down rabbit holes of nonsensical crap. Rather than promoting the real stance, which is the common man does not know where he is. The common man was born into a claim that he lived on a globe, spinning, flying endlessly through infinite space. That is a claim we were all born into. That can be falsified. It has been falsified. The anomalies, the lies within the model have been highlighted over and over and over again. The situation is then we scrap that model, we start a fresh slate. What is the fresh slate? We do not know the full dimensions. Let's explore. Let's have an ongoing process in order to discover that. Let's have the scientific community aware of the situation and, you know, embracing the questioning, embracing civil discussion, and let's see if we can progress. Right? We don't get that. We are met by objectors, manipulators, liars, abusers. Right? Is this really the types of minds the mainstream scientific community wants to represent them? I know that the common man who's involved in the mainstream aspect of life does not want these fucking clowns representing them, because we have real people who are in the positions in the scientific community who have never really questioned. They have taken it for granted that what they were told was true, the same as I did, the same as everybody else who's involved in this did. Once it is pointed out to them, they will start to question. Their intellectual honesty will kick in. Let's see who comes to the table for discussion. We have yet to see any academic, anybody at all who has come with, you know, real proof or anything, you know, influential to say. We have had nothing, absolutely nothing. If we did have something, I would shut the channel down, I would move on to another subject and go about my life. Okay? I do not, you know, wish to be in the focus of people's attentions and all this drama going on, right? This isn't through, you know, me just wanting to be popular or famous or known. That's ridiculous, you know? People don't actively choose to say things that everybody's going to ridicule, you know, so they can get popularity. What a load of fucking crap. Again, total illogical, nonsensical argumentation that comes for these clowns. right? So, hello to everybody in chat. I'm just going to say hello before I start on with the diversion tactics that the narcissists use. Joan of Worms, Magoon, good morning. Everybody else, good morning. How are yous? Or afternoon? Oh, wait a minute. It's morning here and afternoon somewhere else. Shit, it's a globe. Oh no. Coupled with the circles in the sky, the images and the fact that it's night and day at the same time somewhere, fuck it, that's measurable proof that the Earth's a sphere. What are we thinking, people? What are we thinking about here? So, where are we? Right. So I will just read through. I'll see how far I get with this. Within the first few, you know, we'll have established some of the tactics that I've used. Okay, so this is 20 diversion tactics highly manipulative narcissists, sociopaths and psychopaths use to silence you. Gaslighting, number one. Hang on. Okay. Gaslighting is a manipulative tactic that can be described in different variations of 3 words. That didn't happen, you imagined it, and you are crazy. Gaslighting is perhaps one of the most insidious manipulative tactics out there because it works to distort and erode your sense of reality. It eats away at your ability to trust yourself and inevitably diseases you from feeling justified in calling out abuse and mistreatment. When a narcissist, sociopath or psychopath gaslights you, you may be prone to gaslighting yourself as a way to reconcile the cognitive dissonance that might arise. 2 conflicting beliefs battle it out. Is this person right, or can I trust what I experienced? A manipulative person will convince you that the former is inevitable truth, while the latter is a sign of dysfunction on your end. So straight away, you know, we have the obvious. Our common senses, everything that we experience in everyday lives, tell us that it is a motionless, flat, level plane that we live upon. But these characters appear imposing on you, telling you have to doubt that you have to believe their fantasy, though their images, although their images and their fantasy, you know, go totally against what common sense, reality, everyday experience tells you. Right. So right away, there you have it. There is the first tactic. Now, what do you hear? You're a retard. You're delusional. You live in fantasy world. You're a religious fundamentalist. You're a crackpot because you do not believe in my images. When we are here saying, no, let's look at the world that we all share. You know, let's just have a look at it. Let's have a discussion. But you're not allowed to have a discussion. You're not allowed to have a say. You're just crazy. Right. In order to resist gaslighting, it's important to ground yourself in your own reality, sometimes writing things down as they happened. Telling a friend or reiterating your experience to support network can help you to counteract the gaslighting effect, which is exactly why I opened the platform up as a place for people to congregate, for people to, you know, affirm that they're not crazy, to realise that these opposers are amongst us, you know, so that we can document and we understand each other, we support each other against this obvious opposition, who, by the way, are only opposition because they keep coming to me. I don't go opposing them. They are coming to us, opposing us. They are stepping over the line, drawing first blood. Right? A wee quote from my favourite movie of all time, Rambo First Blood. If we're ever going to have a religion, I vote that the Church of John Rambo should be the established religion and the morals that John Rambo, you know, abided by. There's many, many lessons to be learned from Rambo First Blood. I suggest you study it. So I'll just wait for this to go on to number 2. Now, what I've just described, you will see in many prominent figures, no prominent figures, but the known fucking idiotic people amongst us, like Jeremy, Jed, Timmy, you know, and the other flat earth clowns who are involved in it. You know, they offer nothing but abuse, insult, hit pieces, slander, misrepresentation, barefaced lies. And they keep trying this. I'm seeing it coming up. Oh, you're Eric's gopher, you're Eric's buddy. I'm not anybody's gopher or whatever. This is a platform that I established myself. I didn't branch out to anybody for support. But again, this is part of their gaslighting. This is part of their lying, manipulative crap. And you will see this being played out in the public arena as well. These exact things that I'm highlighting here. Not just this subject. Okay, so we're on to projection now, number 2. One sure sign of toxicity is when a person is chronically unwilling to see his or her own shortcomings and uses everything in their power to avoid being held accountable for them. This is known as projection. Projection is a defense mechanism. Sorry. I lost my plot there, hang on. This is known as projection. Projection is a defense mechanism used to displace responsibility of one's negative behavior and traits by attributing them to someone else. It ultimately acts as a digression that avoids ownership and accountability. So again, what you hear from these detractors and dividers when they pump and they constantly focus on the man, the person, which they should never be doing because the subject is no subjective, it's objective. You know, this is a projection of who they are, how their minds operate, how they treat each other. Well, we all engage in projection to some extent. According to narcissistic personality clinical expert Dr. Martinez Louis, the projections of a narcissist are often psychologically abusive. Rather than acknowledge their own flaws, imperfections, and wrongdoings, malignant narcissists and sociopaths opt to dump their own traits on their unsuspecting suspects in a way that is painful and excessively cruel. Instead of admitting that self-improvement may be in order, they would prefer that their victims take responsibility for their behaviour and feel ashamed of themselves. This is a way for a narcissist to project any toxic shame they have about themselves onto another. Just let me catch up here. Gave up the fags as well. You know, they've changed the packets on cigarettes now and they don't label what is in them. As soon as they done that, I noticed a serious difference in it. A sore throat. You know, when I was making my doobies, it just wasn't the same. So I've opted for Pueblo, which is a non-chemical tobacco, apparently. It's a lot smoother. It seems to be a bit better. So as I say that, you know, we're on to, you know, this is a way for a narcissist to project any toxic shame they have without themselves onto another. For example, a person who engages in pathological lying may accuse their partner of fibbing. A needy spouse may call their husband clingy in an attempt to depict them as the one who is dependent. A rude employee may call their boss ineffective in an effort to escape the truth about their own productivity, which is what we see from these dividers and detractors, right? They accuse us of being lying, manipulative, you know, religious, charlatans, when really it's them who are that, and they do nothing but display it, you know. Narcissistic abusers love to play the blame-shifting game. Objectives of the game: they win, you lose, and you or the world at large is blamed for everything that's wrong with them. This way, you get to babysit their fragile ego while you're thrust into a sea of self-doubt. So, Again, this is the tactics that they use. They hope that you care about people's opinions. They hope that you want to be accepted. You know, these are the things that they prey upon, which seems to be prominent in, you know, the common man's psyche. That looking for acceptance, to be part, you know, not to stand out, not to be ejected from the crowd. So they play upon it. The solution: don't project. Use your own sense of compassion or empathy onto a toxic person, and don't own any of the toxic person's projections either. As manipulation expert and author Dr. George Simon, 2010, notes in his book In Sheep's Clothing, projecting our own conscience and value system onto others has the potential consequence of being met with further exploitation. So, if they know you are empathetic and that you have those types of values, and you make that known, they will try and prey upon it. They are predatory in their nature. They have to be in order to survive, right? They need the common empath. Without them, they would have nothing. They would have no creativity. They would never construct anything, right? This type of mind has infiltrated and taken over the very fabric, the very structure that real common man depends upon. They have bastardized it, twisted it, turned it into nonsensical delusion to keep people bewildered and in confusion. Right? Just let this catch up again. You're with me, people? Okay, narcissists on the extreme end of the spectrum usually have no interest in self-insight or change. It's important to cut ties and end interactions with toxic people as soon as possible. Hang on. As soon as possible, so you can get centered in your own reality and validate your own identity. You don't have to live in someone else's cesspool of dysfunction. So again, these characters, they never take responsibility for any of the actions, any of the division, the misrepresenting, the lying. They never, you know, have civil discussion in regards to it. They will make hit pieces, run away, sit in their delusional circle jerks, and pat each other on the back while promoting the narcissistic behaviours, right? Thinking that they have an impact on people, hoping that they've emotionally affected people, but they never come and have civil discourse. They never come and have a discussion, right? That is calm, respectful, and mannered, as we have seen many, many times. Anytime these psychopathic minds come in, they come in attacking, they come in with an agenda, something, a belief to defend. They project, they throw ad homs at you, they try and detract from the conversation, they try and derail the conversation. You know, it's so obvious. If you think you're going to have a thoughtful discussion with someone who is toxic, be prepared for epic mindfuckery rather than conversational mindfulness, right? Which is exactly what you see, right? And that is why I discourage people from even engaging with these clowns. I engage with them specifically for, you know, social science purposes, for the study, right? Because, like it or no, people, there is a definite enemy and you need to fucking wake up to that. Stop thinking that you're going to smooth it all over with your lovey-dovey new age crap. There is minds here who are different from you. They are directly opposing your freedom, your right to freedom, your right to free expression and free thought, and your right to question. They are directly opposing that. And we have people who are claiming that they're real people, appeasing them. It's like Stockholm Syndrome. It's like the bully running the playground and people saying things like, oh, I like you, it'd be nice to meet you, oh, please don't focus on me, please, 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 please. Fuck them. Stand up and point at the bully and fucking laugh at the nonsensical, weak, insecure pish that they push. They are the minority. right? Stop acting like, oh, it's just all real nice, empathetic people who are having a debate because they're confused. That's not the reality, right? You know in every aspect of your life that they're deliberately lying to you, propagandizing, manipulating all over the mainstream in every aspect of your life. That's deliberate. That is a plan that is being wheeled out. You need to understand the minds who are behind this and how they operate. Stop fucking burying your head in the sand, right? Lovey-dovey, send out good vibrations. Don't get angry. Don't get angry, just love. Just sit in the lotus position and hum to all the flowers and send your fucking loving energy and transform reality. That's never going to happen. You need to snap out of that fucking delusional fantasy. That's deliberate as well, the new age fucking truth movement of spirituality, to make you sit in your fucking ass, think about fairies and good vibrations and it will all smooth over, while the fucking dickweeds who oppose your freedom, who are deliberately manipulating you, run about getting their plans done. It's fucking pathetic. You need to face up to them. Right? Enough of the Stockholm Syndrome and the weak-minded, weak, insecure, emotional crap. Stop appeasing them. Stop engaging with them thinking that you're going to change their mind. I engage with them to take the piss out of them, to study them, to get them to show me their tactics, to get me to show what their next plans are, the methods that they're using and their angle of approach. It's tactical. I'm not emotionally invested in them, thinking that I'm going to change them. I don't have any beef with them, any personal beef with Jed, Jeremy, Timmy, none of that. Right? If you think that, you need to have a serious look. Right? This is no personal for me. I do not know these people. If I did know them personally, I would have them wrapped up, identified and ousted from my circle. And then I would phone the next circle and tell them there's a highly manipulative, toxic fucker on his way. Right? Keep an eye out for them. Just as they would have done in the old days. We have a disruptive, manipulative, lying piece of shit amongst us. We are ousting them from the community. We are going to let the next community along the road know that we have ousted them and to look out for them, to be aware. Okay? So stop fucking appeasing them. Stop being apathetic towards them. Right? Disengage with them. Remove your emotions from them. Laugh at them. Stick to the subject. Stick to the facts. That's what they want to take you away from. The facts. The fact that they have no measurable curvature. The fact that there is absolutely zero proof that we live on a sphere. They don't want you to focus on that. They do not want the common man making progress. They see the common man making progress, which is why they relook characters and promote characters who give you the impression that they're about activism and about truth by standing in front of a council thing to log their opinion that the ISS is fake. Where does that go? It doesn't go anywhere. It's filed and put in a cabinet, never to be looked at again. Unless you're showing up there with the backing of 10,000 people, 20,000 people, 50,000 people, chanting, demanding answers, demanding that the question being looked at, it is never going to go anywhere. So you need to have a look at these so-called flat earthers who say they promote truth, but promote these characters. Look at the content, look to see what value it has, and I guarantee you will see that it is empty. It is an empty gesture in order to give you, the common man, the illusion that these people are genuine for progress. They're not genuine for progress. They want to keep themselves relevant and keep your focus on them while they keep you going round in fucking circles. You will see them, these so-called flat earth people, in comment sections, belittling, dividing, causing distraction, ad hominems on other people. Banter is fine. Having a laugh, having a ribbon is a great way in order to see how people react, which is why I do it when I do my good evening. It's just a piss take, it's a bit of banter. But then you see the reaction and that tells you everything you need to know. So keep your eyes peeled for these types of things. Malignant narcissists and sociopaths use word salad, circular conversations, ad hominem arguments, projection and gaslighting to disorientate you and get you off track. Should you ever disagree with them or challenge them in any way, they do this in order to discredit, confuse and frustrate you, distract you from the main problem and make you feel guilty for being a human being with actual thoughts and feelings that might differ from their own. In their eyes, you are the problem if you happen to exist. Okay, so they will try and turn that on me when I say, you know, there is no debate. There is no debate. Debates are for ideas and beliefs. When it's something that is unproven and unprovable, and people want to argue about their imaginative, subjective wishes. When we come to the objective world, there is no disagreement. We can disagree about how it all came to be, but we cannot disagree that fire will burn you. We cannot disagree that water will extinguish fire. We cannot disagree that water will not conform to the exterior of shapes upon Earth. Water will find its own level. The surface will always be parallel from one point to the next. If it is not, the water will flow until it finds again level. Right? These things are not about a debate. These are the objective truths of the reality we share. So these clowns want to make you feel guilty for questioning that. They want to make you feel guilty for thinking it. They want to make you feel guilty about anything. You know, as long as you go with their narrative, you will be left alone. As soon as you veer from it, they will attack. These are the sheepdogs. I'm just going to let that catch up and make myself a smoke, so just bear with me. I'll keep highlighting this until it sinks in with people. You need to study this, and it will help you to recognise if you're confused about what's going on within this whole scene. Learn these things, and then you will have the tools to recognise them. And you will see that when you pull them up on it logically, calmly, respectfully, you'll see the reaction you get from them, and that will tell you everything you need to know. Right? So, again, just bear with me, people. I can only apologise. I need to make this smoke.
Del, can I just cut in? I've got a message for some people that are listening.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, if my tea lady is listening, I need a tea as well. Oh, we are cavemen. We abuse our women and we ring bells and we have them oppressed and tied to the kitchen sink. Oh, male chauvinistic pigs we are, me and you, Marshall. Do you know that?
As long as it gets a tea made, dude, I don't mind.
No, it could never just be about people who respect each other and love each other and are willing to do anything for each other. And, you know, it's never that. You know, you're a male chauvinistic pig for ringing that bell, Marshall. You know?
Don't tempt me, I'll do it again.
I know. That poor woman of yours, she must be in handcuffs and in fear of her life. You know? My goodness.
I will say though, we're seeing some old faces in the chat today. I don't know where they've been dragged out from. Are they on day release or what? You know?
Who's this? Who do we have?
Oh, I don't know. Should I bother to mention? He's obviously looking for attention. It's our old friend Reverse, mate.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Reverse Post. This is a character who was there at the beginning, you know, maybe 2 years ago. He was following my videos for a while, being supportive. The logic's sound, you know, you can't argue with that. But then does the Charlie Beach that I expressed earlier. Reverses his whole stance and starts to claim that people are fundamentalist liars and charlatans like myself. Now you look at the reasoning for it, and what did I find? What we find is this guy draws with his crayons, chalk, circles on the pavement, and somehow claims that was proof that the Earth was a sphere. The other narrative that this Muppet pushes constantly is, you know, when we talk about the physics of water, they come out with things like get a paintbrush and paint the oceans. I mean, it is so baffling. It is so idiotic that it does confuse you for a second, because it's so hard to believe that people are so fucking stupid. Now, when does let's look at the natural physics of water and how it behaves correlate to let's get a paintbrush and some paint and paint on a sphere? This is the sophism, the idiocy, the sheer downright fucking stupidity, blatant lying of these types of people, right? This was another chap who misrepresented, told lies, fabricated stories, you know, and because people could see through it, became a nobody. Now, because the whole thing is growing, the sociopaths, the psychopaths realise that they are desperate for attention. The Jed fella is desperate for me to go on his show because he wants notoriety, he wants the attention, he wants people there, right? When my platform was established and opened up to them all, they've always been invited. The Jed fella who stays along in Edinburgh, and anybody else who is willing, the offer has been there for proper filming of a get-together of whoever you like. Mine's will sit around a table. You can bring your own camera. We all video it. We all get to upload it. Therefore, none of us is promoting each other's channels, because I do not want to give support and promote lying, misrepresenting pieces of shit, okay, who are opposed to the common man's progress. I will never put myself in that position to promote numpties like that. So the offer is there. Let's see if they have any spine. We have proved again over and over and over, we will travel. You know, I've been to these characters' main cities, their hometowns. I have been there, spoke to their neighbours, interviewed the people who surround them. It is no issue for me to travel. They have no excuse. They come up with an excuse under the, oh, I don't want you to, you battered me. What a load of fucking nonsense. I do not have any criminal record of abuse, of assault, or any of these things. They have no ground to stand on in regards to that. The offer is still there and always will be. Make it clear to people, understand and shout it from the fucking rooftops that Dell, beyond the imaginary curve, is willing to go anywhere to discuss it with anybody, have it filmed so that we can upload it, and let's see how they get on when they don't hide behind a screen, when they don't have, you know, their sophist tactics, when they can't run around propagandizing, making slanderous videos up, misrepresenting people. Let's see how they get on in a real life situation. That's the challenge I set out to them. I will shy away from nobody. Nobody. It can be anybody you like. You can have 10 of you there. I will show up, even myself. So let's not hear any excuses anymore from these clowns. And if you do see them misrepresenting and lying, refer them back to this very challenge. You know, save this wee snippet, promote it wherever you like, invite it. Let's call them out. Let's call their bluff. Let's meet them head on. There is never going to be any violence from me. Why would I need to be violent and aggressive when I have the truth on my side? It doesn't make any sense, does it? It's just because they look for excuses. So, okay, so spend even 10 minutes arguing with a toxic narcissist and you'll find yourself wondering how the argument even began at all. You simply disagreed with them about their absurd claim that the sky is red, and now your entire childhood, family, friends, career and lifestyle choices have come under attack. That is because your disagreement picked at their false belief that they are omnipotent, omniscient, resulting in a narcissistic injury. That wee paragraph there sums up the whole thing perfectly. Spend even 10 minutes arguing with a toxic narcissist and you'll find yourself wondering how the argument even began at all. You simply disagreed with them about their absurd claim that the earth was a ball, and now your entire childhood, family, friends, career and lifestyle choices have come under attack. Okay? So the objective thing, the question, what shapes the earth. That's what real people are trying to focus on. It doesn't agree with their false delusion, their religious belief that they are out to keep and perpetuate. So when they know that they don't get anywhere with that, they immediately turn to ridicule, to bring your childhood, your family, your friends, your career and your lifestyle choices under scrutiny, right? Because that is part of the manipulative propaganda machine that runs this fucking shithole right now, right? And the minds that they profile and identify, who have no empathy, who are lying, narcissistic type minds, are the ones they profile to bring in order to push their agenda, right? So these wee paragraphs should be ringing for you in identifying these clowns and the tactics that they use. Remember, toxic people don't argue with you. They essentially argue with themselves, and you become privy to their long draining monologues. They thrive off the drama and they live for it. Each and every time you attempt to provide a point that counters their ridiculous assertions, you feed them supply. Don't feed the narcissist supply. Rather supply yourself with the confirmation that their abusive behaviour is the problem, not you. Cut the interaction short as soon as you can. You anticipate it. Escalating and use you. Hang on. Cut the interaction short as soon as you anticipate it escalating, and use your energy on some decadent self-care instead. Exactly. Stop appeasing them. Stop giving them a place. Stop giving them attention. Stop the Stockholm syndrome. They are fucking muppets. They are bullies, opposers to you, the common man who has empathy in his heart and wants real truth for you and your family. Right? These fucking dickweeds are against that. Thank you very much. You know, are you feeling abused?
Oh yes.
Do I manipulate you? Do I force you into a situation where you better bring me tea?
Sure.
For fear of the fist? Do you feel the fist, woman? The tea better come quicker or you'll be getting a swift jab.
Right, I'm very sorry, okay? Right, you can punish me later. It's sad.
So, just to get back to that, I'm just going to let it catch up, so bear with me again. I can only apologise for this. Okay, so now we are on to number 4, which is blanket statements and generalisations. Another prominent tool of the fucking narcissistic divide and line pieces of shite amongst us. Malignant narcissists aren't always intellectual masterminds. Now that statement is very correct. The people who are amongst us are the lackeys, the lick spittle. They are no intellectual masterminds. They are fed a script. They have to be taught. They have to be taught the rhetoric. Okay? The real masterminds sit in the shadows. They do not come on here active, you know, they are not active on this internet. These are the fucking numpties who are trained and told and given a script. Many of them are intellectually lazy. Yep. Like, what is the natural physics of water? What are the physics that we, you know, observe every day in our everyday interactions and observations? What is that? Let's focus on that. No. I'm just going to be lazy and refer to my pictures and insist that the pictures must be true. Okay? Rather than taking the time to carefully consider a different perspective, they generalize anything and everything you say, making blanket statements that don't acknowledge the nuances in your argument or take into account the multiple perspectives you've paid homage to. Better yet, why not put a label on you that dismisses your perspective altogether, right? So when you see things like flat earthers say, flat earthers behave like this, Dell behaves like this, Dell represents the whole, that's nonsense, right? Again, blatantly obvious tactics of propagandizers, liars, manipulators, right? They do not acknowledge, they like to portray you as a flat earther just appeared in an egg from outer space. loaded with this already agenda that, you know, they were going to tell everybody the earth was flat. They don't remind people that you too were a man up to your late 30s who believed the official narrative that was given to you as a child and through your adult life, who then questioned and went through a process of questioning and understanding to come to the conclusion that what you were being told was absolute bollocks. No, they would just rather portray you as a loon ball who appeared from fantasy world, from some other dimension overnight, you know, Muppets. But again, that paragraph, you must be recognising many of these clowns within this by these paragraphs. I will continue though. On a larger scale, generalisations and blanket statements invalidate experiences. On a larger scale, generalisations and blanket statements invalidate experiences that don't fit in the unsupported assumptions. Schemas and stereotypes of society, they are also used to maintain the status quo. This form of digression exaggerates one perspective to the point where a social justice issue can become completely obscured. For example, rape accusations against well-liked figures are often met with the reminder that there are false reports of rape that occur. Well, those do occur, they are rare, and in this case, the actions of one become labelled the behaviour of the majority, while the specific report itself remains unaddressed. I just need to let it catch up. Bear with me. In fact, I'm going to let it catch up a wee bit. I'll remove this tea bag. You know, my fist can't be that iron, you know, I've got to even remove my own tea bag for the cup. It's a fucking tragedy. I think a few slaps are required. And again, these characters who talk as if they have families and stuff, you never see any support. You never see any real interactions with real people with them, you know, because they've not got that ability. Okay, they are narcissistic, sociopathic, psychopathic minds. They don't have warmth in relationships like the way we experience them. They don't know how to. They learn the behaviour. You know, they express what appears to be love or caring, but it's something that they've learned. They've learned the facial features, the actions that people use when they're expressing these things, and then they adopt them in order to deceive you into thinking that they are the same as you. When they're not. They never will be. You know, I can accept them as different. They can't accept themselves. Right? They're in such denial and fear of not being accepted, you know, that they will fight tooth and nail, and you know, to avoid being exposed or looked at or have the focus on them. Sorry, hang on. These everyday microaggressions also happen in toxic relationships. If you bring up to a narcissistic abuser that their behaviour is unacceptable, for example, they will often make blanket generalisations about your hypersensitivity, or make a generalisation such as, you are never satisfied, you are always too sensitive, rather than addressing the real issues at hand. It's possible that you are oversensitive at times, but it's also possible that the abuser is also insensitive and cruel the majority of the time. So again, they will say and do these things in order to get you to doubt yourself. You have to remove yourself from them. If you feel like what they say is having an effect on your psychology and your emotions, you have to remove yourself, ground yourself, get back to your own being. You know, do not involve yourself with them. Remove yourself and walk away. Right? If you don't have the ability to address your emotions and your psychological internals that are going on, right? If these people are affecting that, like they're making you doubt yourself, they're making you feel down, sad, depressed, or whatever, you need to remove yourself from them. That is what they're here to achieve. right? And I'll read, you know, one of these very accounts in the comments section where they say, oh, I can't wait for you to have a meltdown on screen or cry on screen or to be broken, you know, and I laughed so much because they exposed themselves and I highlighted it. That is exactly what you want. That is where your agenda lies. No luck, you know. It's never going to work with somebody like me, right? I'm far too intelligent to let nobody's with illogical, nonsensical crap ever affect me emotionally or psychologically, right? Again, it's a projection of how shallow they are, how weak and insecure they are, right? They fear that exposure. They fear being up there and ridiculed. I don't. I do not give a fuck. Hold on to your truth and resist generalizing statements by realizing that they are in fact forms of black and white illogical thinking, right? So when you hear, we went to space, flat earthers claim that the moon is a square biscuit, flat earthers claim that there is an ice wall, flat earthers claim, flat earthers this, flat earthers that, right? Generalizing. Toxic people wielding blanket statements do not represent the full richness of experience. They represent the limited one of their singular experience and overinflated sense of self. Number 5, deliberately misrepresenting your thoughts and feelings to the point of absurdity. I need to let it catch up, just bear with me. If you have anything to add or any questions regarding anything that I'm saying, please do so. If people want to come in and have a discussion after this, I want it to be on topic. It's about this topic specifically, and let's stick to that for today. We'll get back to the other stuff as the week goes on. So hang on, sorry, bear with me again. So number 5, deliberately misrepresenting your thoughts and feelings to the point of absurdity. In the hands of a malignant narcissist or sociopath, your differing opinions, legitimate emotions and lived experience get translated into character flaws and evidence of your irrationality. So, me being passionate, me being angry, me having a short fuse for ignorance, they cherry pick, they focus in on that specific point and they try and generalise that that's what you are, you know. Never mind what I'm actually saying or why I'm involved in the subject. They want you to focus on the man. They want to misrepresent and lie and slander the man. Because remember, this platform has gained traction. This platform represents truth and they do not want that. Okay? Because I created the platform and I have been prominent within it, they look at me and they focus on me because they hope that other people are focusing on me. And again, I will reiterate it. Do not idolize me. Do not focus on me. Do not, you know, it's got nothing to do with me whatsoever. The reason I get involved in this because, you know, I'm not I'm an introvert. I'm a loner. Right? The reason I get involved in this is because it's about an objective thing that I'm passionate about. It helps my discovery. Okay? So I was never involved in this to be popular, have notoriety or anything. The only reason I get involved in this was to represent the truth because I want to further my progress and, you know, expand the possibility of me finding out where I am, who I am, why I'm here and what the whole shebang is about. Right? But these fucking Muppets will focus on me. So if I get angry or whatever, I'm just a human. I am just a man. There is no objective, perfect human being. Okay? If I express an emotion or a distaste or an anger, it doesn't detract from what the subject is. It doesn't bring measurable proof that the earth's a sphere. Right? Them focusing on my anger or my passion doesn't bring about proof that they live in a sphere or we live in a sphere. So you have to recognise that. Recognise and always hold on to the hub of what the subject is. That's the hub. And then watch them wander away and detract from the hub. the actual subject. And then you'll recognise the players, the psyop part of this whole thing. Right? Hang on. Narcissists weave tall tales to reframe what you're actually saying as a way to make your opinions look absurd or heinous. Let's say you bring up the fact that you're unhappy with the way a toxic friend is speaking to you. In response, he or she may put words in your mouth saying, oh, so now you're perfect, or so I'm a bad person. You know, so we'll look at like the Laurie Gale character before, who wanted to sit and act all innocent. You know, no, I'm no perfect. Yes, you're a bad person when you misrepresent and lie. Again, they don't focus on what it is you're actually saying or what your beef is. They start to twist it and change it to something else to make themselves look like poor me, or oh, you think you're perfect, or oh. No, nobody here claims they're perfect. People here are intellectual, they understand the subject, they understand how to separate the different subjects, they understand how to separate their psyche from their emotions, you know, so they can come here and try it all they like. When you've done nothing but express your feelings, this enables them to invalidate your right to have thoughts and emotions about their inappropriate behaviour, and instills you in a sense of guilt when you attempt to establish boundaries, right? Because they want it all their own way. Okay? And again, why are they even involved? Because the subject is objective, it's not subjective. It's not a personal competition for somebody to be the omnipotent, omniscient being. It's simply about the reality that we all share. These clowns focus solely on the people. This is also a popular form of diversion and cognitive distortion that is known as mind reading. Toxic people often presume they know what you're thinking and feeling exactly, which is why I say that their own self-delusion, their sense of grandeur blinds them when it comes to people like me, because they just assume that the goyim, right, are gullible, that the goyim are weak emotionally and mentally. So they think that they have everybody under one banner and that their tactics will work. Then you get people like me who come along, who understand the game, who clearly say to them over and over again, I do not have any emotional investment in regards to people accepting me. I do not care about what people think about me. I do not care if, you know, you regard me as a friend or not. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to be your enemy. None of these personal fucking subjective nonsense stuff that these people push. I am here purely for the objective truth, right? But their stupidity blinds them to that, and they fall into a spider's web because they were blinded by their own ignorance, thinking that people like me would be emotionally attached to the screen, that people like me do care what other people think about me, when I don't. So it's very easy for me to spin a web and let them trap themselves within it. Right? They still don't get that though. They still try. Because they're pig ignorant. They're stupid. It's like, you know, saying, listen son, if you hit your head over with yourself over the head with the hammer, it's not going to hurt me, it's going to hurt you. And they go, oh, bang, 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 oh, see, I'm hurting you, I'm hurting you. They need psychiatric treatment. Right. Toxic people often presume they know what you're thinking and feeling. They chronically jump to conclusions based on their own triggers, rather than stepping back to evaluate the situation mindfully. Right? So their own triggers, again, is the acceptance of the crowd, no being focused on, you know, no being highlighted, not being questioned on their own insecurities, their own lacking, the lack of understanding. They don't want to face that. They want to act like they are intellectually savvy, oh, omnipotent, omniscient, wise beings here to save humanity. Like Jeremy and Timmy and Gingy Ged, who clings onto their coattails. A circle jerk of narcissistic, sociopathic, manipulative people who recognise each other. Empaths. I have the ability, because I'm smart and intellectually honest, I have the ability to go to the psychotic mind, the psychopathic, narcissistic mind. I have the ability to go to the empathetic mind. And because I don't shy away from that is within, I then have the ability to recognise it in other people. I can reach out to empaths. I know people who are genuine, people who are genuinely hurting, people who are genuinely searching, and I can reach out to that. I can empathise with it because I've got the ability to recognise it and name, because I've done the work in myself. So if I can reach out and recognise empaths, you bet your ass that people who are psychopathic in nature recognise each other. I recognise psychopathics, I recognise empaths. They have the same ability. They recognise empaths and they recognise psychopaths. They band together for their common purpose. Right? We need the empaths to realise the enemy and to band together for our common purpose. Stop the fucking Stockholm Syndrome. Stop appeasing them. It's like you're inviting the enemy into your fucking circles. Right? If you don't think there's an enemy, I suggest that you get off the fucking internet, readdress the whole situation, give yourself a fucking slap and wake the fuck up. Okay? Hang on, I've lost my plot here. They currently jump to conclusions based on their own trial mindfully. They act accordingly based on their own delusions and fallacies and make no apologies for the harm they cause as a result. Now, the people who have misrepresented you or, you know, hurt your feelings, these types of minds, have they ever addressed it? Have they ever come back with empathy and apologised and readdressed the actual content? No, they will not do that. Notorious for putting words in your mouth, they depict you as having an intention or outlandish viewpoint you didn't possess, right? Like you're a religious fundamentalist, like you're a charlatan trying to brainwash and kid people on that the earth's flat. They accuse you of thinking of them as toxic even before you've gotten the chance to call them out on their behaviour, and this also serves as a form of preemptive defence. Well, I knew that, and I knew I had to give them long enough rope in order for them to hang themselves, to display their behaviours, and they can't help themselves but display it because, as I say, they're so delusional and ignorant to the fact that you are intelligent, aware and watching them, right? Simply stating, I never said that, or I never done anything wrong to you. I'm just innocent. I never done anything to you. Well, if somebody has a problem and they want to address it with you, you can't just fob it off as somebody having a psychotic episode. There is obviously something there that sparked it. But these Muppets will sit there acting like, I'm just pure innocent. I don't know what I've done. A classic example of a fucking liar. Now, people, you have met these people in your life, you probably have family members who are like it. And it's hard to accept, but they are the way they are. They are wired differently. Right? They accuse you of thinking of them as talking about that. Simply stating I never said that and walking away should the person continue to accuse you of doing or saying something you didn't can help to set a firm boundary in this type of interaction. So long as the toxic person can blame shift and digress from their own behaviour, they have succeeded in convincing you that you should be shamed for giving them any sort of realistic feedback. So, the Earth's a globe. Everybody said it's a globe. You should be ashamed of yourself for saying otherwise. You're mentally retarded. You're mentally not right. Blah, 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 blah. That's not rational, empathetic, accepting and understanding. Again, you can see that the establishment, what is being pushed in the narrative, is run by psychopathic, narcissistic, sociopathic idiots. Sorry again, just bear with me. I'm making another wee smoke and I'll let this catch up. If you have anything you would like to say in regards to this topic, let us know. Again, you know, I want to stay on topic today, and in future I'm going to be strict about staying on topic. If people come in and they're ignorant, ill-mannered, my fuse is short, and it will flare up. It's as simple as that. I have every right for that, though. It's been 2 years of the same repetitive crap, nothing changing. Your fuse will be shortened by that. I don't care how calm you think here, right? And again, anger and frustration is not a sign of something wrong. It is healthy, okay? We are in this situation. We are in this manipulative, lying situation. We have every right to be fucking pissed off. Anybody who's trying to appease and play down and tell you that you shouldn't be angry or pissed off or passionate, get them to fuck. Unfortunately for them, anger, frustration, impatience is a part of our subjective experience. It is a part of being human. Okay? So number 6 is nitpicking and moving the goalposts, which is another obvious tactic that goes on within this whole thing. And remember, don't just apply this, what I'm saying here or showing you here, to this. Apply it to every aspect, everywhere you go. Your personal life, any other subjects you're getting involved in. Right? Because if it's something that threatens the establishment gimps, the lying gangsters who are ruling us, they will have these minds prominent within whatever subject it is, and they will use the exact same tactics. As I refer to time and time again, look at the mainstream media, look at the Houses of Parliament. What do we see there? We see sociopathic, narcissistic psychopaths who stand across from each other going, yeah, fucking, yeah, boo, yeah, boo. Fucking loon balls. What do they do in the newspapers and the media? They slander, they misrepresent, they barefaced lie. So, are we seeing what's happening here yet? I hope so. I hope it's fucking clear as day for you. Don't let my mannerisms affect what's getting said. Focus on what is actually being spoken about here. Right? So nitpicking and moving the goalposts. The difference between constructive criticism and destructive criticism is the presence of a personal attack and impossible standards. So you get guys like Jed who continually, week in, week out, you'll have hangouts solely based on bitching, right? It's no constructive, right? And it's just all personal attacks. And their impossible standards it's as if they are perfect. I mean, they're displaying it. Guys like Jed display it openly, bitching continually about every single person. What does that tell you that's going on in his mind? That he is the perfect one, that they have the answers, that they are omnipotent, godlike beings. They're delusional fucking morons. These so-called critics, often, and critics will call themselves skeptics, they'll hide behind any fucking label, often don't want to help you improve. They just want to nitpick, pull you down and scapegoat you in any way they can. Abusive narcissists and sociopaths employ a logical fallacy known as moving the goalposts in order to ensure that they have every reason to be perpetually dissatisfied with you. So it doesn't matter, they'll bring a point up, you will address the point sensibly, with respect and manners, like I done with Laurie Gale. She made a video, she asked me a question, I responded, and then they shift the goalposts to something else because that doesn't satisfy them. They're not getting the rise that they're looking for. Right? Abusive narcissists and sociopaths employ a logical fallacy known as moving the goalposts in order to ensure that they have every reason to perpetually be dissatisfied with you. This is when, even after you've provided all the evidence in the world to validate your argument or taken an action to meet their request, they set up another expectation of you or demand more proof. Okay, so if I go outside and I say this is the way water behaves, and I take objects and I show it on a level, I show how guttering works, I show that the water will never conform to the exterior of a shape, you know, I take bodies of water, I show it on different scales, you know, I establish that the physical behaviour and the properties of water, that natural element, do not change. They will then say, that's not good enough, it must be, look at my pictures, or that's not a measurement, what actual proof have you got? You know, that's the tactics that they use. Right? When I repeat it over and over again, something like an element like water is testable by everybody alive. Nobody is going to find a body of water that displays convexity and holds itself in a hump. You're not going to get a body of water on any scale where you can submerge a shape under it and have a silhouette of the shape in the top of the water. It's preposterous, ridiculous, nonsensical, idiotic crap. Right? But it will never be good enough. Do you have a successful career? The narcissist will then start to pick on what you aren't, on why you aren't a multi-millionaire yet, or why you don't have a PhD. You know, again, another tactic. They'll say, he's just a guy in a shed. But I mean, this cunt in a shed, fucking tattoos, skinhead, sits in a fucking shed. That's not offering anything. That's offering nothing. Right? Did you already fulfill their need to be excessively catered to? Now it's time to prove that you can also remain independent. The goalposts will perpetually change and may not even be related to each other. They don't have any other point besides making you vie for the narcissist's approval and the validation. Right? And that's what they're up to. And as I say, you get these clowns who are amongst us, who think they're truth seekers and strong and clever, who appease them, who are Stockholm Syndrome victims to them. Right? Trying to get their approval and validation. It's not going to happen. They're just going to use and abuse you and make you feel like shit. Stop attaching your emotions to them. They are your enemy. Just going to let it catch up again. By raising the expectations higher and higher each time, or switching them completely, highly manipulative and toxic people are able to instill in you a pervasive sense of unworthiness and of never feeling quite enough by pointing out one irrelevant fact or one thing you did wrong and developing a hyper focus on it. So again, if I get a bit animated and a bit angry and a bit passionate, they will focus right in on it, you know, hyper focus on it, right, and try and extrapolate on it, right. You've seen that happening. I'm sure you've seen it happen. Just bear with me, this catches up. Hang on, sorry. Narcissists get to divert from your strengths. So I'll read that first part. By pointing out one irrelevant fact or one thing you did wrong and developing a hyper focus on it. Narcissists get to divert from your strengths and pull you into obsessing over any flaws or weaknesses instead. They get you thinking about the next expectation of theirs you're going to have to meet. So remember, that's the attitude they come with. We must prove and provide proof for them, and that's not the situation. They pushed a claim to us when we were born. through our childhood and our adulthood. They want to make claims, they have to satisfy us, right? If I say a picture or an image is not enough proof for me to be convinced that I live in a nature-defying fucking sphere pair, that's their problem, not my problem. If we are in a position of captivity, like, let's judge a lion based on its behaviour being captivity its whole life. That's not a natural representation of how a lion behaves. To then say, oh, the lion's figured out that it's being held in captivity, let's demand from the lion that it tells us the full dimensions of where it exists. Fucking ridiculous. Right, so they get you thinking about the next expectation of theirs you're going to have to meet, until eventually you're bent over backwards trying to fulfill their every need, only to realise it didn't change the horrific way they treated you. Right? So again, stop appeasing them, stop pandering to them. You're not going to change them. They are agents who are put here specifically to fulfill an agenda, to push an agenda. Right? And the only way, think about it, people, the only way you're going to get agents to fulfill those roles is by profiling. You can't have an agent who is empathetic towards his fellow man, because he's not going to carry out the agenda, the wishes of the main psychopaths. Right? You need to profile the types of minds who are the same as you, who adhere to your agenda and what you want to promote and push. Right? So they have to get them in. Because, as I say, they can't have empathetic people who would get confused by their empathy and then start telling the truth. That just wouldn't work for them. So they have to profile. Don't get sucked into nitpicking and changing goalposts. If someone chooses to rehash an irrelevant point over and over again to the point where they aren't acknowledging the work you've done to validate your point or satisfy them, their motive isn't to better understand. It's to further provoke you into feeling as if you have to constantly prove yourself, validate and approve yourself. Know that you are enough and you don't have to be made to feel constantly deficient or unworthy in some way. Okay, now that is true. You do not owe these clowns anything. They are nobodies. They are sock accounts on the internet. Right? You owe them nothing. They are irrelevant. The only time they become relevant is when real, honest, decent people get confused by the Stockholm Syndrome and give them a place to exist. Right? They don't have a place to exist within this. They don't have a place to exist within the common man's pursuit of discovery and understanding. Right? They are opposed to that because they are weak and insecure. These are the people, the types of minds that have to control. They are so terrified of not being accepted that they have to control every situation, including in a world stage. Right? No aliens or gods or demons, minds who are wired like this. Right? If you doubt it, look at the gangster type minds who run amok in your scheme or your close society. They are a minority of insecure, controlling dickweeds. Right? The only reason they run amok is because the real people are too scared to fucking stand up to them. So you know there's a violently aggressive, psychopathic type person in your environment. You know their past, you know their behaviour, so that then, because you're too weak and emotional to deal with them, turns you into a fear base, and you will appease them. How's it going? Hiya, he's a great guy, he's a great guy. When really deep down you know that they're not. Really deep down you know that they're an insecure, controlling bully, and you don't have the strength to stand up to them. Right, so where was it? So, as again, their motive is not to understand, right? Their motive is purely there to control and shut you up. 7, changing the subject to evade accountability. I need to let it catch up again, people. I apologise for the pauses here. Gives me a chance to take a breath and have a smoke and a drink anyway. Hope everybody's doing well, and I hope, you know, people start to grasp and understand what it is I'm actually saying here. and highlighting and start applying it. There is more to study and understand. You know, talk about the psyops. Oh, they're hiding something else. Yes, they are. They don't want you to become aware of the environment and the situation that you are actually in. Right? They want to keep you in fantasy, delusional, confused world. They don't want you getting direct, grounded, and understanding what's right in front of you. So, number 7, changing the subject to evade accountability. This type of tactic is what I like to call the "what about me" syndrome. It is a literal digression from the actual topic that works to redirect attention to a different issue altogether. Narcissists don't want you to be on the topic of holding them accountable for anything. So they will reroute discussions to benefit them, complaining about their neglectful parenting. They'll point out a mistake you committed 7 years ago. This type of diversion has no limits in terms of time or subject content, and often begins with a sentence like, "What about the time when?" On a macro level, these diversions work to derail discussions that challenge the status quo. A discussion about gay rights, for example, may be derailed quickly by someone who brings in another social justice issue just to distract people from the main argument. Right? So, what shapes the earth? How do we establish that? How do we find the full dimensions? Oh, there used to be giant trees. Oh, my religion's true. I see the Bible was right. Oh, no. We're all part of one godly mind, fragmented into another. Oh, Right? So it's very clear. The subject, what shapes the earth? Why are we talking about anything else? Why is anything else being attached to that subject? Right? As Tara Moss, author of Speaking Out, a 21st Century Handbook for Women and Girls, notes, specificity is needed in order to resolve and address issues appropriately. That doesn't mean that the issues that are being brought up don't matter. So, trees and all these other things, was Hitler a good guy or a bad guy? Is it the Jews? Was it the Catholics? They all are issues within themselves and questions within themselves, right? That are subject to their own line of investigation, right? The earth and its shape is its own subject and its own line of investigation. But you have these players who have deliberately muddied the waters by throwing every other subject involved on top of it. That's the psyop part. That's where you need the discernment in order to pull it away, to leave the actual subject that we're focusing on. And the people who continually try and bring muddy the waters, they know that they've got an agenda to push. They're not being true. They're not accepting the reality of the real situation. Right? Sorry, I'm just waiting at catching up. If you're just coming on, I suggest you go back to the beginning from number 1 of, you know, narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths, and their tactics that they use to try and shut you up, to muddy the waters and to detract from the actual subject. That's what this is about here. So, don't be derailed. If someone pulls a switcheroo on you, you can exercise what I call the broken record method and continue stating the facts without giving in to their distractions. So, Dale's got tattoos, Dale's angry. What about the lack of measurable curvature and the fact that the physics of water tell us that it must be a level plane? But you just live in a shed. You live in a shed and you've no qualifications and you're. What about the fact there is zero measurable curvature and absolutely zero proof that we live in a globe? Dale bullies people. Dale gets angry. Dale gets passionate. What about the fact that there is zero measurable curvature? The place is covered in water. There's zero proof that we live in a globe. Dale's got a devil dog. Dale rides motorbikes. Dale's this. Dale. What about the fact that there is zero measurable curvature? We don't live in a globe. NASA are lying, showing us cartoons. You're delusional, you're a religious fundamentalist, you have no qualifications, you live in a shed. Right? Redirect their redirection by saying, that's not what I am talking about, which I reiterate continually. I'm only interested in the objective truth of the reality that we all share. Let's stay focused on the real issue. If they're not interested, disengage and spend your energy on something more constructive, like not having a debate with someone who has the mental age of a toddler. Right? They don't even have the mental age of a toddler. Right? They don't have any mental capabilities. Right? They are needy, clingy. They need support. They need empathetic, creative, real people in order to survive. And while they do that, while they cling on to your apron strings, they try and abuse us and abuse that trust and abuse that empathy. Leeches, right? Now, whether they're born like that or they are a product of the environment is a whole other question. But it needs looked at. These people need psychiatric treatment. They need to be recognised, they need to be highlighted, and all their antics and aspects of their behaviour should be publicly highlighted and focused on intently, right? In order for us to eradicate this nonsense that we exist within. Because the nonsense that is going on, the trauma, the fear, is all coming from these minds. Okay? Your part in it is that you accept them, you appease them, you place your empathy upon them when it is wasted. Stop empathising with them. If you have real empathy, recognise that they are mentally ill and that they must be dealt with accordingly. Okay? Time to get fucking serious about what is going on in this reality that we're sharing. Quote number 8, covert and overt threats. Narcissistic abusers and otherwise toxic people feel very threatened when their excessive sense of entitlement, false sense of superiority, and grandiose sense of self are challenged in any way. They are prone to making unreasonable demands on others while pushing you for not living up to their impossible to reach expectations. Like Gingy Jed. You know, nothing that anybody does or says is good enough because he is sitting on his high horse throne with his gingy hair, proclaiming and professing to the world that everybody is a liar and a charlatan, but no him. Right? Rather than tackle disagreements or compromises maturely, they set out to divert you from your right to have your own identity and perspective by attempting to instill fear in you about the consequences of disagreeing or complying with their demands. So when they say things like, I hope child services don't get wind, you shouldn't have kids when you say the earth's flat, you don't, these are veiled threats, right? An attempt to make you fear and scared that by having a difference of opinion means that somebody could take your loved ones away from you. Again, there is no fucking limit to the depths of fucking depravity and ignorance and downright fucking nastiness that these pieces of shit would go to. Okay? But it's a ruse, it's bollocks, because the whole game is about consent. Right? So rather than telling you to debate from your own blah blah, your own identity and perspective by attempting to instill fear in you about the consequences of disagreeing or complying with their demands. To them, any challenge results in an ultimatum, and do this or I'll do that becomes their daily mantra. So, believe it's a globe or else. There is nothing in between. Believe it's a globe or else. Oh, how rational, how scientific, how logical. So, if someone's reaction to you setting boundaries or having a differing opinion from your own is to threaten you into submission, whether it's a thinly veiled threat or an overt admission of what they plan to do, This is a red flag of someone who has a high degree of entitlement and has no plans of compromising. Take threats seriously and show the narcissist you mean business. Document threats and report them whenever possible and legally feasible. And I suggest that you do that, right? To keep yourself right and to show these fucking pieces of shit that you do mean business, right? Because remember, their biggest fear is exposure. Their biggest fear is to be publicly highlighted for their shortcomings, for their flaws, for their nastiness, right? Marshall, I'm going to have to put you in the spot and request for you just to hold the fort. I need to go to the toilet quick.
Yeah, I'll cool, dude.
Apologies, people, I'll be quick as I can.
Yeah, no worries. Well, peeps, you got to listen to me for a minute. Is it? Yeah, well, obviously, I'm talking mainly to the people that are monitoring chat. Is it obvious yet that some of these trolls are being driven by something? I mean, we've got the same people spoofing new accounts to come back in and state misrepresentations about the platform. I mean, obviously, people that are regularly here understand that there is no claim being made. We're here to listen to other people's investigations, so we can all come to some collective decision about what we feel the truth actually is. These trolls, or whatever they are, seem fairly insistent in trying to undermine us in doing that. I think it's time for people to turn their backs on these idiots, personally. I don't know, I'll take questions from the chat. How about that? Does anybody have anything to ask me? I may or may not answer. Is Earth an electric hologram? I don't know, dude. We'd have to investigate some more. I mean, that's part of the issue here, isn't it? I mean, what we're doing is trying to encourage people into doing some critical analysis for themselves. You know, then come share your findings, man, and we can make a decision based on that as to how badly we're being misdirected. Albert, yeah, well, that's part of the deal. They do cut and paste, man. You know.
All right. Sorry about that.
RJ's saying, you would think they were one another truth. Well, yeah, I mean, that's quite a deep thing, though, dude. Like how much they're prepared to deceive themselves, for what benefit, you know. RJ's asking for the link, though, and I'll just say up front, RJ, I mean, today's Dale was asked if it can be on topic about psychopathy. So,
who's this?
RJ.
What is it we're talking? You want to ask?
Well, you put out for the link, dude, and you know, normally we've got a totally open platform, and today we're on topic for psychopathy and narcissism. So.
Yeah. I want to stay focused on this topic because it's hugely important. It's integral to understanding the manipulation and how we get into this mess in the first place. It's important for people to recognise that you do have an enemy. The enemy is opposed to freedom, the right to free thinking, the right to your opinion, the right to whatever. And my missus was saying to me there's people in the chat saying, oh, Dale name calls. Well, there is a difference. You know, I started on this subject, you know, and just went about my business. I wasn't going to anybody else and going out and harassing people. These people continually come to me because the truth's a threat to them. Now, when I name call, it's because of, you know, continued abuse, narcissistic approaches, and I call a spade a spade. So when I call them these names, it's not based on knowing them on a personal level. It's based on what they offer in regards to the subject. If they do not want to be called a spade, by all means, come and have a civil discussion with me. Let's logically go through your actions, things that you say, how you misrepresent, lie. You know, let's address them without this us against you mentality that you're trying to push. You know, well, I'm pushing it because it is an us against them. There is direct opposers. Okay. No, because I just don't like people. No, because it's a study, it's an actual fact of the reality and the situation that we are living in. Okay? So you offer them discourse, you offer them discussion, and they never, ever take it up because they know that they will be highlighted. They know that they will become so transparent very, very quickly. Right? So they have to come in with sophism tactics, the usual narcissistic bollocks to detract and deceive people. Okay? You're not going to get honest discourse and discussion with them. This is why I'm highlighting. Right? You need to just stop giving them fucking attention. You need to stop appeasing them, being apathetic towards them. It's misplaced. Place it to those who are the same. Right? So, where was I there? Hang on, just to gather myself. Right, so we finished off with, document it whenever it's possible and legally feasible. Okay, so number 9 we're on to name calling. Which, yes, I am guilty of, but that comes about because of, continued abuse, continued attempt abuse, right? Eventually, you're going to call the spade a spade, okay? And you're going to get frustrated and annoyed with them. And that's me. I have a very, very low tolerance level. If anything, I actually have zero tolerance for these types of minds now. Right? As I say, they need psychiatric help. They need a study done on them. They need to be put in their fucking place and stop being given free rein to run about and cause everybody grief. Right? As I say, we are appeasing the minority, the bullies of the playground. Right? And I only want to give people the tools in order to recognise them and how to stand up to them. So, excuse me, I'll make a wee smoke. If you have anything valid to say in regards to the topic, by all means, you're welcome. But I want to get through this. And I will be constantly referring back to it as things progress on now and move forward, and I suggest you do the same and try and not get yourself, into the trap of these fucking detractors and dividers and manipulators. And again, it's not that, they're just one group of globers. They will hide behind any fucking garb. They'll put any dress on and hide behind it. Whether it's a globe, flat, concave, Muslim, Catholic, Christian, fucking, monk, whatever. It's the mind. It's what's in the machine that's important, right? Not the disguise that they're hiding behind. You can't make blanket statements, and generalise. Oh, one Christian stabbed another Christian, therefore all Christians are fucking evil or psychopathic. No. Right? They'll hide behind any fucking costume. They will blame anything in order to stop you from focusing and exposing the being that's actually behind it. Right? Everything comes down to choice. I have the choice of whether I want to abuse, manipulate, and be narcissistic and psychopathic. And I also have the choice to be empathetic, respectful, and mannered. I choose the latter. It is a choice. The reason I came to that choice is because my internal dialogue and voice works. I have the ability to recognise in other people my actions, how that makes me feel, all these things. You have to have that internal dialogue. As I say, these clowns don't have that. They're just wired the way they are, and they are weak to that program. They don't have the ability, the consciousness to overcome that program, to override it and take control and make choices, right? They are too weak, and they will blame everything else, right? They'll blame everything, take antipsychotic drugs, drink, anything, but look at themselves and take responsibility, right? It's a weakness. It is the psychological illness that has brought us to this point in humanity's existence, right? Our ignorance and unwillingness to face up to it has allowed them to flourish. And now they want to hang on to that power, the perceived power that they think they have. And they are terrified of being held accountable. So this whole thing will probably be a controlled release in order to take accountability away from those who are in the biggest fear of it. Right? The lowest of the low resort to narcissistic rage in the form of name calling. Oh, sorry, I've missed a paragraph. Name calling, number 9. Narcissists preemptively blow anything they perceive as a threat to their superiority out of proportion in their world. Only they can ever be right, and anyone who dares to say otherwise creates a narcissistic injury that results in narcissistic rage. As Mark Goldstein, MD, asserts, narcissistic rage does not result from low self-esteem, but rather a high sense of entitlement and false sense of superiority. The lowest of the low resort to narcissistic rage in the form of name calling when they can't think of a better way to manipulate your opinion or micromanage your emotions. So because they can't get to my emotions, because they can't get to change my mind, because they know I represent the truth, they resort to focusing on the man, name calling, misrepresenting, lying. Right? Name calling is a quick and easy way to put you down, degrade you, and insult your intelligence. Appearance or behaviour while invalidating your right to be a separate person with a right to his or her perspective. Okay, so you have every right to question the very world that you live in, and anybody coming and calling you a name because you question that, you know that they hold these traits. Okay, you may get a natural emotional response from somebody who's gone through the process of, realizing that their belief lies, and they have an emotional response to that. That will subside, very quickly, and they will come back to the true empath that they are. Right? If they don't and they continue, you know that they're a narcissistic, psychopathic, sociopathic type of mind. Okay. Name calling can also be used to criticize your beliefs, opinions, and insights. A well-researched perspective or informed opinion suddenly becomes silly or idiotic. So, clever minds who have done nothing but focus on this subject intently, who have been intellectually honest with themselves and looked at all aspects and looked for actual proof and found none, you suddenly become silly or idiotic because they have no rebuttal to anything that you're saying. Okay? In the hands of a malignant narcissist or psychopath who feels threatened by it and cannot make a respectful, convincing rebuttal. Rather than target your argument, they target you as a person and seek to undermine your credibility and intelligence in any way they possibly can. It's important to end any interaction that consists of name calling and communicate that you won't tolerate it. Don't internalize it. Realize that they are resorting to name calling because they are deficient in higher level methods. Okay, which means they're not intelligent enough to engage with you. Right? They are low level intelligence, trying to appear to be intelligent, but they are low level. You need to understand that and empower yourself with that. Okay, these people have a psychological deficiency. As I say, they are mentally retarded and mentally ill. They need support. They need a study done on them. They need put in their place. And it should be an ongoing investigation to establish whether or not these minds are born like that or they are a result of the environment. For me, it's a question still unanswered. Okay? Are we born with an essence and that is the essence you have? Or can the outside world influence you? I think there's a lot to be said for both. But again, it comes down to how weak they are when they don't have that internal dialogue going on in order to make choices. They are just swept up by it all. They are so weak and insecure and poorly that they are just victims of their own weakness. So, pity them. Pity them. That is it. So, Now we're on to destructive conditioning. Destructive conditioning, sorry. I'm just going to wait till it catches up there. I'm just playing my video that I'd put this into, because I'll keep missing it, it goes so quick. Oh, we have a visitor. I wasn't really wanting visitors until I'd finished going through this, but how are you doing, RJ?
Good, good. I'm just listening. I got a narcissist in my family. My brother that I grew up with, man. We were tied all the way up until I came out with a flat earth. After that, he's like, oh, you know, it's kind of funny, you know, in the beginning, but it's getting kind of stupid. And we grew apart, though, and it's sad, brother.
Well, that's their deficiency. RJ, if you don't mind, mate, if you just mute or if you want to drop out, I want to finish this whole thing before I get into a dialogue with anybody. I don't want you think I'm being ignorant towards you, mate. But my plan was just to get through this and then open it up for conversation. So I hope you don't mind, man. Number 10, destructive conditioning. And quite rightly, as RJ pointed out, you know, you will have these types of minds within your family environment. They are prominent amongst us all. Many of you have met them. Not all narcissists, psychopaths, sociopaths are murderers, which is another false notion that people have. They don't all want to murder, right? As I say, it's an ongoing investigation. Their minds have to be understood, right? So, destructive conditioning. Toxic people condition you to associate your strengths, talents, and happy memories with abuse, frustration, and disrespect. They do this by sneaking in covert and overt put-downs about the qualities and traits they once idealized, as well as sabotaging your goals, ruining celebrations, vacations, and holidays. They may even isolate you from your friends and family and make you financially dependent upon them, like the structure that we live in. Like Pavlov's dogs, you're essentially trained over time to become afraid of doing the very things that once made your life fulfilling, like helping each other, being supportive of each other, building a community, having trust, having transparency, honesty, openness. They make you scared of that, which is why we live in a society now where neighbours don't even talk to each other. People are so scared to reach out and trust each other because they have this false impression that everybody's just out for themselves and they're going to abuse you and meh. Right? Again, that's the minority of the conditioning. Right? To make you think that the minority is the majority when it's not the fucking case. Narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths, and otherwise toxic people do this because they wish to divert attention back to themselves and how you're going to please them. If there is anything outside of them that may threaten their control over your life, they seek to destroy it. They need to be the centre of attention at all times in the idealization phase. You were once the centre of a narcissist world. Now the narcissist becomes the centre of yours. Back to Stockholm Syndrome. Because people don't know how to deal with them, it puts them in a state of fear and self-doubt and confusion. They think that they have a strength and they become appeased and almost worship the very people who put you in that position in the fucking first place. So, and then you make them the centre of your attention when they don't fucking deserve it. They are abusers, mentally ill, retarded people who need to be dealt with. Place your empathy upon other empaths who are in a serious position of hurt or angst or emotional instability. Support them with your empathy. Right? Recognise it. Recognise when it's true and when it's false. You know these people who just like to whine and moan to get attention for the sake of it. I recognise people who are genuinely in a position of hurt and angst and worry, and I extend my support to them. Right? Make that the centre of my attention in my world. No fucking mentally retarded inbreeds, probably. Right? Oh, and that Tom inbreeds, oh. Narcissists are also naturally pathologically envious and don't want anything to come in between them and their influence over you. Your happiness represents everything they feel they cannot have in their emotionally shallow lives. After all, if you learn that you can get validation, respect and love from other sources besides the toxic person, what's to keep you from leaving them? To toxic people, a little conditioning can go a long way to keep you walking on eggshells and failing just short of your big dreams. Being free. Right? Which is what this whole fucking game is about. They don't want you free. It's a threat to them. They don't have power. They're worried that they won't have a place amongst us. So they feel they need to control it. Like they won't be accepted. I will accept them. Right? Once they're put in their place and they are recognised for what they are. Right? There is a place for them and I will accept them. Their place isn't to be sitting in positions of power. Their place is not to be sitting representing the whole. Right? Narcissists and these types of minds only represent themselves. Selfish, low-level intellect. Right? What else do you expect society and the world to end up like? Exactly what you see when you walk out your front door. Nothing that benefits the whole. Nothing that unites communities. The opposite has been put in place to destabilise communities, to destabilise the family unit. Right? So, number 11, smear campaigns and stalking, which is very prominent with these characters. And they are stalkers. They have been here from the very beginning. The same characters with the same sock accounts. Right? When toxic types can't control the way you see yourself, they start to control how others see you. They play the martyr where you're labelled the toxic one. So, oh, poor me, I'm innocent and I'm all good. Look at this cherry-picked piece of footage of this guy being angry and displaying some passion. Right? Trying to fob off that you're the toxic person. A smear campaign is a preemptive strike to sabotage your reputation and slander your name so that you won't have a support network to fall back on lest you decide to detach and cut ties with this toxic person. They may even stalk and harass you or the people you know as a way to supposedly expose the truth about you. This exposure acts as a way to hide their own abusive behaviour while projecting it onto you. So, how many hit piece videos have I made? None. How many hit piece videos have these characters made? Their channels are only hit pieces. I mean, what do I need to say? Some smear campaigns can even work to pit two people or two groups against each other. Globe versus flat, globe versus flat. A victim in an abusive relationship with a narcissist often doesn't know what's being said about them during the relationship, which is why they run about in their circle jerks, separating people and then bitching and slandering in one specific area, you know, without the open discussion and discourse, right? But they eventually find out the falsehood shortly after they've been discarded. So once you recognise them, if you've had a narcissistic psychopath bitch in your midst, once you've discarded them and you break away from the circles, you start to hear and see the tactics that they used, right? All the wee fucking stories that they created, the misrepresentation, the lies, you know, you start to see it. Oh, I'm sure you have been in that situation, okay? Where you were confused and you weren't quite sure what was happening. People were falling out with you, you didn't know what was going on, and then you realise, once you've detached from the whole grouping, that you see these individuals who were perpetuating it, who were pushing it and creating that discourse and that confusion and fear. Toxic people will gossip behind your back and in front of your face. slander you to your loved ones or their loved ones, create stories that depict you as the aggressor while they play the victim, and claim that you engaged in the same behaviours that they are afraid you will accuse them of engaging in. They will also methodically, covertly and deliberately abuse you so they can use your reactions as a way to prove that they are the so-called victims of your abuse. So 2 years of misrepresenting, lying, bitching, whining, moaning, and then you give a reaction. After that long process, they then focus on it and go, hey, look. The best way to handle a smear campaign is to stay mindful of your reactions and stick to the facts. Zero measurable curvature. Zero proof that the earth is a fucking globe. They can bitch, whine, moan, play these games all they like. That is the fact. That is the facts. The globe is not real. In order for it to be real, there has to be measurable curvature. Right? We know there's no measurable curvature. We know the earth is covered in water. We know how water behaves. Okay? That is not going to change. Doesn't matter how much they bitch, whine, cry, moan, dig their heels in, slander. It's not going to change it. They can focus on me until they are fucking blue in the face. I ain't going anywhere. Right? The facts are the facts. And that is what I stick to. Well, these fucking Muppets run about playing these games. Okay? This is especially pertinent for high conflict divorces with narcissists who may use your reactions to their provocations against you. Document any form of harassment, cyberbullying or stalking incidents, and always speak to your narcissist through a lawyer whenever possible. In this situation, that's not possible, but document the behaviours. Screen grab every chance you can get when you know that this abuse is taking place. Right? This is referring here to a personal relationship. The same thing applies. Okay, and some of these points will be in regards to a personal relationship, but it does apply. Right? Document any form of harassment, cyberbullying or stalking incidents, and always speak to your narcissist through a lawyer whenever possible. You may wish to take legal action if you feel the stalking and harassment is getting out of control. Finding a lawyer who is well versed in narcissistic personality disorder is crucial if that's the case. Your character and integrity will speak for itself when the narcissist's false mask begins to slip, which is exactly what's happening now. You know, I have tried to maintain my integrity. I have always remained focused on the objective subject that we're involved in here, right? I have always tried to represent the truth. I have never get myself involved in anything personal with anybody. I do not make hit pieces, right? Now look at these people's actions. The mask that they wear is right in front of you. Stop appeasing them. Stop having apathy towards them. Call them out. They are a spade. Call them a fucking spade. Let them know you see them and that you don't accept it. The more people who stand up and start doing that, the fucking better. The sooner these Muppets will realise that the majority is not accepting them anymore, and they will have to play our game. Sooner that happens, the better. And then you'll see how weak and pathetic and in need of care these people actually are. Right? The mental retards are running the show, and you should be ashamed of yourself for allowing that to happen. Right? You're letting the mentally ill run the show. I don't accept it. Right? And I hope to fuck you real people out there start standing up to it. 12. Love bombing and devaluation. Toxic people put you through an idealization phase until you're sufficiently hooked and invested in beginning a friendship or relationship with you. Then they begin to devalue you while insulting the very things they admired in the first place. Another variation of this is when a toxic individual puts you on a pedestal while aggressively devaluing and attacking someone else who threatens their sense of superiority. Narcissistic abusers do this all the time. They devalue their exes to their new partners and eventually the new partner starts to receive the same sort of mistreatment as a narcissist's ex-partner. Ultimately, what will happen is that you will also be on the receiving end of the same abuse. So these clowns, these mentally unstable people who have children and they're claiming they have a relationship and partners, you know, there must be something seriously fucking going on in there. I guarantee you it's dysfunctional, right? Unless the partner is a sociopath, narcissistic psychopath themselves, right? If they're a real empath, somebody with true emotion, they will be in a situation of confusion, fear, angst, worry, right? And probably looking for an escape out of it, which is why you never see them in any social interactions or loving interactions with anybody, because they don't have that. It's fake, it's false, right? You will only be the ex-partner they degrade to their new source of supply. You just don't know it yet. That's why it's important to stay mindful of the love bombing technique whenever you witness behaviour that doesn't align with this, the saccharine sweetness of a narcissist subjects you to. So in this whole thing, they will proclaim and portray themselves to be innocent, loving, decent, normal people. They'll lull you into that, and then they'll start behaving in different ways and then pointing at you and degrading the very values that they portrayed themselves to have, right? That's how the psyops work. They have to portray themselves in order to appeal to the real common empathic man, to lull them into a false sense of security, to identify and attach yourself to a certain personality, and then they will use that to cause you confusion, to cause you doubt, like the Charlie Veach scenarios, or the Jeff Stewarts, or whoever else is involved in this fucking thing, right? As life coach Wendy Pill suggests, slowing things down with people you suspect may be toxic is an important way of combating the love bombing technique. Be wary of the fact that how a person treats or speaks about someone else could potentially translate into the way they will treat you in the future. So they come at you portraying themselves to be this wonderful, loving, respectful person. Well, you know that they're bitching and talking about other people, right? And then you come into their circle thinking that they're great and appeasing them, thereby validating them and giving them attention, for them then to turn around and do it to you when it doesn't suit them. As you've seen with these groups of narcissists and how they've all shuffled. You know, this wee group were all pals, oh, but then they've shuffled and he's away to this other wee group, and then, oh, we'll shuffle again and we'll go back, because they eat each other, right? And they eat up anybody who's just a true, genuine person who gets involved in them. And they don't have any empathy or respect or care towards you or your well-being or your psychological state. Number 13, preemptive defence. When someone stresses the fact that they're a nice guy or girl, that you should trust them right away, or emphasises their credibility without any provocation from you whatsoever, be wary, right? Which means don't jump in, trusting, placing your emotions in the right place, right? Especially if they're proclaiming to be some sort of fucking wonderful being to you. Hold back for a while, analyse them, watch their behaviour, watch the walk, listen to their talk, and then watch their walk. And it'll become very apparent very, very quickly that they're fucking liars, right? But the responsibility is with you, not to place your trust and emotions on any of these people quickly. Some of them will play a long game. Some of them will keep the mask for 6 months, a year, and then that mask will start to slip. Especially when the psyop parts of this are concerned. We have people who have played the long game, getting a following, getting as many people as they can in to follow them, to be involved with them, and then the detraction will start. They will start to pull the mask down, and you will see the real person. And if you don't have eyes to see, you will become confused and disorientated by it, right? Bear with me, people. Hang on, I'll just see if I can skip this a wee bit. I've not got long to go. We're at 13, it goes up to 20. So hopefully it's keeping your attention and people are actually learning something from this. I hope so, because I'm going to keep hammering at it. And I'm going to highlight the behaviours every time they bring them to me. Right? Until the penny drops, until these mentally ill people are outed. Right? And they get the treatment that they need. Toxic and abusive people overstate their ability to be kind and compassionate. I state that I'm kind and compassionate, that I'm empathetic, but I have a life that backs that up. I have family members and children who know me, who understand that I walk that talk. So I have a right to say that because I have something to back it up. These people who you don't know, you don't have any access to seeing their personal life, they don't give any clues away about that, be very wary of them. They often tell you that you should trust them without first building a solid foundation of trust, which for me comes over a long period of time because I am well aware of lying, manipulative people, and I know they will play a long game and disguise themselves for however long they can get away with it. They may perform a high level of sympathy and empathy at the beginning of your relationship to dupe you. So act like they're your friend, that they're empathetic towards your feelings and your emotions, only to unveil their false mask later on. When you see their false mask begins to slip periodically during the devaluation phase of the abuse cycle, the true self is revealed to be terrifyingly cold, callous and contemptuous. Genuinely nice people rarely have to persistently show off their positive qualities. Right, so like me, I don't have to sit here trying to kid everybody on that I'm an omnipotent, omniscient, calm, yoga, composed, loving being. I'm compassionate and empathetic, but I also have a short fuse, an impatience for stupidity, anger towards this suppression. Right, but I would always extend my empathy. I would always do you a turn. I would always support people who are in real times of trouble and in need. Right? They exude their warmth more than they talk about it. And they know that actions speak volumes more than mere words. Exactly everything I just said a minute ago. They know that trust and respect is a two-way street and that requires reciprocity, not repetition. Okay? I do love you, I do love you, I do respect you. I'm saying it and saying it and saying it without the actual actions is a sure sign of a fucking liar. To counter a preemptive defence, re-evaluate why a person may be emphasising their good qualities. Is it because they think you don't trust them? Or because they know you shouldn't? Trust actions more than empty words and see how someone's actions communicate who they are, not who they say they are, which I've always said, look at the content, look at the walk. In this subject, you know how simple it is and what it requires. Now look at their content. Look at the walk they walk. We're now on to 14, which is triangulation. I will get this document and I will put it in the description for everybody to have a look at in their own time. To keep going over, I suggest you save it and you refer to it anytime you're having doubts, right, or confusion about what's actually going on. Because if you're in that situation, I guarantee you it's because these fuckers that I'm highlighting right now have added and probably put you in that position. Hang on, I need to make a smoke. How's things in chat, Marshall?
We're getting a lot of reports of the chat box dropping out and the audio dropping out and a refresh on your watch page seems to solve it for a minute.
Yeah.
I think that the problem is universal, as far as I'm aware. So I'm not taking any of that personally, but yeah, there's the advice, peeps. If it gets wonky, just refresh your page.
Yeah, and as I say, this will be going up, so hopefully, you know, it'll be clear when the video is saved, and I will put in the description a link to this actual document. I'll probably just link my video that I done it in. There's a wee intro in the video of me speaking. Just skip that and you'll get to this actual, what I'm reading from right now. As I say, keep it and refer to it, because this is the truth, people. This is not an opinion, okay? This is observable facts that you can correlate to your own existence and your own experience in order to recognise these fuckers. So, triangulation. Hang on. Bringing in the opinion, perspective, or suggested threat of another person into the dynamic of an interaction is known as triangulation. Often used to validate the toxic person's abuse while invalidating the victim's reactions to abuse. So, the sock accounts that they create and their wee fucking circle jerks, you know, you go to these videos and that's all that's in the comments. There is no real, genuine, decent people there. Maybe one or two lost and confused people or other players who are, you know, Stockholm syndrome and sociopathic, you know, they want to be a psychopath, right? So, this is the tactics that they then use. Triangulation can also work to manufacture love triangles that leave you feeling unhinged and insecure. Okay. Malignant narcissists love to triangulate their significant other with strangers, co-workers, ex-partners, friends, and even family members in order to evoke jealousy and uncertainty in you. They also use the opinions of others to validate their point of view. You know, why they have their circle jerks. This is a diversionary tactic meant to pull your attention away from their abusive behaviour and into a false image of them as a desirable, right? Sought after person. It also leaves you questioning yourself. If Mary did agree with Tom, doesn't that mean that you must be wrong? So when you see them, this is why I said, when Facebook and the social media, they make illogical statements, nonsensical crap about the globe, and then they get the sock accounts and the other circle jerks and they like it, right? To give this illusion that, you know, real people really think this way, which then sends you doubting. That's why I encourage you to go to each other's channels, or if you see a genuine person commenting, like it, show support. They're using these tactics for a reason. Use it against them. Play them at their own fucking games. This is a very diversionary tactic meant to pull your attention away. Oh, where am I here? This is a diversionary tactic meant to pull your attention away from their abusive behaviour and into a false image of them as a desirable, sought after person. Also leaves you questioning yourself, blah, blah, blah. The truth is, narcissists love to report back falsehoods about others say about you, when in fact they are the ones smearing you. You know? So when you get these characters, people think you're this, people think you're that. No, that's just them. That's their smear campaign, and they want you to think that they've affected so many people that believe they're pish, to get you doubting yourself and in that fear of not being accepted. Fucking they're muppets. To resist triangulation tactics, realise that whoever the narcissist is triangulating with is also being triangulated by your relationship with the narcissist as well. Everyone is essentially being played by this one person. Reverse triangulate the narcissist by gaining support from a third party that is not under the narcissist's influence, and also by seeking your own validation. So it speaks for itself. Just going to let it catch up so we can get through this. For 12 o'clock already. So we are on number 15, bait and feign innocence. Toxic individuals lure you into a false sense of security simply to have a platform to showcase their cruelty. Baiting you into a mindless, chaotic argument can escalate into a showdown rather quickly with someone who doesn't know the meaning of respect. A simple disagreement may bait you into responding politely initially until it becomes clear that the person has a malicious motive of tearing you down, which is exactly why I display that contempt for these characters, and I will call them fucking Muppets. I will call them retards and divisive old goats, because they have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that that is what they are at their core. Okay? I was polite to them. I respectfully tried to stick to the subject, mind my own business, focus on my own platform, and these fuckers are not willing to have that. So I will call them exactly what they are based on the walk they walk. Okay? By baiting you with a seemingly innocuous comment disguised as a rational one, like making a video, asking you questions like they're innocent, and really trying to, understand and, let's have a discussion. They can then begin to play with you. Remember, narcissistic abusers have learned about your insecurities, the unsettling catchphrases that interrupt your confidence, and the disturbing topics that reenact your wounds. And they use this knowledge maliciously to provoke you. After you've fallen for it, hook, line and sinker, they'll stand back and innocently ask whether you're okay and talk about how they didn't mean to agitate you. Right? This false innocence works to catch you off guard and make you believe that they truly didn't intend to hurt you, until it happens so often you can't deny the reality of their malice any longer. Right? Which is exactly what I'm trying to point out to people. Their malice, their intent is being displayed openly. They are so up their own arse and feeling confident enough that people are stupid and gullible that they won't see it. Are you going to let them away with it? Or are you going to fucking stand up and be counted? That's up to you. I'll stand up and be counted and point at these fuckers till I don't take any breath. It helps to realise when you're being baited so you can avoid engaging altogether. Provocative statements, name-calling, hurtful accusations or unsupported generalisations, for example, are common baiting tactics. Your gut instinct can also tell you when you're being baited. If you feel off about a certain comment and continue to feel this way even after it has been expanded on, this is a sign you may need to take some space to reevaluate the situation before choosing to respond. (16) Boundary testing and hoovering. Narcissists, sociopaths, and otherwise toxic people continually try and test your boundaries to see which ones they can trespass. The more violations they're able to commit without consequences, the more they'll push the envelope. That's why survivors of emotional as well as physical abuse often experience even more severe incidents of abuse each and every time they go back to their abusers. Exactly. So it's a test. They will push the boundary, see how much abuse you will accept. And if you come back, it's a fucking, you're opening the gates for them to have free reign, which is what you're seeing happening in this whole arena, right? Because people keep getting back. People keep appeasing them. People keep thinking it's going to change, that they're just genuine people who are here to have a discussion. Oh, it's all confusing. Is it a globe? Is it flat? Let's have a false dichotomy. There is no dichotomy. The objective world is what it is. There is no yin and yang. Is it this or is it that? It just is what it is. There's a method in order for us to understand that. That's why you should be wary of people who continue to enter into debates, who call it a debate, because they are either pushing an agenda or they are too fucking stupid to understand what is actually happening. Right? Abusers tend to hoover their victims back in with sweet promises, fake remorse and empty words of how they are going to change, or they will abuse you, right? And then later on they'll throw in a wee as if they're supporting, worried about you, right? To see if they can pull you back in again, right? If they've shat on you once, I guarantee you they will continue to shite on you. Only to abuse their victims even more horrifically. In the abuser's sick mind, this boundary testing serves as a punishment for standing up to the abuse and also for going back to it. When narcissists try to press the emotional reset button, reinforce your boundaries even more strongly rather than backtracking on them. So when you know what they are and they've displayed it to you, stand up to it and don't accept them until they receive medical help, until highly trained psychiatrists and medical professionals can deal with them. "17. Aggressive jabs disguised as jokes. Covert narcissists enjoy making malicious remarks at your expense. These are usually dressed up as just jokes, so that they can get away with saying appalling things while still maintaining an innocent, cool demeanour. Now, I'm sure that's ringing true to some of the prominent people who claim they are flat earthers. Remember that, right? Yet anytime you are outraged at an insensitive, harsh remark, you are accused of having no sense of humour. This is a tactic frequently used in verbal abuse. So, you're a fucking wee cow, you're a fucking disgusting wee creep. Somebody gets emotional, like, I was only kidding, I was only joking. The contemptuous smirk and sadistic gleam in their eyes gives it away. However, like a predator that lays with its food, a toxic person gains pleasure from hurting you and being able to get away with it. After all, it's just a joke, right? Wrong. It's a way to gaslight you into thinking their abuse is a joke. A way to divert from their cruelty and onto your perceived sensitivity. It is important that when this happens, you stand up for yourself and make it clear that you won't tolerate this type of behaviour, which is exactly what I am doing, and I am trying to encourage every one of you to do. Calling out manipulative people on their covert put-downs may result in further gaslighting from the abuser, but maintain your stance that their behaviour is not okay and end the interaction immediately if you have to. "18. Condescending sarcasm and patronising tone, which is a highly employed tactic of sophists. Guys like Timmy Osmond, Jeremy and the rest of them, they employ this condescending, sarcastic, patronising tone. Listen to them. They like to act like they're calm, intellectual, well-educated beings. They condescend people and talk about people as if they're just lost, that they're just daft and they're subject to a meme and they've been swept up by a meme. They have no ability to discern or make decisions from themselves. But me, Jeremy, and the crew are here to save you all from the fucking depths of your fucking inept stupidity." Everything that I'm listing here, these fuckers display in abundance. Abundance. Right? And they're not shy about it. You think you're a truth seeker, you think you're here for the good of all and all this fucking stuff, but you don't have the ability to recognise this and stand up to it. You're a fucking joke. That's what you are. A joke. You have no right to be proclaiming yourself as a truther or anybody who's pushing for freedom, right? Get to fuck out of the whole thing, right? Belittling and degrading a person is a toxic person's forte, and their tone of voice is only one tool in their toolbox. Sarcasm can be a fun mode of communication when both parties are engaged, when it's banter, when you know it's a laugh and you're ribbing each other and it's just light-hearted fun. But narcissists use it chronically as a way to manipulate you and degrade you. If you in any way react to it, you must be too sensitive. Forget that the toxic person constantly has temper tantrums every time their big bad ego is faced with a realistic feedback. The victim is the hypersensitive one, apparently. So long as you're treated like a child and constantly challenged for expressing yourself, you start to develop a sense of hypervigilance about voicing your thoughts and opinions without reprimand. That's what they want. They want you to, I better hold back in case, Timmy or Jeremy might condescend or be sarcastic. Fuck them! Don't be silent. They're pieces of shit. They are a minority. Face up to them. Put them in their fucking place. They are mentally unstable, mentally and emotionally weak people. As I say again, they require medical attention. They require studying. They require to be taken to a mental institution until we discover what is at the root of these minds. Right? Whenever you are met with a condescending demeanour or tone, call it out firmly and assertively. You don't deserve to be spoken down to like a child, nor should you ever silence yourself to meet the expectation of someone else's superiority complex. 19. Shaming. Just bear with me. Everything all right, Marshall? Still, everybody hear me?
Yeah, everything's cool, dude. I've got Jazz Conda in here now saying, "Can I have a link?" Jazz, seriously, mate? I don't think so. We're talking about something serious today. We don't need your distraction, thank you.
No, we're not interested in sophism of your tactics that I'm highlighting here, my man. Right? Unless you've got something to add to the discussion or about this topic, you will not be getting access to derail. Nobody will anymore. Zero tolerance is what's going to be happening here. So, you had your opportunity. You come in with sophism, right? You come in with nonsensical crap that we have all heard a million times before. 19. Shaming. You should be ashamed of yourself is a favourite saying of toxic people. Though it can be used by someone who is non-toxic, like us, in the realm of the narcissist or sociopath, shaming is an effective method that targets any behaviour or belief that might challenge a toxic person's power. It can also be used to destroy and whittle away at a victim's self-esteem. If a victim dares to be proud of something, shaming the victim for that specific trait, quality or accomplishment can serve to diminish their sense of self and stifle any pride they may have. Malignant narcissists, sociopaths and psychopaths enjoy using your own wounds against you. So they will even shame you about any abuse or injustice you've suffered in your lifetime as a way to re-traumatize you. Were you a childhood abuse survivor? A malignant narcissist or sociopath will claim that you must have done something to deserve it, or brag about their own happy childhood as a way to make you feel deficient and unworthy. What better way to injure you, after all, than to pick at the original wound? As surgeons of madness, they seek to exacerbate wounds, no help heal them. Right? If you suspect you're dealing with a toxic person, avoid revealing any of your vulnerabilities or past traumas. And I can only reiterate that people do not get involved with people you don't know and open up to them, because it's going to be used against you. I have seen people turned into a fucking empty shell and a mess through this whole process by these sick pieces of fucking shit who have used it against people. They have used people's gullibility, their gullibility, and opening up and thinking people are just nice and genuine, and used it against them to the point where they're appearing on screen a shambolic, rambling mess, and they are satisfied with that. These people are no your friends. They don't have anybody's best interests at heart. Until they've proven their character to you, there is no point disclosing information that could be potentially used against you. Keep your cards close to your chest. Don't open up to fucking any old person willy-nilly. Remember your own line here. People can deceive you in person in real life. It's much easier to deceive you here. And because this is an emotional, traumatic situation, realization, they will jump and pounce and prey upon it because they are sick. 20, this is the last one, and then we can open up for some dialogue. 20, control. Most importantly, toxic abusers love to maintain control in whatever way they can. They isolate you, maintain control over your finances and social networks. Look at that in the bigger picture. And micromanage every facet of your life. Again, look at it in the bigger picture. Yet the most powerful mechanism they have for control is toying with your emotions. Look at the bigger picture. Right? Isolating you, making people go into their own wee fucking bubble. Right? Maintaining control over your finances. Everything's limited. Resources are limited. Money is limited. And your social networks. If they don't like something out there, they will attack it. And they micromanage every facet of your life through the media. Right? The most powerful mechanism they have is toying with your emotions, which is what they do on a mass scale through the media. It's all emotional based manipulation. It is not based on empirical facts. It's not based on logic and reasoning. It is emotionally based. It's grounded in keeping you in fear, bewilderment, angst, so that you will be in a state of Stockholm syndrome and trying to be apathetic and appease the fucking bully. That's why abusive narcissists and sociopaths manufacture situations of conflict out of thin air to keep you feeling off-centre and off-balanced. That's why they chronically engage in disagreements about irrelevant things and rage over perceived slights. That's why they emotionally withdraw, only to re-idolise you once they start to lose control. That's why they vacillate between their false self and their true self. So you never get a sense of psychological safety or certainty about who your partner truly is or who you're engaged with, never mind your partner. The more power they have over your emotions, the less likely you'll trust your own reality and the truth about the abuse you are enduring. Knowing the manipulative tactics and how they work to erode your sense of self can arm you with the knowledge of what you're facing, and at the very least, develop a plan to regain control over your own life and away from toxic people. Okay? So, we need these tools and we need to understand them, apply them in order to recognise what is going on around about us. Not many people will focus on this. It is a huge, huge integral part of this whole thing. Right? Don't overlook it. Don't take it from me. Investigate it yourself. It is, I can't reiterate how important it is in order to give yourself grounding and understand what is going on in this reality that we're experiencing. If you doubt or deny anything that I've highlighted, please come forward. If you want to refute it, let me know. Right? So, after that, if these players that people are questioning and not really seeing, if you don't see it and you continue to support it, then, you know, you are part of the problem. And I know decent people out there don't want to be part of the problem. So I hope that this triggers you into realising and doing a bit of study, right? The psyop part is to distract you from the reality of the situation, which is we don't know what we are, we're being lied to. The other psyop part is to stop you from getting empowered. They do not want to give you the critical reasoning skills. They don't want to empower you in the knowledge of what natural science is. They don't want to empower you in the knowledge of how to recognise the manipulative tactics that are going on, right? So psyop is when they don't focus on these things, the important issues, right? My goal is to empower people. I want critical thinking and empowered individuals run about me. No weak-minded, narcissistic, sympathetic to the narcissist minds. Fuck off. That's weak. You don't do anybody a service there. You're not doing your kids or any of your loved ones a service by appeasing these fucking numpties. They are your enemy. They are the enemy of your loved ones. And you better stand up and fucking recognise it. So, thanks for paying attention. If you did pay attention, I hope that as many as possible are getting something from this and having a realisation, right? Take time out, assess this whole thing and apply this, understand it, recognise it in your own personal relationships and then extend it out into the macro, because it is going on a fucking massive scale. In every aspect and facet of your life, not just this subject, right? It has been used prominently here in this subject for obvious reasons. They need these idiots because this truth is powerful, okay? So I'm opening up now to anybody who wants to come in for a discussion. You know, I'll go for a couple of hours, whatever it needs to be. Let's stay on topic, right? That's all I'm asking here. So, how are we all in chat? Is anybody asking to come in and have anything to say apart from the sophists and the very, very narcissistic, sociopathic, psychopathic minds that I have just highlighted? By all means, come in and show us your fucking mask.
They're more than happy to sit in the chat, spoofing accounts and writing abuse, Del. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fairly sure we recognise some of the characters. I mean, the sock accounts are ridiculous. But
name them. Name them. Are they hiding behind sock accounts?
Well, yeah, they haven't used sock accounts because the main accounts have obviously been already blocked.
That's just another sign of how they are a minority, because they require sock accounts because they don't have enough numbers. They can only try and portray this illusion of numbers when really that there are very few. Now, I could probably fucking list them in both hands, yet it appears that there's hundreds and hundreds of them. There's no. They are few and far between. Sorry, mate, you'll need to hold the fort this while I go for a quick piss.
Yeah, okay, cool, dude. So after listening to a breakdown on psychopathy and narcissism, peeps, can we see a reflection of that in this chat box right now? Because to me, it's rather obvious. Again, come on, people. And unfortunately, some of these guys are getting support from other flat earthers. And for why? For why? You idiots are making me work hard today, man, but that's okay. That's what I'm here for. Anybody that didn't get the message, the document that Del's reading from now, he's going to post under the video when this is uploaded, so everybody will get a chance to do a review and a critique of it for themselves, you know. RJ, dude, the floor is open again, man, if you want to jump back in. All right. So no feedback from the chat box about these idiots then who keep spoofing accounts. Here we go. Here's another one.
Aye. Oh, aye. Sorry about that, people. So, I mean, Marshall, I'll ask you. I mean, how do you feel about what I've just said? You get anything to add, or?
No, and I mean, I've read that document before, Darren, but today, as you know, I mean, it's difficult to split your attention between what's happening in the text and what's happening on the screen. But there are plenty of people that have been able to focus. Are going to have a clearer picture for themselves now. And I was just saying, all right, here we go. They're hammering away at this. Something terrible today, though. And why? What would be the reasoning?
Well,
you know, honest viewers, why would somebody be motivated to persistently make fake accounts to come here and derail something or attempt to derail something? Where what are we asking for? We're asking for people's honesty, you know, people's personal perceptions, and that's it. There is no claim, you know.
The problem is because they know here that we want to empower people, that we want to point at the actual fucking truth of the situation, the games that are being played. As I say, this backs it up. These narcissistic, sociopathic psychopaths are threatened by people like me who want to tell the truth and point at them to empower people. So that is why there's a flurry activity that comes here. Right, because they want to suppress it and shut it up. They'll come in the comments, they'll fuck with the comms, they'll try and delay things, they'll try and cause any problems they can, because this is the information that is the real threat to them. Right? No, oh, 9/11 was an inside job. I mean, things that are not within your own personal experience and grasp. Right? They don't want you having the critical thought. They don't want you having these powers, because it's a huge threat to them. They know they will become exposed very, very, very quickly. Right? And because I'm highlighting it now, they're now aware if people are taking it on board and these characters continue to display these behaviours, they're going to make themselves more obvious. So, and again, you know, the continual sock accounts, where are they coming from? Is anybody asking for a link?
I think RJ was going to pop back in. He was just busy for a moment, but no, surprisingly, nobody seems to want to come on the panel and discuss the issue of narcissism.
Okay. Sociopathy, psychopathy, you know, they're all interlinked to each other. For me, I feel a sociopath's more like a kind of Stockholm syndrome type of mind to the psychopath. It's like a sociopath thinks that it wants to be a psychopath, but you know, really the real psychopathic minds who are running the show, they employ these numpties to go out and do the lackey work, who are lesser psychopathic minds, you know, weak, very weak, emotionally, mentally. They probably even have an emotional process. So, well, you know, if nobody's got anything to say, oh, there's fucking Jeremy Jane Panda and the thing. This is another chappie who makes illogical videos and hit pieces and proclaims, just as it was described in the document, you know, calm demeanor and trying to be, you know, condescending and sarcastic. You know, he's just a fucking muppet, son. He's doing nothing but make hit piece videos. You are so transparent now. You better realise what is going on, right, for your own benefit, right? Let me just, if they're not wanting to come in, I'm just going to read through the chat and see what they've got to say. What's this highlighted? Hi everyone beyond the imaginary curve. How you doing, Karen B? Really liked that wee video that I came across of yours. I think it was a woman's journey or something like that. I'm sorry if I'm misquoting it, but really, really good. I suggest other people have a wee look at it. I was well impressed with it. In particular, you know, some of the anomalies with the moon pictures that you'd highlighted I thought were great in regards to the shadows and how they meet the horizon and stuff. You know, how big is this fucking moon? Is it a tennis ball? You know? Hairy Larry, keep doing street interviews. The 100th monkey effect is coming. I hope so, Hairy Larry. You know, but I can't, you know, proportion the majority of my time to keep going out and doing the street interviews. I have young kids. I have other aspects of my life that I have to fulfill. You know, my whole purpose of the street interviews was to show people that you can go out and do it, that you can have discussion with real people, you can get your point across calmly without these psychopathic type minds getting in the way of it, because they are a minority. You will never meet them in the street. They will never expose themselves in the street. So you don't have to worry about it, but they are here and they give people that illusion that it's happening in the street when it's not. So my whole point of that was to encourage others to do it in their own way, and hopefully the 100th monkey effect will take place, you know, if it is even a real thing. Critical mass can be reached. The more people who go out with signs, stickers, labels, banners, speaking to people, you know, shouting about it, making a noise, until the so-called academic scientific community sit up and take fucking note, right? Without the ridicule and acting smarmy. We have 2,000 years of science that says it's a globe. No, you don't have 2,000 years of science that says it's a globe. You have sophism, illogical, nonsensical crap, right? As all religions provide when they're trying to claim that their religion is true, right? We don't accept it. We're not falling for it anymore. Piss off. Hear a noise. How you doing, RJ?
What's happening, Doc?
Ah, good man, good.
I enjoyed this morning, the narcissism, man. We have a ton of people in America trying to destroy our republic.
That people talk about narcissism and psychopathy as if it's like, you know, it happens in some wee backyard in a movie somewhere. You know, this is integral to understanding, you know, our situation and the minds who are ruling us. You know, it's not a wee insignificant thing. It's a valid study that has to be done by people. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. These people, they're like, you know, they'll tolerate. We need to coexist. We need to coexist, but we need to get rid of the Republicans. That's narcissism right there. A perfect example of it.
Yeah.
We don't exist in all realms, man. Not only the flat Earth.
Exactly, mate. And every aspect of our lives is prominent, you know. And for me, this is not about, you know, saying they shouldn't exist. That's not me. I've never been like that. I've always been one for understanding. But my understanding helps me to realise that this minority of mental cases are not worthy of running the show. They need to be removed from the positions they are in. They need psychiatric mental attention, right? In order for us to understand them and what makes them tick.
My brother's wife even sees it, you know. He's like, he can't accept the fact that I'm into the flat Earth. He's like, you know, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. I mean, even when we're not even bringing the subject up, he's like, I can't deal with it, you know. He's out of, you know, but it's like, it's me, you know. I'm like, dude, it's a true feeling I have within me that you're not going to change it. You're not going to bring me back to your ball.
Yeah.
I mean, the two things I know, it's not spinning and there's no curve.
Yeah. I'm not threatened by people who want to believe in a globe, so I don't have an issue. But it's not that the same can be said for them. They are insecure because they need certainty and control because they are narcissistic, psychopathic types of people. You know, so it makes them insecure when people like me want to say, well, it's not a globe. You know, I don't care if you want to believe it's a globe. That's fine. You go about your business. Let me go on with my business. But they express who they are. You know.
Yeah, it pisses me off about my brother is he won't even look at it from a point of view. He just shuts it off immediately. He won't even. I'm like, hey, did you watch some of those videos I shared? You know, he won't even entertain. He's like, I'm not watching that poison. He considers it poison. You know, and I'm like, dude, you've already been poisoned. I'm trying to give you the cure. You know, to your messed up friggin' way you think. But then again, I don't want to push it too much on him because I've seen the effects of that. By when you try to push it too much, you can have the reverse effect on people.
That's a problem, and why I say to people, try and refrain from even mentioning flat Earth within it. Try and stick purely to the claim that you know people are believing in. And if you do that, and you can simply, you know, articulate to them the flaws and the lack within the claim, then that should be enough to make them, if they're intellectually honest, that is, then that should be enough to make them question it on their own, without having to assert any claim of flat Earth or any of these other detracting labels that they might have an effect on them. You know, if we can simply say, you know, how they told us we believed in it, you know, we live on a globe. Well, I was looking at it, and you know, understand how water behaves. How can that be possible? You know, get them thinking themselves. You know.
Yeah, that's what I've learned a lot from you is just plant the seed and let them take that on their own. You know, I think I went about the approach with my brother all wrong. I wanted to force everything I knew about it onto him, and that just totally turned him off about it.
Yeah.
Your brother, before all this, was like that.
Yeah, my brother was like my wife saying. My brother before this was like that as well. You know, he does. You know, even his wife will say he's a dickhead. You know, excuse my language, but that's just the way it is.
These people are not just people who are born into government training camps. You know, these people are born in all walks of life. You know, but the militaries and the gangsters, the powers that be, have the ability to profile, to identify these types of minds and put them to use. You know, it's not that they exist or are a product of some, you know, military machine. You know, they are just prominent with, you know, they are in every walk of life, and they have a method in order to profile and identify them and then put them to use. You know, so people shouldn't overlook the fact that what I've highlighted as prominent in people who you probably have relationships with or think you have a relationship with. You know.
Yep. I was answering someone in the chat of asking me if my wife brought me tea too. No, it's coffee, and I had to go get it myself. My wife makes me do my own shit. She kicks my ass when I'm out of order.
You need to start.
She's a flat earther as well, my wife. I mean, she used to listen to that guy, what was his name there? Oh, it's very profound, and he's always with the straight hair. He looks like Keanu Reeves, Brian Cox. She used to listen to him, not to get off topic, but she, once she watched a couple videos, that was it. One thing my father left me was the ability to decipher and pick off a lie. I don't want to say judge a character because I'm not, you know, I'm in no position to judge anybody, but I know a lie when I see it. And when it was so easy, when I tried to prove the flat earth wrong like everybody, every time I hit it, I thought I had it, I was wrong. And then when I'm like, but I'm not ignorant to where, I'm just not going to look at it anymore.
Yeah.
I had to turn it to the positive.
I think the people who believe in the flat earth, who know the truth, their whole lives they knew something was wrong. That's why they're easy to, oh my God, I knew something was going on, you know?
Yeah.
Guys like Brian Cox display many of the attributes that I've just listed.
Right.
You know?
They all do. They think they're smarter than anybody, you know, and you need to listen to me.
Brian Cox worked for CERN.
Yeah. Wow.
Everybody from the Arab Tubay.
All of our politicians are all narcissists. But to the letter of the definition.
Yep. Yep. I mean, if people doubt it, they just need to have a look at the arena that we call life right now, the structure and the society, you know, what it stands for. And it is run and created by these very minds in order to perpetuate their own existence and have what they want for themselves, while the majority of people are left in suffering. And And that for me is a real problem, because we have loonies running the show. They need to be recognised and identified and outed, you know.
Yeah,
So
they like that McCain. I put up a McCain video where that Syrian woman was just bragging on him, hitting him with the facts. You know, there's got to be another way. You don't have to bomb my people. And McCain just sitting there shaking his head. He's a warmonger, that guy McCain. You know, my wife was reading this. She was saying about the Statue of Liberty, how France gave us that statue to us back in the 1800s because our government actually did something for somebody else.
yeah.
This is when we had an actual government and they weren't loaded with narcissists and friggin' self-indulging, professing, motivating, money-hungry friggin' politicians. We did something for France and they rewarded us. We haven't been rewarded with anything in hundreds of years. I mean, decades,
Because that's what happens when you extend your empathy and your support to your support network to other people. They will reward you for it and they will appreciate it, and it's a nice reciprocity that happens between people. Then it builds up that whole momentum of that being our foundation, is to support and help each other, but they want the opposite. They want us in, we're individual wee shells, no supporting each other, and just out for yourself and get what you want for yourself, because that's what they are. And so because they want to control it to appease themselves, so they want everybody else trying to follow suit. So we'll get the majority of people trying to follow a minority of minds.
Yeah, they want to force their opinions on to everybody. This is the way it has to be. It works for us, so it will work for you. And if you don't do it like we're telling you to do it, then there's going to be problems. And that's bullshit.
Yeah. When we know that these people don't have the common man at the heart and progress for the common man, and they're not interested. We live in a fucking. They say we want to take them to the dark ages. We live in the dark ages in terms of how we communicate with each other, how we operate as a community. I mean, I walk outside right now and there is nothing. We live in matchbox houses, all crammed together. There is no outlet for the children's creativity. There is no support structure for any of that at all. We have a swing park with a chute, a roundabout, and a couple of swings that have never changed in the 40 years of my existence, never progressed anywhere. It's just no there to support that at all.
How old are you, Del?
I'm 40 in 8 days.
48 days. Hey, happy belated birthday, my friend.
No, you're early. It's not late. I'm in 8 days' time. I'll be 40s. But thanks anyway, man. I appreciate it.
I'll be 50 this July.
Cool.
When I was a kid, it was different, man. I remember because I would always. I'm not going to get on that subject. But anyway, I'm looking at this book here. Are you reading from this book called "I Know Best: How Moral Narcissism is Destroying Our Republic"? If it hasn't already, by Roger L. Simon.
No.
No, I was thinking.
Sorry.
No, what do you? If you get a chance, can you send me that link or have Marshall send it to maybe somebody?
I'll put the link to just the video that I uploaded in the description. The video on my channel is called "Know Thyself, Know Thy Enemy." You can skip through the beginning. It's just me giving a wee talk before it, but then I cut to that actual document, and it's an automated voice that narrates it. It just goes through it. But I suggest that people download it and save it for their own reference.
Right.
That book that you have will probably just concur. It's not going to be any different from what I listed.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine. He's down in Myrtle Beach, and he bought the P900 camera, and he was standing up on his. I'm sorry, Marshall. Go ahead.
No, nice one, Andre. I was just gonna point out to Dale that we got Super Ad in chat. He's asking for a link. I think for contentious reasons, but RJ, I wanted to give you the floor for a minute, dude, before I do anything about that.
Yeah, that's fine. My buddy he was down in Myrtle Beach and he brought one of those P900 cameras, and he's a baller, and he's like, there's no way you're ever gonna convince me. And I'm like, dude, whatever. And I'm just typing stuff that I know, like there's no curve, My 2 points of reference are we're not spinning and there's no curve. Like you all think, like everybody says, I don't know if it's ice wall. I don't know anything. Personally, I think there's more land, but I don't push that. There's no proof. And he's like, there's no way anybody will ever convince me. Then he's zooming. He made this video where he's up on his railing, and I wish I could share the video somehow. But he zooms all the way out, and you see this boat, and I'm guessing it's probably 15 miles out, maybe 10, I don't know. But he's 70 feet up, and then when he comes back, the whole ship just disappears. And then when the video stops, it's perfectly level with the railing. And he's like, but I've seen curve. I've seen ships go over the curve. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm like, well, how far? You know, he's like, probably 2.9 miles, because that's what it says, or 2.9 kilometers, because that's as far as he can see, which is about, I don't know what, 2 miles, just under 2 miles. But, and then I'm like, okay, well, look left to right on the horizon. How far do you think that is? It's got to be 100 miles, man, you know, and it's absolutely straight with the railing. And he doesn't want to even talk about that.
Well,
that's just irrelevant, you know.
That's part of their cognitive dissonance, and they just look for confirmation bias, which is, you know, a point which is very, very true. If they want to invoke curvature straight out in front of you at 2 to 12 miles, yet we have an uninterrupted view, as you say, maybe up to 100 miles from left to right. If you are on a sphere, you must have the equal curvature.
That's right.
All direct.
100%. And that's how come I know there is no curve whatsoever. I've seen it. I mean, I've been on the water. I go metal detecting a lot on the beaches. And man, though, I tell you, as far as the eye can see on a clear day, and there is absolutely no curve whatsoever. And you have to have it, like you said. It's round in all directions, not just, you know, not just that way.
Well, it's part of their sophist tactics, the sophism, where they know that people are in ignorance of perspective, natural perspective, how our eyes work, and they play on, you know, optical illusions like things disappearing straight in front of us, but we don't have it left to right, but they want to skirt over and ignore it because it's based purely on sophist nonsense. They have to concede themselves that if they want to invoke a ship going over the curvature at 12, whatever miles they want to stay, we must, according to their geometry, the saying that we live on a sphere, we must have the same observable curvature from left to right. There is no escape in that. But again, it's just part of the sophism, and they know it and they push it deliberately. But they played upon people's ignorance with it, you know?
Yeah. I agree.
And natural perspective is something that is ongoing. It's an ongoing investigation in how our eyes work, how the horizon is, and you know how these optical illusions actually work, which guys like Gav are working on behind the scenes and will be coming forth with quite soon, trying to clear up and highlight where the anomalies are happening, where we have to have fuller investigation. So they can keep trying their sophist crap all they like. You know, real people are not accepting it anymore. You know, they use it in order to, again, to gaslight, try and confuse people. And that is purely what it's for, when it is nonsensical, contradictory nonsense, you know.
How can I play this video, Del, to send it to you guys? It's on my Facebook, but I don't know how to share it with you guys right now. I just wanted to show it to you because it's so obvious, you know.
Yeah, if you send it to, if you can send a link to the GMX at No Curve, Marshall can take the link from there and he can post it in the message box if that's not a problem, Marshall.
I got it. I can post the link. Can I post it in the chat with that?
I don't think, if you don't have a wrench.
I don't have a wrench. No, only in Vincent's channel do I have a wrench.
I think the best option there, RJ, is just to send it to the GMX at No Curve and Marshall can post it into the
I'm going to send it right now.
Nice one.
It's only like a 20-second video, but it's so evident, man. It's so clear.
There's loads of those. Yeah.
RJ, you could just screen share, dude, and play it,
huh?
and we'll see it.
If it's
all right. How do I? I've never done that. What do I do that?
Go to the top right-hand corner of the screen you're watching.
Yeah.
RJ, see, before you do that, just make sure you've not got anything private there that you don't want anybody to see, you know, any other windows or anything.
I have nothing to hide, but that's a good
Yeah.
Let's see, I
That's-
got the Chrome. What, the top right? Those
no,
three
no,
dots?
no, sorry, dude. We're oh right, yeah, you're on Chrome, are you?
Yeah.
The three dots, and it should say screen share. If you're in the Google Hangout, it's actually a different setup, and it's on the left-hand side, and it's the green button with the arrow.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to be able to do it because I'm on the phone. That's the phone, and my computer's totally different from that right now. But I sent you the link.
Okay, dude.
It's my wife, Del.
Hiya.
Say hi.
No.
Just come over here and say hi.
Hi, Del.
Hiya, you all right?
Hi. On my way to work.
Oh, poor you.
I'm on vacation right now.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I was going to screen
what's
share
his
this
name,
right
Stephen?
now. All right. Can I have the tobacco, baby? Just hand me that for a minute, please. Get that tobacco, bitch, or I'm going to kick your ass.
Fuck you.
No. Thank you, baby. Get the bell. Where's my bell? Where's my whip?
He's rolling too.
Oh, you got to roll. How much is tobacco over there, Del? Not to get off topic.
It just depends. That non-chemical stuff I bought there, it's 10 pounds for 30 grams.
This right here, this is 6 ounces, right? 6 ounces of tobacco. Nice, good stuff. It's
Like
30 bucks.
35 USD.
And that's like, I get about 10 packs for 30 bucks.
And is it non-chemical? Is it quite?
Yeah, it's natural bugler. It's there's none of that poisonous shit in there.
So it's Pueblo. Is that right?
Bugler.
How many people are on
You
there?
ever have this stuff? Bugler?
No.
I was growing my own for a while, but that shit's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I'll look into some of that. Maybe getting some cheaper.
I look like a fat pig.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I look awful.
Don't talk like that.
Did you get that link then, Marshall?
The way that I just got it listed, it's not public, so I can't access it. We'll have to share. You'll have to share it back to RJ on another day.
What did you see on there, my double chin?
Cool. So we get somebody else who's coming in to talk about the topic.
We got Super Added Claims. He wants to talk about the topic. Yeah.
Cool.
That's the link out, Super.
Vortex Kitten, how you doing? Everybody in chat, how are you? I'll not be able to read everybody's name. Rob McKenzie, only just have time to catch the show, let alone make multiple accounts to troll. No, the reason they can create multiple accounts is because this is their job. That they are on this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ready to respond at the drop of a hat, because it is a huge lie and they want to control it. They want to make sure that we don't figure out the game properly. People talk about, oh, there's something bigger, there's something bigger. Yes, there is something bigger. It's understanding these minds. It's understanding your own mind, and then how to go about, making progress. They don't want us making progress and uniting. Okay, they want us bickering with each other about nonsense. Right? If that is not clear for you to see by now, then I don't fucking know how to help people, how to help them to realise what's going on here. A 4 Turbo T-Bago 8 used to be cool, now he's a flat earth faggot. This is exactly the type of attitude I'm talking about. Dan Tibbets will try joining on Saturday. Cool, there's a few other people who have requested about joining on Saturday. I'll respond to the messages. Everybody's welcome. Saturday will be the open platform for the people beyond the imaginary curve to have their say on whatever topic they like. But remember, if you're bringing a topic and you make claims, you're going to be asked for proof. So, we got Scott Stevenson. Samuel Hall, maybe I was just led astray, but I am sure that I was a narcissist. White Wedge, Della, things warming up there. They did appear to warm up. When the sun comes out, it is really warm. But we have this continual wind, cold wind. And obviously, whatever's going on, whatever the spraying might be, the sky is continually covered. So, all right, wee man. Oh yeah, you saying hello? You saying hello? There's people watching you right now. There's people watching you. Look, you'll see you're going to come on that screen in a wee minute. Right? You'll see it. See if you keep watching. And then we'll catch up. Right, but I don't want you to sit in here because I'm going to smoke. You need to go back out. Go and get mum. Okay. Sorry, people, just bear with me a wee minute. We've got an uninvited guest here. Eh? Why are you licking that? What is that? Aye. These are the very reason why I do what I do, because I do not want them born into this fucking suppression and this nonsense. I want them to be free from all this crap and to understand the world that they're actually living in, to see it with real eyes, right? With no fluff, no cotton wool, right? Right, can you go now? Because it is smoky in here. You're not supposed to be in here sitting. Sorry, people, just bear with me 2 seconds. Are we still here? Am I still on?
Yeah, we're live now.
Right. There was, I was at the chat box. I'm just waiting, and it was Antonio. Zern Music, how you doing? I've seen you for a while. Karen B, yes, Dale, you're a threat to them. You're doing it right. Thanks, Karen. I appreciate that. You know, people recognise that. That gives me hope. You know, well, no hope, as Marty would call hope, psychological desperation. But you know, it instills in me a bit of, you know, fuck it, I'll call it hope, that people can overcome this shit, and that people recognise the real people who want progress and for the greater good, you know. Stuart McKenzie, reclaim your insanity. Exactly. Because we are being run by insane, criminal, mentally ill, mentally retarded, emotionally weak people who are running the show. Billy Sunday, keep up the good work, Dale. Thank you, Billy. Just bear with me 2 seconds, people. Hello, mate. I'm actually doing a live broadcast just now, mate. Aye. I'm on live just now, mate. I'll give you a wee text when I'm finished and you can come in and see the bike or whatever. I'll be running at the garage. Aye, yeah. No, it's at the garage. Okay. All right, mate. No problems, mate. Cheers. Take it easy, mate. Bye-bye. Sorry, people. So, where were we here? Can you talk about division agents? Well, I'm talking about the division agents. I'm trying to show people where the division comes from without having to point the finger and name the names. If you study what I've just shared with people and you understand it and then you apply it to this, you will see them very clear. Very, very clear. Flat Plane Explorer, you have to be honest, of course. Rock Vibrations, Louis, how are yous? Brandon Cook, hello all, great stuff as always, Dale. Thanks, Brandon. Yorkshire Lass Tracy, Jordan Davies. The natural physics of water is to remain level and flat. No, it's no. Water is never flat. Measure it. Have you tested water and measured it to see if it is flat? No, I don't need to. But I'm just saying, you know, that's the response to fucking crap they push back at you. You know, it's up to them to show us how a body of water can conform to the exterior of a shape. How, you know, you can display rotundity in a body of water that will hold that like a fucking jelly. Ludicrous nonsense that comes from sick individuals, from sick minds who want you to ignore your common sense everyday experience. Jordan Davies, 71% of Earth is water, exactly. Jordan Davies, it's mostly flat with some hills and mountains. Again, that's part of their misrepresenting. People, like, you would really claim that it's like flat like a fucking pancake. Of course there's up and down, you know, higher points and lower points, but we judge those land masses on how high they are from sea level, because we know that all the ocean are connected and that from one point to the other they are level. Then we can judge the land masses and their heights from the sea level. It's very, very simple. You know? Oh, this keeps jumping. I hate that. Joshua Tracy, Dale's not here to hold our hands and do all the work. See for yourself what and who these entities are. Exactly, Tracy. You know, I can offer this stuff and my experiences, and it's up to people to take it, to apply it, to look inwards, to recognise it in themselves, and then you will quickly recognise it in the people who are run about you, the institutions, and what they push. Flatty McFlatface, how you doing, Dale? I'm great, man. Thanks very much. Rowan Cooper, a droplet on a table. You know, this is more of the sophist nonsense. You know, we see a droplet on a table, therefore they're proving that the Earth is a flat table. That if the water's not flowing, that the surface that it is resting upon must be level and flat. We have surface tension and we have adhesion. These are accepted, known aspects of our reality. But we're not dealing with drips and droplets and painted on bits of water on balls. We are talking about the Earth, a globular rock which is a claim, and a vast, massive ocean clung to the rock and conforming to the exterior shape of it. Right? But they continue to misrepresent their actual claim and employ sophist tactics in order to deceive people and confuse them. Just to give you an image in your mind, that's all they want to do. Adam Z's best show ever, thank you, Adam. John Smith, how you doing, John? Jazzaconda, I can help you prove that water into a ball. Prove it to us, Jazzaconda. Go and get a body of water, get any shape, and get the body of water to conform to the shape of it. Get a large body of water, submerge a shape in it, and show us the silhouette of the shape on the top of the water, you absolute crackpot. Right? And again, I'm referring to calling him a fucking crackpot, because it is crackpottery. It's reality denying, science denying idiocy. Right? Water does not fucking behave like that. I really don't know why people are still trying to argue that point. Again, it'll be a sophist, an intellectually dishonest, bankrupt moron. Brian Hofsky, but Dale, I've seen pictures of a globe, so it must be true, lol. Can I get some scientific funding in order to keep my investigations going to Superman? I've got loads of images of him. You know, I just need to find them. But my images prove that it's real, so can I get $50 million a day in order to pursue my investigation into Superman's life. Dave Poole, how do I link up with you, Dell? As you mentioned, guitar lessons. Also, without a doubt, there is no curve. My mother thinks I should see a doctor. Yes, well, you should be seeing things that are not there. And if you don't see the things that are not there, you need a doctor. You can message me on this. If you want a link to chat anytime, you send it to nocurve@gmx.com. But message me and we can link up via Skype or Google Hangouts and we can have a wee jam and I can share whatever I can offer you in regards to playing the guitar. By no means am I an academic, theoretical expert on the guitar. I've played it for 20 years and just through my own process, so I can only share my experience. I'm still waiting. Is it Antonio I'm waiting on appearing? Is he coming? Antonio, can you let us know if you are going to appear or if you're having trouble with the link or whatever? If not, if somebody else is requesting it, I'm going to give it to them. Cheers, man. Are you still there, Marshall?
Oh, I'm here, dude. I'm just picking through the cascade of trollage that's coming in today. You must have hit a nerve, though.
The what, sorry?
I said you must have hit a nerve because we're getting trolls fairly heavily today.
Well, I hit a nerve with this before when I brought the subject to the table because they don't want people empowered. They don't want people focusing on subjects like this and studying it because they know that their game players will be exposed very quickly. If people are empowered with this knowledge, they are not going to get away with the illogical, manipulative, divisive games that they play. So they jumped on it before, they mirrored it, they took it as their own and then just shat all over the top of it. So I don't doubt, that they're going to do it again. I'll try and do it again, but I will keep bringing the subject up continually until the penny drops with people and we out these fuckers. Brian Watson, there's a lot of stupid fuckers on here today saying they've got proof yet don't show. It's always the same. They just like to shout that they have proof that the Earth is a sphere when they really have nothing. Flatface just found out there are 550,000 miles of cable under the oceans, cables that need to lie totally flat. Yep. And they know that. That's why they can depend upon it. Brian Watson, just look at how many trolls come here, just shows how scared they are that people are waking up. Yep. They are terrified of people being empowered and being critical and realising the game. As I say, these types of minds, their biggest fear is to be exposed. Right? They will fight tooth and nail to try and not have that exposure, but fuck them. They had their opportunity, they could have sat, been fair with people, given people enough, but they are greedy, narcissistic, selfish pieces of shite who do not know when to draw the line, who do not have the ability to realise when they've got enough for themselves. They just want more and more and more and more. And they have ate themselves up to the point where people just cannot take it anymore. You back a wild animal into a corner, eventually it's going to fucking snap at you. And fuck you. Fuck every fucking one of them. Right? Because they deserve every fucking bit of it. I have no empathy or sympathy towards them. The more that they show this deliberate push to keep people in ignorance just fires me up even more to stand up against them and say, fuck you.
I've got a request for Dosdor who wants to come in, dude.
Cool.
So link sent.
Likewise, they want you to go back to sleep, Dale. That ain't happening. They can want all they like and wish for it and play their petty, illogical games thinking that they're getting to me emotionally. I will play them, right, because they are fucking stupid. They better realise that I'm not emotionally invested in them or anything they've got to offer. So they can keep playing their games. It's just a waste of their time and their resources. But fuck them. I will take the piss in every aspect in any way I possibly can. gravity, gravity, gravity. Define gravity and then offer practical examples. Actual, measurable, right? Not just stories. I can go to any religion and get a book of text, symbols, drawings, stories, appeal to numbers, every fallacy under the fucking sun. It will never be proof that what they're pushing is true. So, Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem, need more ladies in here, too much sausage. Yep. I think, you know, a lot of women are put off by these narcissistic, psychopathic types of minds and the abusive antics that they get up to. I don't blame women or anybody who's a bit emotional and a bit weak and insecure from avoiding getting involved. That is exactly what these fucking pieces of shite want. So I would encourage you to please break through. That's why people like myself stand up there as pillars to try and give people support and encouragement and security to be able to stand up to these clowns. All right? FPV Angel Jazzer, you'll just leave blubbering a child again. Yep, exactly. Same as the last guy, you know, the last guy who they focused in on where I get, you know, aggressive towards, who was coming with nonsensical fucking crap. As soon as I backtracked him, you know, and pulled him up on his first premises and his assumptions of the claim that, you know, we live in a vacuum and we live in a pressurized system with no solid barrier, he skedaddled very quickly because he knew he was going to be fucking highlighted to be full of nonsense. So, Dodzo, how are you?
How are you? I'm getting feedback here. Hold on, knock this off.
Yeah, I think you just have to mute the watch page. If you're looking at it on YouTube, just turn the volume down on the YouTube.
Yeah, no, I knocked it off there. How are you, man? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
I don't know whether you can see me there or not.
No, you've just got your
Yeah.
blue
No,
icon.
I've been listening to you for a while, a couple of weeks now. Yeah, I like what you're doing, yeah. I'm over in Dublin, by the way. I presume you're in Glasgow somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just outside it. I'm in Paisley, right? You know, I'm a stone's throw from Glasgow Airport.
Yeah, I was just kind of sticking. I know we're talking about narcissism and all that kind of shit. You know, basically just fucking parasites is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I was more interested. I've been looking at this now. I was seeing a lad I used to know there from Scotland as well. I used to talk to him a lot. Nimble. How are you, Nimble? Nimble horse there. He was actually the first one when I think about it. We were chatting about something one day, it was a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, 3 years, I'm not sure. And he asked me, did I ever hear the Flat Earth? And I thought it was another fucking psyop. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I said to him something like, well, it's a matter of geometry. You know, and I never even thought about it after I gave myself my own answer. I never fucking thought about it. I thought it was just going to be another. It was only when I looked at it. And I was just looking for simple experiments. Like, I mean, the people are talking about Nikon fucking 900s. I looked at the price of them. And I said, no, fuck that, mate. I'm not putting one of them. But I took a pair of binoculars and I went up just outside. I just live in a part of Dublin. I can drive up. There's big lakes up near us, you know. And I tried an ordinary pair of binoculars and I tried to see. Well, then, if a curve is at all over a mile or 2 miles, I shouldn't be able to see the other shore.
No.
And I could see the other fucking shore.
Yeah.
I could see where the water was knocking sand up.
Yeah.
And I began to then look at other things that just are things I thought about. And the more you look at it,
Yeah.
and you begin to realise, like, the whole thing is a fucking cartoon.
Yeah.
Everything they're telling us, everything.
It's a nonsense, man. You know, even at that, you know, people tied up with these observations things. You know, and I continually try to say to people how simple it actually is. You know, to suggest that any body of water is going to have curvature on it, where the middle of the body of water is supporting itself at, you know, a higher elevation from the points at the sides, it's just total nonsense. You know, we don't have to extrapolate and get into all these sophist arguments and nonsensical debates. It's really, really simple. You know, water is a natural element. We know that it does not behave like that. We know it doesn't behave like that. So why do we then feel the need to keep going out and repeating these experiments using lasers and, oh, let's get an Icon P900 and look and see if we can see. If there's a body of water between you and another landmass, you know the body of water is flat and level, because if it wasn't, it would be flowing, it would be a river, you know? So,
yeah. But the point is that we're talking about now vast distances there. I'm looking for simple experiments that you can show people, because automatically when we talk about a vast distance and about a body of water curving around a globe that has gravity, and in order to understand the theory of gravity, they had to come up with that. So there is some logic to their theory. If it's a globe they're trying to explain, we want to see what we can see with our own eyes. We're talking over, like if I want to go up the coast here, you know, about 20, 30, 40 miles up towards Skerries or somewhere, and look across and see if I can see the Isle of Man. Or from the coast of Wicklow, let me see if I can see Wales.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like I want to see on a flat surface how I can prove or disprove it. Like everyone's thrown that thing there about this image from 60 miles across the lake there to Chicago from the opposite shore, you know what I mean? And the guy trying to explain is a mirage. And then people don't know how mirage works. If it was a mirage, everything should be upside down. You should be seeing the bottoms of the building in the sky and not the tops of them. You know what I mean? People don't grasp it. The fact that you can see it and stuff like that, simple experiments, or find a simple language that when you're talking to people like what you do out on the street, that when you're talking to people, that you're coming up against people who from the very get-go just believe everything they're told.
Yeah.
And they look at you with the wide eyes.
Yep.
You have to find a language that cuts through that, very simple.
Yeah.
None of this new NLP bullshit. To me, that's more of the same fucking magic spelling, because of teaching you how to use rhetoric to convert someone to your way of thinking, whether your way of thinking is right or wrong. That's the danger with that kind of stuff. You have to just talk simply and show an experiment. Well, if A is equal to B and blah blah blah, something that people can follow simply. It gets too fucking complicated.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not trying to come in here and talk badly about people whom I see do a lot of good work, because I know I'm nobody either. You know, what I have to offer would be very small, you know, in terms of just being logical. That's all I can offer. I'm not saying it's a great thing, but I see a lot of people. I don't like the idea now going into fucking Eastern religions. Don't like yoga. I don't like any of that crap. I don't like any of that stuff. Even though some people who have been very at the forefront and been very, very good at the stuff they offer, I just cannot take it when they start going there.
No,
I really can't. I can't take it.
That's what I was trying to point out to people. This subject is a subject on its own, and all other subjects have to be separated from it. That's where a lot of the muddying of the waters comes in, the confusion, the debating, the dividing, because people don't stick to the individual subject. They invoke every other subject and try and attach it onto it. Yeah? So, and that's why I keep it simple in regards to the water. We use it every single day of our lives. Every single person alive uses it every day. We know its behaviour. We know that we have to have a container in order to transport it or use it. So to me, that is a fact of reality. And anybody who's making an extraordinary claim, like a vast body can display convexity and conform to the exterior of a shape, then the burden of proof lies with them. You know, if we can keep it simple and show people the simplicity of their everyday experience, then that cuts through the bullshit. We don't have to get all academic on people and get into these long-winded fucking diatribes and arguments and debates, you know. That is part of the methods of the sophists who come to, you know, support and push the globe. No?
Yeah, because I mean, we have to start. There's two things. Like existence exists. The way the world is the way the world fucking is. You were born into it this way. It's made out of material, made out of matter, and there's a spirit part to it, which is like the air. It's like things that are diffuse and things that are solid.
Yeah.
You know, when they go into theories, like now people are out this thing of quantum fucking mechanics.
Yeah.
Now I bought that book years ago, Schrodinger's cat. I got halfway through it and I fucked it there. They're talking philosophy.
Yeah.
When they talk about atoms, they're talking through their hole again. Because show me a fucking picture of an atom.
Yeah.
Show me a quark or a quark or a whatever they call it.
They will show you pictures, but they're artist renditions. They're no fucking real. Yeah.
And people don't know how old this is. If we go back to Greece, ancient Greeks, they were the ones who came up with the theory of the fucking atom. Not fucking Einstein, not Schrodinger, not any of that. They were looking to establish a benchmark where they could work from within their physics as a force material, a prima matter, as they call it, whatever they call it in their language. And from there on, they could work because they were anxious to get this stuff off the ground.
Yeah.
And
that's
you know, they hadn't it evolved it. You see, the quantum stuff and all of that shit is getting you into magic.
Yeah. It's thought experiments. It's thought experiments. It's you know, it's part of the psychological control. They do not want us having an explorative mind. Rather than us physically exploring, they want us sitting still, going through thought experiments about what matter actually is, doing it at its fundamental levels. You know, as if that has some sort of significance or importance. When really the importance for me is to explore the physical, you know, and move across it and see it for what it is. No, get right into the fucking thought experiments about what the fundamentals are that make it up. We don't have X-ray eyes or supervision, and you know, for me, it's part of the psychological and physical control is to keep people thinking that these things are important and significant. That's why they claim that these characters, they put them up there and laud them and idolise them like they were cutting edge and, you know, furthered man's progress, when really they're not. They're just fucking numpties, sociopaths who want to be famous and popular, who were stuck up there in order to push a narrative, and that whole narrative is just to keep people in ignorance and stupidity and no going anywhere, you know.
And obviously the problem, and I would have it with my own personality too, and we use that word personality, another fucking, but anyway, with people when I get frustrated and something along what you're saying there, I come up against people and I would get, now I can go over the top sometimes. I fucking say, you know, I just fucking lose it.
Yeah.
But I always kick myself after. I'm doing it all my life anyway. Fuck it now, it's too late.
There's a difference. There's a difference, man. By talking to somebody, you know, and them just being, you know, ignorant or whatever. I can walk away from that and just go whatever. But when it's characters who have been here for 2 years constantly nitpicking and bashing away, then my fuse gets very short. And I've never had a long fuse for stupidity, you know. So I don't feel bad about myself, you know.
No, it's just sometimes when you're with people and I fucking give up on it. I just say fuck, and I wasn't always just flat earth. I mean, it's before. I mean, it's lots and lots of stuff I couldn't figure. Why the fuck can't people just see it? We're being fucking conned. I mean, it starts from there. It wasn't hard for me. After I said name there, he's out, and I just said, well, I look, because I couldn't refuse not to look, you know. And I looked and I said, fuck it. Another more bullshit I'm after being given.
Yeah.
You know, for you think it's endless shit they come up with. So where do we have to start? I mean, we have to start on the material plane, what we're born into. Yeah. And see, does everything work the way We're being told of this.
Yeah.
And look for the contradictions. I mean, these fuckers, when they start going into quantum, fucking lula la la land, and you cannot verify fucking anything. They're showing you photographs of circles spinning around. So fucking what?
Yeah, it's no
If I
different.
get two,
Sorry,
yeah,
it's
if I
no
get
different.
if I get, go ahead.
On you go, mate. Sorry, man. On you go.
Now, if I got two pictures of two bullets hitting each other head on, I'd have circles going all over the fucking place. If I could get a camera fast enough, and then I'd say, look, the atoms are going this way. There's a quark going to the right and a boson going to the left. How the fuck would you know? I mean, what are we talking about?
Exactly.
You know, it's stuff you cannot
No.
verify.
They've
And
taken
people
that.
don't seem to get this.
No, they've taken discernment away from people and responsibility and put it in the hands of a few priestly types, and then they just spin their fucking yarns and make it complex in the language that they use, where people just lose interest in it. But these people are getting funded and they're on the TV, so what they're pushing must be true. And it's just that fucking idiocy with people where, as you say, let's look at every claim that these people make. Let's look for practical examples and see if what they're telling us actually adds up. And as soon as you start doing that, you realise that it is just a shambolic mess. It is a religious nonsense control. That's it. All that it is, you know?
Yeah, it's like, show me one thing that all of their theories about all this other stuff that's in the spiritual realm, if you want to call it that, that helps me in any way, that ever designed any machine or any tool that I can use that some other man has not made out of just experience of walking tangibly in life. You know what I mean? Like a fucking hammer.
No,
Einstein never designed, or Einstein's grandfather, he wasn't the one who discovered the theory out there in the fucking ether on how to make a hammer. And then we discovered how to make a hammer.
No.
Men made it with their fucking hands.
People progress through practical experience. That's what we depend upon. That's how we have progress in these tools, through practical experience. You know, but they don't have any practical examples for any of the claims they make. It's not founded on practical reality. It's founded on theoretical thought experiments. You know, it's nonsense, charlatans. It's no different from somebody coming along and saying, "Oh, I am a spiritual guru with access to the spiritual realm," you know, and then making pictures and images to show you, you know, to try and convince you that what they're saying is actually true. It's total nonsense.
Well, the fact that you're on the internet and actually talking to people over, you know, massive distances is one thing that, you know, actually does work in these sorts in the scientific realm.
Yeah, that's right. You know, but I'll introduce you in a wee minute, my man. Cheers for butting in. That's one of these conceptions that people like to push. That, oh, don't use your computer if you don't like science. No, this is a practical science. This is actual usable practical examples. You know, big bangs and water conformity spheres and all that theoretical stuff has no place in practical reality. People like me don't deny the technology that I'm using. You know, I love real science and I love the applied sciences. It's when they start veering from that and making claims and grandiose claims about things that are not within the tangible practical reality that I have a problem with.
Well, it is actually part of your tangible reality, because if it wasn't for those black holes, the galaxy that you live in would not exist. It wouldn't be the sort of like spiral galaxy that you see.
Hang on, super ad blocker. You know, we'll come to you in a wee minute. You know, I was having a wee convo with Dodds earlier. But
I didn't mean to interrupt or anything, but you know.
Well, I could add to that, because I mean, I'm looking at this space stuff all my life, thinking about black holes and all sorts of stuff. And there you said something about science. Well, you see, the point about radio and all of this, we're talking about vibrations that run along, that need a medium. The people, it was in the 1800s and such, that people who did not talk about fucking black holes or quantum mechanics or physics or anything like that, they were the ones who actually got it up and running. They used whatever was handy for them, copper, they used iron, They used wires, they wound it in a certain way, and then they discovered it was sending out something through the air. They had no theory for it.
People like to come with an attitude of, oh, black holes help to discover and make technology, which is total fucking ridiculous crap.
No, but what I'm saying is the science that we have, the actual stuff that works, did not come from a theory like quantum mechanics or anything else, or Einstein, or even the equations that Einstein used. They were already parts of equations that people were already using within electricity and you know, radio and stuff like that. Those they were already being used. I mean, there's no point in saying they weren't. Go back and look at the books. Go back and look at, you know, I'm not really into electrics and all that kind of stuff.
Guys, I don't really want to digress into too much theoretical talk and stuff here, but I'll be back in a wee second. I wanted to stay on topic, but, you know, I'm willing to have other discussions as well. But listen, Marshall, I need to nick for a piss, mate, if you just want to hold the fort. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys.
Yeah, sure do.
I don't know what the point there, ad blocker, the cap's name was there. I was trying to mention there by black holes and the shapes of them, the way they spin around galaxies. When in the first premise we were talking about, are those pictures fucking real? How has anyone got an optic that can see billions and billions and billions of miles into space? Where is the physical lenses that can do that?
Well,
does anybody know what you need?
They're called telescopes, but
yeah, I know what you. Yeah, that's a good answer. They're called telescopes. But you show me any telescope that you have in your hand that can see that distance with that clarity.
Well, I actually don't have.
How do you make a lens? Yeah, but how do you make a lens?
The reason I brought up computers and such like that is that you're asking for a specific example of, you know, a device or a piece of machinery that is practical to use, you know, and that science has produced, and the fact that you're talking here with other people over vast distances is a scientific achievement.
But that's not no one's arguing against the fact that science is science, or that you do real things in the tangible world with the knowledge you have, with the materials you have around you. There's no one saying you can't do that. What we're saying is you're using way out theories to get people to believe in stuff. Show me where any of those theories have made something as to what we were talking about. Most of the stuff we're using now was first being developed back in the 1800s or further back. And these people didn't know about these theories. They were using what was around them in their physical environment to create radio waves. To first start to use electricity and think about it. And what was it? No one knows. Still don't know what it is. So, but now we have these whole theories about an atom in one part of the universe can know about an atom in the other part of the universe faster than the speed of light and all of this. They're just adding premise upon premise upon premise when nobody can actually show me a picture of an atom and tell me what it is. They don't even know what it is. They're saying it's a particle, it's a wave, or it can be both, and then it can be something else. Whatever they want to make up to patch something.
Whatever suits their narrative. Listen, guys, I just want to keep control of the conversation here and see what's happening.
Okay, sorry, man.
So, thanks for coming on and making some points. So, super.
Hey, Dal. How's it going? Dal, you all right, mate?
Yes, Eskimo, how you doing, man? I'll get to you in a wee second. I'm just going to introduce Super Ad Blocker.
Yeah, that's me.
How you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, man. And Eskimo, welcome, mate. How you doing?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not here. I'm just because Ad Blocker's here, and obviously he's a baller. And, he's gonna challenge you on the earth. So I just wanted to be around when you do it.
All right. Well, you know, as I stated clearly at the start of this was to focus on, you know, the narcissistic, psychopathic types of minds and the antics of our own. You know, so I didn't really want to change topic, but what is it you're here to say then, super ad blocker?
Well, I did want to ask you about that. Like, who exactly were you talking about when you're talking about like the narcissistic sort of psychopaths?
Well, people who display those behaviours that are listed.
Is there anybody specific? Is it somebody that's a baller, or is it somebody who's a flat earther? Or?
These minds will hide behind any garb and put any dress on, so you know it's not anybody specific. It's to try and give people the tools, because people have a lot of questions about where the manipulation comes from and where the players are. So if people are, you know, enlightened to this information, then it maybe give them a better chance of recognising that. So I want to do it in a way where I don't have to point fingers at anybody, you know.
Well, that's fair, I guess. But I mean, when I heard you talking about that, I mean, it made me think about the entire flat Earth movement, you know, because it does seem like the people at the top are really just trying to like string people along and coming up with just complete, you know, a complete and utter nonsense and you know.
I don't adhere to like a hierarchical structure, and people saying the flat Earth movement is a sweeping generalization. These people who people like to claim are the leaders or the top of the hierarchy, they don't represent me. That, you know, I'm not part of their hierarchical structure, so I don't appreciate it when people put it like that, you know. But I get what you're saying. There is players in prominent positions and people's attentions who they misuse and misplace that trust. Definitely, that's true in every walk of life.
Yeah. I mean, that's the first thing that came to my mind, and I was thinking, well, okay, this guy's talking some sense, but at the same time, I was like, well, you know, it made me. I had the awful feeling that you might have been talking about the, you know, the globe earthers as well, like the other people who might be coming in here and trying to explain the how we know specific parts of, you know, science or academia.
No, there's genuine people who are willing to have discussion and, you know, offer what they offer in a respectful manner, and I'm more than welcoming to that. You know, it's the players who you know, match the attributes that I have listed that is my focus of attention. Genuine people who are just in confusion and new to the subject, then fair enough, they're going to have all sorts of emotions going on. I don't have an issue with that. I have an issue with the people who are prominent, who push the same behaviour over and over and over and over again. You know? So,
yeah, there's some pretty undesirable people on I guess on both sides of the camp. If there are two sides of the camp, you know.
Oh, that's it. You know, for me, the question, there is no two sides to the camp. There's people who are defending beliefs. But I'm sure you'll agree, objective reality is what it is, regardless of anybody's beliefs. So there really is no dichotomy. It's only in people's minds that exists, and the people who push that, you know, the players will continue to try and push that false dichotomy, when objective reality is what it is, regardless of anybody's, you know, subjective wishes. So
yeah, that happens to be exactly right. Like the reality of, you know, what we witness in reality is what it is, you know, regardless of what we want it to be.
Exactly.
So I mean, I think that's a good pursuit, and it's something actually pretty profound for somebody who's looking for evidence of the flat Earth to say, you know.
Yeah. That's it.
Well, can I interject there just for a minute? Just to ask a question.
Of course.
Am I still live? Just to I presume ad blocker there. He believes in the current scientific, whatever you call it, paradigm. And the reason, my first questions were, where are the simple experiments that can show me the Earth is curved or the Earth is flat? Now, back in the 1800s, is it true there was a guy called Samuel Rowbottom who did an experiment on the Bedford levels, and if the Earth was curved according to the geometry of the curve, he should not have been able to see what he saw when he laid a telescope a couple of inches above the water level and pointed it, I don't know how many miles, 6-7 miles along the water, and he should not have been able to see miles or 7 miles distance and see the top of that flag, another flag laid in the water at a certain bridge, would that be proof enough that the earth is curved or flat, in your opinion?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you would expect to see in that scenario.
What do you mean? If
Well, sorry guys, Dodsraw. I understand that you've maybe got questions and presumptions on what super ad blocker is going to say. I would prefer it, like super ad blocker is here to make statements or claims, whatever he likes, and then we can question and address some of the points he wants to make. So if we can just let ad blocker make the points he wants to make, that would be great.
Well, I didn't really come in here to make many points. Like I said, I came in here originally to talk to you about the points that you're making about the behaviors that you're witnessing in either the flat Earth sort of ring or whatever. But also when I heard, when you were asking for examples of machinery that science has come up with, and also and there are examples of that, like in IT and like your phones and whatnot, and also well, there's something else. Oh yeah, pictures of atoms. I did a quick Google search and there are actual pictures of atoms that you could take a look at. But as far as how I know the globe. Or as far as how I know the world is a globe, just witnessing ships going over the horizon, for example, and also eclipses, like when you see the shadow of the Earth over the sun.
So
or, I'm sorry, the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Yeah.
All right. So what I would say to that then is you would have to concede that if you're going to invoke a ship going over a curve, say, how many miles would you say that was happening at?
Around 6 miles.
Right. So you would have to concede that you're claiming we live in a sphere, so therefore we should have from left to right the same amount of observable curvature.
Yeah.
So,
the problem with that is that we live on a very big globe, comparatively speaking to how large we are, because we're only like between like 4 and 6 feet.
Yeah, but in geometry, we'll take simple, we'll take an equilateral triangle. So observer A, we have the ship, which is B, and we have an observer at point C. If you want to invoke that ship is going over the horizon according to observer A, then observer C should have a left to right measurable curvature there. Would you agree with that?
Well, in that particular example, if you want to see somebody, like how if you're going to measure how far A and B is, you probably want C to be vertical rather than horizontal.
Sorry?
Okay, well, you're talking about triangles, right? So if you want to know how far like the points A and B are, like if A is on the shore and B is the person on the ship going over the horizon, like you would want C to be vertical rather than horizontal. You would have a better vantage point that way.
No, but we're talking about, observer A, the ship is B, and we have an observer who's C. It's an equilateral triangle, and they're equal distance from each other. If somebody wants to tell me that, from that point A, the ship is starting to go over the curvature of the Earth, the person at point C, standing at the same elevation, should be able to see left to right curvature.
Mm.
But that's not what we see. That's not
perfect. Now, that is a perfect explanation. I've been trying to give this guy that very same explanation for the last 2-3 years, and you've just demonstrated what obviously we failed to do. That is what we're talking about, Ad. If you see the ship go over the horizon and you state, oh, there's curvature, it's going over something. As Dal has pointed out, observer C should see. Do that again, Dal, like the rainbow, so you can see.
Left to right curvature. It has to be.
So, how do you respond to that?
I'm still not sure exactly what the point is. Like, if you want to measure just how far A and B is, like all you really need is like some sort of like a radio or something like that to confirm like how far you are away from the ship.
We're not trying.
You're playing
hang on. We're not trying to establish, how far away. It's an equilateral triangle. Everybody's at equal distance from each other. So if I apply that, right, we're both standing at the same elevation. You're telling me that I am seeing a ship going over the curvature straight in front of me. Observer at point C must have left to right curvature in their visual range.
Yes.
So that's not there. That doesn't exist.
Well, how do you know that?
Because when we see ships go from left to right, we don't see what Dow's just done.
Oh,
I can go to, you know, a beach front, and I can get a line, and I can put a level on it, and I can see from left to right. We'll say, you know, we'll minimalise it. We'll say 60 miles. Now somebody's invoking to me that the ship's disappearing over the curvature at 12 miles straight in front of me. Yet we have this levelled line showing clearly that there is no curvature from left to right. The only way that could happen is if we lived on a cylinder. You have to concede that.
But no, I've seen many different images of you know, the balloon sorts of images, and you know, the helium balloons. You go up with the large cameras and stuff, and you can actually see a small amount of curvature at the very sides if you're measuring it properly.
I understood fully what you meant. I think everybody else fully understood what you said. And this is the problem, that we've had. Ad understands. I don't know what he's talking about now. We're talking about observers.
It's very simple, you know. You know, this is what I'm saying. You know, not that I'm going to accuse you here, but this is part of the sophism. You know, and the blatant denial and moving the goalposts, as I highlighted earlier. Now, if you're saying that we live on a sphere, which means everything's curving away at the same, you know, from that point, and you want to invoke a ship going over curvature at 12 miles, it's a sphere. If you say you can see that, the observer C must have left to right curvature, and it's not there. But again, we're shifting the goalposts. We're now jumping to, oh, but I've seen it in somebody's images of a high altitude balloon. Well, for me, the images are inconclusive. There's too many contradictions. There's too many things to take into consideration. It's not anything measurable. So I like to stick to what is measurable, and the claims that are being made, I like to highlight the flaws and the contradictions within them. Now, this ship's going over the curvature is a huge contradiction. You can't have it all your own way. If you want to invoke that you can see it straight in front of you, you must concede that it should be there from left to right. It's very, very simple, and I don't know why it's so hard for anybody to grasp it. For me, it feels like blatant denial, because somebody has confirmation bias. They want to hold on to a belief that they already have, although it's quite clearly been pointed out that it's an absurdity, that there's a contradiction within it, but yet people still don't want to accept that. But they'll call me, you know, crazy for not accepting it. When I'm asking a valid question, if you can come up with something, you know, let us hear it.
No, I didn't call you crazy.
No, but I'm saying some people will call me crazy. I never say you specifically, but people will, you know, because I'm highlighting the flaw in their argument, you know, and then they want to get defensive because you've highlighted a flaw.
Right. Well, I think you do see the curvature that you're actually describing.
Well, if you could provide that, you know, you would put this whole thing to rest. If somebody has measurable curvature and they accept and they concede that if it's going over at 12 miles, over a 12-mile stretch, we should have the exact same curvature. So here, let's hear some of the figures from Globe Believers. How much of the proportion of the ship is being gone at 12 miles? Give us the calculations for how much curvature that is, and then apply it to the left-right axis. And it should be there as well. But for me, it is not there. I've just explained I can take a straight line down to the coast, and I can put a spirit level on it to show that it's level, and I can see uninterrupted up to 80 miles. And there is zero curvature there. So if you have an experiment or proof that there is left to right curvature, I'm more than willing to look at it.
Well, I'm sure they're out there.
Well, if it's not your experience, then you know you're applying a logical fallacy by appealing to, you know, hearsay.
No. Well, no. Like I said, I came in here to talk about what you were talking about earlier. I didn't come in here to talk about numbers and figures. It's not really my forte, to be honest.
All right. So I don't know why you would even bring it up in the first place then, but
well, you asked me why I believe in the globe Earth, right?
No, I just asked you for your points and what points you were going to make.
Oh no, well, like I said, the only points I wanted to bring up, like I wanted to talk to you about what you were talking about earlier with the types of people that you're talking about, and on a side note, you know, positive things that, you know, or tangible things that science has come up with, machines and so on, like computers.
Oh, you know, I don't doubt any of that or deny any of it. As I say, I always loved science. I love progress. I'm curious. I want to know how things work. I don't deny anything that's tangible and practical. Only a moron would deny that. In regards to the narcissists and the psychopaths, and, you know, I clearly stated, they will hide behind any garb. They will put any dress on and hide behind it. So I'm not just saying that, well, everybody who claims the earth is not a globe are innocent. No, there's these types of minds in all walks of life. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So no, I wasn't picking out a specific, you know, category or group of people, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and saying that's the way they behave. You know, they'll be in every walk of life.
Right.
You know, I can go to Celtic Park on a Saturday. There's 60,000 people there. They're not all empathetic, you know, wholehearted, loving people. There'll be psychopaths and different types of minds amongst us. So, you know, I wouldn't then label all Celtic fans as psychopaths. You know, that's just, I wouldn't generalise like that.
Yeah, everybody has the potential to be a Celtic fan, and everybody has a potential to be a Bulls fan. You know, we're all people.
Everybody has the potential to be a psychopath. Everybody has the potential to be an empath. You know, of course.
Sure.
So.
Could I just ask you how, on from the flat Earth side of things, like how do you contend with lunar eclipses?
Well, lunar eclipses. What are the luminaries? Is my first question. What are these things that we're viewing in the sky? What are they made of? Where are they exactly? It's something that I don't have access to. It's a non-sequitur. It doesn't even come into my mind as a measurable proof for the shape of the earth that I'm upon. For me, it's a red herring. It's illogical. You know, it's like, here's a banana. This is proof you live in an orange. You know, it's just, it doesn't add up. There is nothing measurable about that. Until it's tangible, we know exactly what these things are and where they actually are, then, you know, I have nothing to add in regards to eclipses and stuff. These are things that are happening in the sky above us. They are no things that are happening here on Earth.
I see.
We live on Earth. So the question for me is, what shape is the Earth? No, what happens in the sky? But this is, you know, the red herrings that come, and they maybe just confusion with people because they think it's some sort of valid thing, when really when you get right down to the roots of it, like I had to do, because remember, I believed in a globe, I had to be honest with myself and go, what measurable proof am I actually getting from that? Nothing. For a start, nobody knows what these things are. There's nothing tangible there. There's zero measurable proof the shape of the earth that we're upon that comes from looking at the sky. So, you know, I'm strong in when I say it's a red herring. Yeah.
Doesn't that seem about a bit like dismissive to you? Like, I mean, there's things up in the sky, and you know, because they're up in the sky, then that's something I can't really contend with.
No, it's just about separating and understanding the question. It's not that I'm dismissive. I'm just as curious as everybody else about what these luminaries actually are. But as I say, my quest was because, you know, this came to me. I wanted to believe I lived in a globe, so I set about being intellectually honest and trying to find actual measurable proof for that. And I quickly established that the sky references give me no measurable proof. It's a logical fallacy for people to say, oh, the planets are circles or the planets are round, therefore why is Earth not round? That's a total basic logical fallacy. As I say, I don't disregard them as an, oh, fuck the sky, fuck the sky. I disregard it in the aspect of what does it give us in the way of measurable proof for the shape of Earth we are upon. Right? So it's not that I don't want to understand these things or know about them, you know, as some people would like to proclaim. It's just that it doesn't add to the question of what shape is the Earth, which is the question I'm involved in.
Right.
You know?
Well,
sorry.
Yeah, well, it's all right. The fact that the shadow that's over the, you know, either the moon is spherical, wouldn't that lend some sort of credibility that the whatever is casting that shadow is round?
Because you see a shadow that has a curved line on it, that, you know, if you automatically jump to the fact that the Earth must be a globe, it must be the Earth that's getting in between.
Well, whatever is casting that shadow must be round.
Well, what is casting the shadow?
Well, the Earth.
That's a claim that you can make, but, you know, I don't make that claim.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's an anecdotal, you know, I'm looking at the sky, I see a curved shadow, therefore the Earth gets in the road, the Earth's round, it's a ball. That's not good enough proof for anything measurable for me. That's an anecdotal story of somebody who has a confirmation bias and wants to believe that it is the Earth that's getting in between the sun and the moon.
Well, what would you think would be casting a shadow that looks round?
Don't know. I don't have access to the luminaries and what's going on up there.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate the hospitality, I guess.
No problem. And again, you know, just to reiterate the point, we have Super Ad Blocker here who, you know, wants to believe that he lives on a globe. He can come in with manners and respect, and he's treated the exact same way. So,
hey, something to say to that gentleman. With the half moon, right? It's a straight line. How can an Earth, if you look at the half moon when it's in the half cycle,
RJ,
how can a moon cast a straight line on a half moon?
RJ, I'm going to interject because this is a problem that people who are questioning this, you know, always run into. You know, even when I believed it was a globe, I understood that, you know, the moon phases were not being claimed to be caused by the Earth in between. It's a bit of a misconception that people have of that. The moon phases are something different from what this chap's talking about. He's talking about an eclipse.
No, I'm asking that gentleman, how would it be a straight line if the Earth is curved? I just don't get it.
No, he's right. There's a difference between moon phases and eclipses.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. I understand what you're saying now.
They claim the moon phases is because of the angle of the moon in regards to the sun, you know, and that's why we're getting the straight line stuff. Again, there's anomalies with that kind of thing for me, but I'm not going to digress into it. But sorry for interjecting, because it is a misconception among people, you know, the moon phases, and I cringe when I hear it, you know, that the moon phases are the same as the eclipse when it's not what they're claiming. So it doesn't do us any favours who have a question in mind when people don't understand that, they misrepresent it. But you know, sorry for interjecting there, RJ.
Oh, that's all right. I need to get back to work is all. Have a nice day, gentlemen.
All right, Ad Blocker. Cheers.
But you know.
Easy.
Yeah, so the reason why I obviously came in was just to say, talk about how your response to people who claim they've been to the South Pole. They say they've flown there, they've been there. How would they be fooled? So I was discussing with a chap yesterday, and he was adamant. You know, I've been to the South Pole. I saw the pole. I touched it. I've got photographs, and I was like, I don't believe you. There is no, according to Flat Earth, there is no South Pole. So you couldn't have been there, right?
Yeah.
How would you? What would you? How would you go about?
Sorry.
You know.
Well, I'd go about that because it seems to me that it's based on the assumption that, you know, the people in question are claiming that there's an ice wall surrounding us. When I don't know that to be true. For all I know, the South, what they call the South Pole, is an actual continent that sits on its own. And this whole circular, everything's in one place, is just a ruse in order to get us arguing about these straw men. Somebody going and touching the pole and saying, oh, see, you know, I've touched it as a rebuttal to a straw man. You know, because I don't claim that there's an ice wall encapsulating us, you know, surrounding us. That's a few other groups who will claim that. Then the burden of proof is on them in order to, you know, prove that that's the case. And they're going to get themselves caught up in loads of nonsensical arguments like that, with people saying, well, I've been there and I've touched it. You know, none of that stuff is any measurable proof of the Earth's full dimensions either way, whether it's globe or flat. So I don't really know why it comes into the question. It comes into the question because you have groups of people claiming there's an ice wall surrounding us. Yeah.
Right. So you don't think we have an ice wall?
I don't know what's surrounding us, mate, to be honest with you, if there even is an ice wall. I've never been to investigate. I don't know. You know, I hear anecdotal stories and hearsay, which is not good enough for me. I apply the same to this as I apply to any of the other claims, mate, you know. So.
Yeah, but it would make sense where there's no sun. There, you know, it would be, the temperature would be, you know, different, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course. You know, but what that actually is, whether it goes round the whole of the outside is another question.
No, you're right. I mean, until we have the full picture, we can only go by what we know.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I try and stick to the claim and then promote the whole idea of full exploration. Because again, we're just going to cause each other problems and get round and round in circles, debating and arguing about models that could just be false. I don't know why people.
And that's how they trap you and that's how they tried to say, well, what about this? This doesn't work on a. I mean, they were. They were trying. No, hold on. They were saying to me, the Earth is 24,000 miles all the way around on a ball, so that we don't know the size of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
That number is just to fit the model. That number could change if something in the cosmos changed or they needed to fit it. Yeah. Yeah. So you're quite right there. We don't know.
No, they put these straw men out there and hope that people would adopt them because then they can attack it and ridicule it. I was always very cautious of that. For all we know, as I say, what they claim as Antarctica is an actual continent. There is no ice wall surrounding us. They've just got us going round in circles, and the seas extend beyond and go to some other place. I don't know. It's just as feasible as anything else. The oceans could be much larger than what we are told. Remember, people are bound by a certain parameter of where they can freely travel. And
I thought that. I thought from the last country to this, this edge could be miles. We don't know the distance of. So you're right. Yeah, we can't be thinking until we actually know. But okay, great. Good afternoon. Good show. I'll catch you all later. Tien, thanks very much.
Nice one, Spurs.
Cheers. Appreciate you. Cheers, buddy.
So I've got RJ sent me the video he was talking about, and it looks like a P900 zoom showing the re-emergence of a boat on the horizon. I don't know if you want me to screen share that.
Go for it, mate. That's sort of screen share and let everybody see it. I've seen so many of these, and it's great because people are popping up with them left, right, and centre. So every one that's added is better. I'll just mute at the moment. Do I need to press yours to get you to be on the main screen?
I can't check that from where I am.
I've done it. Sorry, mate, I don't know if people missed it. You might want to get back to the start again.
It's just playing on a loop. It's only 20 seconds, dude. I'll quit it out once it's looped a couple of times. But there you go, people. There's a boat on the horizon. I'm sure we've seen a few versions of this. Nice clean one, RJ.
Yeah.
And
as I say, Gav is working on natural perspective and, why things appear to go over a curvature or disappear from the bottom up. There's an ongoing investigation into natural perspective, and there'll be stuff coming forward discussing it. But again, here we'll get a visual representation. Of somebody with a camera. Nobody can see that ship, and it has been brought back into view. So. Have we got anybody else who's looking for the link?
Antonio's free of his obligations now, and he'd like to join. Antonio, I don't know if you mailed, dude. If you mail to nocurve@gmx, I can link you in.
Yeah. I'll give it 5 minutes to see if Antonio appears. I've been on a lot longer than I intended to. So, and again,
I'm gonna head off for a bit. I gotta take my cat to the vet today and get a checkup.
Okay, mate. Thanks for coming.
Not a problem. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna read up on that article on the narcissist. Hey, I just was wondering, do you know any McCullums out there?
Sorry, who?
Do you know any McCullums? McCallum. McCullums out in Scotland.
McCallums. I've met a few in my time. I don't know any, personally right now. But
that's my clan.
Nice,
my family.
Nice.
They're from out there. Big, tall, strong men, man, from Scotland. And I got to get over there to see my land someday because it's just like this pole over there. It's unbelievable.
Cool.
All right, brother.
Sure.
You guys take care. Antonio, nice to see you. Marshall, thanks for the hospitality. I appreciate it, and hope to see you guys again.
You're welcome, RJ. See you later, man.
Good night.
Dodzor, I see you dropped out, man. Appreciate you coming on. Sorry for some of the interjections. Feel free to come back anytime you like, mate. It's a pleasure having you, if you're still listening. So I'm going to wait 5 minutes and see if Antonio appears.
Antonio's saying he sent the link. I'm just waiting for the relay. So, I've got Flat Earth Liberation Movement is also asking for a link.
Who?
Flat Earth Liberation Movement.
Cool.
But I think I'm waiting on for Antonio first, dude.
Yeah, well, I want to limit it. You know, maybe one to ones here and then. As I say, people, you know, I started this at 9:30. I was not intending to get on to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but you know, as long as people are there and they want it, then I'll continue just now. But I'm going to have to go soon. I've got a few things I need to do myself. I'll wait for Antonio.
Have you got a contact mail? Have you got a contact mail for him, dude? Because you could do it. Because on the relay's not that responsive today.
Contact mail?
Yeah.
What, for me personally?
No, for Antonio.
No, I do not. I'm not in comms with any of them.
Right.
So, I don't know.
Well, just a question, lads, before I go. Everything crashed on me there and I just lost contact. You don't want to be, I know it's on a long time here now. I don't think I heard it from the start. No, just on that question, looking for the simple experiment, and that's why I said it to him in the first place, that chap ad blocker, was the one on the level canal built by engineers, dead straight, on a level, it's water. A telescope in the water, a certain distance, 6 miles, 7 miles, whatever you want, providing the telescope has the link, and then test it ourselves. I can't afford to be going out and buying PS, whatever they call 900s. It costs 500 or 600 quid, you know what I mean? And just simple experiments that we can all verify ourselves.
Yeah.
And show them to other people, even simpler ones.
Yeah.
It's no use, as you say, repeating hearsay from other people, even if it's true, like, you know, it's hearsay.
And to simplify it, you know, I would always argue, you know, when I hear people, you know, and experiments are fine if people want to get up to whatever. But for me, when we're looking, we don't understand the actual perspective and what's actually happening yet. And people will go out and they'll want to put a laser over a body of water. You know, these things and these instrumentations are subject to atmospheric conditions, diffraction, refraction, reflection. Whereas for me, I would argue that the body of water that you're trying to put a laser over is more accurate than any of the instrumentation that you're proposing, you know. So again, that simplifies it for me even further, that if the body of water is standing still and not flowing anywhere, that is a perfectly good indication that what you're viewing over is perfectly level. So,
well, that's what I was saying. I mean, you just stick it in. I know I'm using that example of Samuel Rowbottom and the canal on the Bedford levels. He had a fixed point A and he had a fixed point B, and he got down and he looked with a telescope with a normal lens. You see, this is what bugs me about this stuff, pointing out into space for gazillions and gazillions of miles. How the fuck can we see that far? With what? How do you make a lens? Does anybody know the physics of what you have to do to get a lens to show something bigger at one end and smaller? And how many times can it be bigger than what it's looking at in the distance? Yeah. I mean, the physics doesn't add up to those kind of mileage. It doesn't matter what they say. You know, and then they try to say, well, they're watching it and they're supposed to be watching it for days in the same spot, and they don't seem to take into account that the Earth is curving, going around in circles at the same time. They say they're viewing the same spot. Everything makes fucking, you know, nothing. And all I want to be able to say to people is, here's a simple experiment. You go and look at that. And it's only to get them questioning. I don't want to give them the whole feedback. I don't want to tell them about the government, the banks, etc., 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 etc. As far as I'm concerned, they're all thieves.
Yeah.
Liars and killers. That's what they are.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know what you call them.
Yeah.
Psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, whatever you want to call them. That's basically all they are to me, is liars, thieves, and killers.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Okay, how are you? There's I've had to go too, Dan. My mate will think I'm at the getting lost somewhere, sitting you out for a bottle of milk, and I'm still fucking gone.
Well, Dodzo, I appreciate you coming on, mate. So it was a pleasure.
Right, I'll talk to you again. It's great talking to you, man. Yeah, it's great to talk to somebody anyway, you know. So a lot of people around here going around. Lights are on, there's no one home.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome anytime, mate. You know we'll be here. So.
Okay, I'll talk to you again, lads. Right, take it easy. All right, bye. Bye.
Take care. Cheers. Antonio, how are you doing?
I'm good. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, fine, mate. Fine.
Guys, dude, I was listening earlier when you were talking about the narcissist and the psychopathic personality disorders, and I was raring to get on here, but I couldn't because I had my 2 girls and I had to feed them and whatnot. I've pasted a link here, and it's really apt to what you were just saying, what was being spoken to about then, which is the flatness, you know, the Bedford level and whatnot. This is a video. It's not been seen very much, and it's a really simple test, and it's short as well. I don't know if you want to play it. You can play it without audio.
I'll stick it on. You can screen share. I'm sure you know you've got the capabilities to be able to screen share, man. So I'll batter on.
All right. I hope I don't pass the link out. I keep fouling this up, you know, even on my own Hangouts. Okay, so if you want to present me when I'm on.
There you go.
So where is it? Here. Okay, the channel is Martin D. Medublas.
Yeah, I know it. Oh, that's great. I seen that yesterday. I was going to talk about that. Is it his? No, it's good times for all is the actual uploader of this.
Is it?
Yeah, it says it there. It's GUDTIMS for all.
Right. Well, let's play it from his channel. Let's play it from the original channel, eh?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm not even subscribed. Okay, so okay. Should I play it with audio?
Yeah, if you want. You go for it. I'm just going to mute so that I don't interrupt.
For all here, or Zachary Zabala, if you prefer. We are at work again, and I did a little bit something different this time. I measured that. It's an 11-inch piece of paper. I made a mark every inch. You have 2 lids here. One the circle at the bottom, one the circle at the top. And I was wrong about my measurement last time. It was not 170 yards. It was actually 160 yards down to that other end. Like an idiot, I took people's words for it. So I measured it this time myself. And from the lids here to the farthest marking that I take a picture from, it will be 153.3 yards.
Whoa.
Yards away.
Sorry about that. Oh, come on. Don't
Antonio, can you enlarge the screen? People are asking in the chat.
Yeah, it's buffering. I don't know whether it'd be better if one of you guys shared it, because I've got my daughter's on the other computer, and then it might buffer on onto my system.
You're asking me to screen share here. You're putting me right out of my depth, man. I thought my technical fucking illiteracy.
Well, I tell you what. Let's carry. We've got a little bit here. It looks all right. Looks like it's going to be okay, and I'll enlarge the screen.
Feet increments. I'll be taking a picture every 20 feet. So tomorrow I'm hoping to get the exact height of what the Sears Tower should be, the Willis Tower, from this distance at this, to scale perspective. We're going to see how much of the bottom gets taken off. But today we're just doing a little preliminary, and we're going to see what happens. So every 20 feet, I should be taking 23 pictures, I believe. And then at the end, I'll do one from eye height, which is roughly about 5.5. I'm going to have to get a tape measure out and see that one. But that probably won't be today. That'll be tomorrow. But yeah, hope you all enjoy this. We're going to see what happens. Well, I also wanted to mention one other thing. See all these lights here? They're all the same height. You see them down there? All those lights, they're not getting any lower. It's all about perspective, people. It looks like these lights are going down, 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 down. And they set over those, you know? Nothing is setting, it stays the same height. It's all about perspective. And then once you get so low to the ground and so far away, you'll see what happens. So I hope you enjoy this. This is experiment number 2 with diffraction.
Buffering again. Come on. Maria, babe. Maria.
Antonio, you don't. Sorry, you know.
Yeah.
Would you just pause your video, please, babe?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Dal, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say, you can stick it on pause and let it buffer up, and you can have a wee chat for a minute or whatever, and then put it back.
Cool.
There's no rush.
Yeah, cool. This is especially for the Gem Pandas out there who are giving hassle to the people in the chat, I saw, who will, despite watching this video, which no doubt he will do, he will still refuse to see any similarities between what this video shows and what the boats over the horizon show, and what the Chicago skyline and all of that. They'll just refuse to see what's actually there, what the real world presents.
Yeah, you don't want to admit that there's an ongoing investigation into perspective and, you know, how our eyes work. They want to proclaim they know and they have it all figured out, when really they don't. And as I said, I pointed out earlier, there's a serious contradiction to their argument of a ship going over the horizon straight in front of you with the absence of left to right curvature. They just can't have their cake and eat it. Again, it's just an example of the dishonest behaviour of these chaps. They want to cherry pick and move the goalposts anytime they feel like it. Unfortunately for them, they can't do that. So
yeah, but they still try.
Yeah. It's because they have an agenda to push, and we know that, you know, which is why I done the narcissist and the behaviour of these people, to expose them, you know, and they will openly express their narcissistic agenda, you know. So let them have at it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that guy, Red's Rhetoric, he does the goal shifting and the claiming you've said something you haven't said. So does Negatorex. So does Gem Panda to a large degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Oh well, you said this, like, and then you spend half your time explaining what you actually said, which was not what they claim you said. You know. Yeah. And in that explanation, they'll pick something else that you're saying within that explanation and ask you to define, you know, this whole constant nitpicking and goal shifting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I highlighted there in the narcissist thing.
Yeah.
So again, you know, they openly display it. So, you know, it's their own downfall. If they want to expose themselves, then I'm more than happy to let them, you know, hang themselves with the rope.
That's it.
And guys like Gem Panda, you know, he's just one of these accounts who does that, shows these behaviours, misrepresents and lies. I mean, the guy's got videos there of me just slandering and talking crap. He's not open to discourse and open discussion. He's just there to try and slant and portray you in a certain way, you know?
Yeah, so, and not only that, but he's got 50-odd accounts, sock puppet accounts. Now, if you're getting banned from chats, then maybe it would be better if you changed your behaviour so you weren't getting banned, instead of changing accounts and getting continuously banned. You know, like, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
No, they don't want to take responsibility, though. They want to blame everybody else, which is another trait that was highlighted. You know, so.
That's it. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this will play now. If it doesn't, I'll try to paste it into the chat, or if one of you guys will paste it into the chat, and then people can watch it at their leisure. It's not very long. There's only another 2 minutes to go, but my system's a little bit laggy. So fingers crossed, okay?
Cool.
So link posted for you, Antonio.
All right, thank you. Well, it doesn't even want to hit play now. Come on.
Maybe try refreshing it or something.
Yeah. Okay, so 2 minutes here.
Hello, going down, 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 down.
Yeah.
And then they set over those, you know? Nothing is setting, it stays the same height.
Just to point out, he's going to be recording from 1 inch off the ground at 220 yards, I think is the maximum. So let's see. Oh, come on.
And then once you get some...
It's not going to work. I'm going to try from Martin. Sometimes for whatever reason, you get better fluidity from other channels.
Let's see what happens.
Well, the link's out. I'm
I hope
sorry.
you enjoy this.
Synopsis.
Say again.
I said the link's out now, dude. People are viewing it themselves. So you could give us a synopsis if you like.
Yeah, sure. Well, right now it's playing fine. It was just that channel. I can play it from here.
I go for it. It's working now, so let's just get it.
Cool.
Experiment number 2 with diffraction. And I'll see y'all down here at the other end. All right, folks.
So I'm speeding it up because it is just
I
jumping.
might have to say, all in all, this experiment went pretty well. I'm not going to take too much time on each picture. Not until around 200 feet from 1.5 inches off the ground do you really start to see some good distortion. I mean, you can see it earlier. About 100 feet, you can start to see it. If I would take that blue line out of there, it's a very slight minimum. It was a warmer day on this day. I'm learning. I've done a couple experiments on this since this one, and I was able to actually see more than this one showed. So I believe diffraction is caused by the amount of humidity also in the air. The more moisture and humidity in the air, the more it has to look through and the more the objects get distorted. And of course, there's more humidity near the bottom, as the heavier water molecules and whatnot would be sinking. It's really interesting, folks, how all this works, how our eyes work. As you can see, the bottom is getting harder and harder to make out now, and they're starting to actually converge, the two circles from the mirroring effect. The mirrored one on the bottom is actually starting to combine with the actual image. So this is what we see why the bottom of buildings are always missing from long distances. It has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. It is never the actual amount that should be missing, and it's usually very far from it. So, I mean, this is just how our eyes work. The bottom of things do disappear over distance. And then as you watch, here in a second, I'm going to go to eye level. There's about 3.5, 4 inches they're distorted. Then I go back up to eye level right here, and boom, you can see the whole thing again. So all those people saying that, oh, it doesn't matter how high you are, if on a flat plane you can't see more, blah, 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 they're wrong. Flat out wrong. So this is good times for all, everybody. Signing out. As always, thanks for watching.
There you go.
Yeah. Excellent. Simple wee example.
Yeah. Can one of you make sure I'm not screen sharing, displaying whilst I climb down from the shared screen?
That's you, mate. I'm new on the screen, so if you can still see you on the wee screen right enough, mate.
Right. Let me. Done. Excellent.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's really simple. Jeronism showed this coming on a year. He also showed how Rhetoric cheated that same footage. That was disgusting. When you've played the footage, you saw birds diving in and out of the middle of the sky, that reflection portion of the water.
Yeah.
That it's flat, it's undeniable. You know, it's the flatness is there to be established. It can be established. We've all seen not just the images, but I've been on flat roads, long flat roads, with lampposts getting smaller and smaller into the distance, just like a perspective drawing.
Yeah.
They don't curve. They don't curve. No.
I say Gav's working on some stuff like that, but there's another guy called David Ray. I'm sure his channel's called, who does loads of great footage like that. I think he's at the Salt Flats, and he shows the exact same effect. You know, you can see the mountain range in the background. There is no curve, but we can recreate the exact same effect that we are seeing. And the perspective thing will be highlighted. You know, they talk about that as if we are, you know, directly in the middle of the top of the sky and the earth, when that's not what's happening. We are closer to the earth. The sky has more depth to it. So, you know, the vanishing point is different. As I say, that's an ongoing investigation in actual perspective. They know that we're ignorant to it, and they have used it. You know, they've employed sophism, and through our ignorance, they've managed to establish arguments like things going straight in front of you, never left to right. You never see anything like that. You know, so they're playing on optical illusions, things that we don't understand, but we will understand them because there's enough people now questioning and looking into the subject. And again, you get a simple wee example like that shows you can recreate the exact same effect. And just as he pointed out, these people, you know, when we're viewing this, it's never what should be missing, you know, and it alters and it changes from one day to the next depending on what's going on with the atmospheric conditions, the temperature, you know, the moisture in the air, you know, so it's changing all the time. Just like if I went down on a foggy morning, you know, that effect's going to happen a lot closer to me than if I go down the next day where the atmosphere is dry. I can see it a lot further, you know, but eventually the same effect will occur, you know. Well, if it was, sorry.
Yeah, no, carry on.
No, I'm just saying that if it was a fact, you know, it would be happening at the same point every time, 100% of the time, because the curvature would be solid in its form. You know, it's not going to vary and change where it stretches out to be flat one day and more curved the next day. You know, you're going to get these variations. So.
And when people say, look, the reason you can't see that island that's distant is because of the curvature, and you say to them, okay, well, what about when you can see it, when the conditions are different and you can see it? At that point, you get this double blink thing that they do, where it's just not processing, because they've just said you can't see it because of the curve. Okay, on a day with different weather conditions, now you can see it. Now what? Has it suddenly become less curved? And they do this double blink, and they say, well, I don't know. But even the way we were taught, and even the way astronomers and astrophysicists are taught, the way we're taught is with really simplified ideas. Like, for instance, if you look at what the horizon is, if you look and you go into Google Images, you'll have the descriptions on how these things are taught. You have the true horizon, the astronomical horizon, or the apparent horizon. You have these various different versions. And what you have is a ball, a line saying horizon, a giant that's about 6,000 miles tall with a different horizon and saying this is the astronomical horizon. No, sorry, this is the true horizon. It's like, why are you showing a giant that's 6,000 miles tall stood on a ball? What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, it's absurd, but this is how they get the ideas. This is how the programming is done, you know. Yeah. I don't know if you saw the guy who's been talking about the whole simulation theory being found embedded in codes from the 1940s. This guy, he explains that if he can explain it to you and you believe it, then you can see it. Yeah. It's like, yeah, this is how neurolinguistic programming works.
Yeah. It's like there is a curve there, so therefore people in their mind's eye create a curve. When really there is no curve there. You take your image, you know, take that same thing that you're looking at that you think there's a curve, take a photograph of it, take a straight edge and put it up to it, and you will see very quickly there is no curve there. You know, but because people hold that belief and expect it to be there, they just assume that it is there when it's not. You know, and
then they run with it. And when you ask them a question, they kind of undoes or should undermine their belief. Like, for instance, well, what about now? We can see the island now. We couldn't see it the other day. You know, what you said, same thing. You know, you can see across a small lake on most days, but on some days, you're not going to be able to see across the lake.
Yeah.
And at this point, you think that a rational thinking person would have a question, would go, that's curious. I thought I couldn't see it because of the curvature. Turns out it's not the curvature. So either the curvature is much further away and I could establish it by some other means, or I could still not establish it, because I could say, look, I can't see America because of the conditions, or I could not see America because of the curve. You know, it's like whichever way you want to go. But when you go to the Salar de Uyuni, or you do these tests over the lakes, I mean, for goodness sakes, you have a team of academics saying there's an isotopic anomaly over the Lake Balaton, because there's no curvature. They're expecting so much curvature, there isn't. Instead, they're detecting, I think, a few inches, but that's, you know, margin of error. And they're like, oh, must be some flattening going on here. So it's a gravitational anomaly. That's what they call it. There's extra gravity pulling it extra flat. It's like, come on.
So when you live on a flexible 50p piece, you know, some days it's flat and some days it's curved and it flip-flops, you know, it's crazy. You know, as I say, it's just shifting the goalposts and sophism, you know, looking to pounce on these things any opportunity to get. It's total nonsense. Yeah, we know that.
I don't know if you've heard the latest on the, and I'm thinking, okay, because I have seen this, I have seen the internet, the information available on the internet changing very quickly based on what people were looking at. I saw it when I looked into the origins of the word astronomy, okay? And one of the things for the word nomi was the naming of. Now, the rest, that's been just removed, okay? I should have videoed it, but astronomy, the suffix nomi is all to do with organizing, arranging, establishing, cataloging, anything, whatever it is that that has the nomi there. So in order to do those things, you have to name the things that you're organizing. Otherwise, you know, what rule are you following? You know, you have to name the bones or name whatever it is. But that naming thing has gone, okay? So since you've been going around talking about the lack of a solid barrier between the positive pressure, now, I don't know if you've seen, but they've started to, they've developed a new theory, which is this. They're not really pushing it because there are holes in it, a big hole. But the theory is this: the sun is pushing down all its radiation. This must be meeting the balancing, the pushing, the sucking, or the pulling away, or the natural tendency of the pressure to want to equalize. So it's pushing it, and this must be forming what would behave like a solid barrier on the side of the Earth that the sun is shining down on. But on the other side of the Earth,
exactly.
Exactly. Not only would the other side of the Earth not have this, but the Terminator would have this radiation ripping it sideways.
Yeah.
You know, so helping it to leave. So it's like tentatively trying this out. It's laughable.
They're digging a bigger hole. Not only can they not provide a practical example of the initial claim, they're now going to invoke this, and I'm still going to ask for a practical example. Okay, show me a heat source on a sphere that keeps the atmosphere in on all sides of it. Well, it's only, I mean, it's just fucking lunacy. You know, none of these things are practical in our everyday experience, but I don't doubt that they will be forming, you know, and adapting as we come up with points, which they have been doing from the very beginning, as everybody knows who's been involved in it. It doesn't surprise me at all, but I hope they do continue to do that, because the more they do, they're going to trip over themselves and make it really apparent that they're bullshitting. So,
yeah. And because there are so many people bringing up so many different things, there's just no chance, no matter how many astrophysicists they have, there's no chance they can stopgap all of all the discrepancies. There's no way they can stopgap them all. You know, and the truth is, it is just a theory and a fantasy. The whole, and I totally understand how some globelings, and I do still refer to them as globelings, because that, you know, they think that they're on a globe, and they're walking around this world thinking they're on a globe.
Yeah.
To them, the whole globe, space, and out there-ness, it's been romanticized. It's beautiful. It has been put into films. It's been given all kinds of qualities that it's like the Father Christmas story to the child. The child doesn't want to say goodbye to that.
No, for me, they're playing on that humans' natural inquisitive, explorative mind and being, you know. So in order to appease that, they have to, you know, add this fantastical fantasy in and then back it up with movies so that people have got an outlet for that expression and want to discover and explore, when really they're offering you a false paradigm of something that's never going to be tangible to you, but it's only to appease that natural instinct to want to explore and find it, you know. So
yeah, I'm convinced that the reason they've done this is because we do have this tendency as a species. We are incredibly curious, and we are incredibly adaptive. You have the Bedouin traveling through the Sahara Desert and the Inuits living in the freaking frozen wastelands. So we are incredibly adaptive. They don't want us, oh, sorry guys, where's that? They don't want us exploring and going further north or going further. They don't. And we know that there's so many more of us. Even if they have 1 billion bullets, there's 7 billion of us, you know. So we know that if we really set our minds to it, there would be nothing that they could do. So keep us distracted, keep us busy, and keep half of us romanticized and the other half fighting, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And it's done now to the people who, you know, want that exploration and discovery to band together and to unite and to have that common purpose and to remove all the added on fucking baggage and nonsense that comes. You know, if people are really serious about that discovery, then we need to meet these things head on and remove it from this whole discussion. It doesn't have a place, as far as I'm concerned, that it's only going to hold things back, you know.
Well, this is one of the things that kind of bugs me a little bit, is when people talk about the flat earth and feelings, not understanding, and I'm not talking about the lack of feeling of spin, because I think that's legitimate. You know, you get off a boat and you notice that the ground is still, you know, and even you've only been on a boat for 2 hours, okay? So merry-go-round, train, whatever, you notice that difference. So that, I'm not talking about that sensation. I'm talking about the heart feeling side of it, the feeling of this movement, and all of this feeling idea is it's a bad move. It's a bad move, because this is exactly what the narcissists inculcate and prey on. This is why the narcissist is always hard done to receive a little bit of your sympathy, and that's how they set the hooks into you.
That's it. Lull you into a false sense of security, you know.
And they feed this whole meme of the flat earth movement, feeling the heartness of it all. Now, there's heart, we know this, okay, but to create this as being somehow associated to the flat earth, it isn't. What's associated to the flat earth is the concrete truths of the world, the more difficult to understand truths, and the fact that we're human beings and we have all kinds of complications, you know, mentally, spiritual, or whatever. But this, I don't know, it really is a cult-like mentality of protecting the pinnacle of that little sphere, you know, and I say that, you know, intentionally, that little sphere of influence that's had, and it's a bad move. It's a bad move. It causes suffering at the end of the road.
They want people involved in this through emotional impulse rather than logical and critical, which the question has to be logical, critical, and for natural science, it doesn't require your emotions. You know, although people are experiencing emotions, the question itself does not require anybody's subjective input or emotion. You know, it should be totally removed from the equation altogether. You know?
Completely. In fact, this is part of what the Globelings do. Is they're in love with the globe. They have an emotional entanglement with it, and this is why they find it difficult to divorce themselves from it. This is why they find it difficult to even question it. So to harp on the same method that's being used by the charlatans, say, dude, I smell charlatan, you know?
Yeah. That's it. That's it. Gareth, how are you, man?
Yeah, good stuff. They're all quantumly entangled, if you ask me. But hey, I really loved your discussion there on the narcissist, my man. Well done. Very good highlighting, showing the content, showing exactly how they do it, you know. So And they do it badly, you know. As soon as you have a little bit of discernment about how that works, then they're actually very bad at it. They're just little boys, yeah. So
very weak, insecure, childlike minds. You know, for me, it's a mental illness, as I say, that has to be looked at and understood. But these clowns should not be running the show or being in any position of authority whatsoever. You know, they're imbalanced, and you know, there's something that needs to be understood there. But I hope people understood it and they actually apply it and really study that, because for me, it's a huge aspect of this. Not just the shape of the earth, how we got in this situation in the first place, and how we can break free of it. You know?
Absolutely, it's the perpetuation that needs to stop, right? The ability that they have to perpetuate this nonsense, and that's only possible with an informed public, right? That is critically thinking, that can see, so that it can't happen again. You know, we don't want them to shift it to another fairy story. You know, we want the people to be able to see through all the fairy stories and all the actors in the fairy stories. Yeah. So I thought your expose was absolutely brilliant, my man. And I hope people read that link that you're going to put into the video as well, so that, you know, because people need to digest it and read through it again. And all I can do is recommend that they do that.
Yeah.
There's something else, like, so the reason that you have the globe, the media, all of that engaging in the lustful side of man, the fearful side of man and woman. So the emotional side is that you can't think clearly when you're angry, when you're afraid, when you're stressed. You can't think clearly, and this is what these narcissists do. They make you feel pity. They make you feel various different things, and it's because when you're engaged in these feelings, you will more naturally be swayed. Your thoughts will more naturally be swayed by your feelings than by your thinking, because your feelings come first. You wake up and you're feeling hungry, or you're feeling like you need the toilet. Your feelings are number one. So when they manipulate your feelings, you can't engage with rational thinking clearly.
So they want you in that emotional place, so that you're deciding from an emotional stance. You know, when this question should be, you know, your logic should be kicking in. But just the same, you know, we do feel, but, you know, at the same time, thoughts can invoke feelings as well. So it's a bit of a circle, and it's just a matter of understanding that, you know.
And images can invoke it. And I think I'd rather call it sensations, because I think you have sensations, and you need to differentiate between sensations and feelings, right? Because, you know, when you look at, if you look at something and you don't touch it, then you don't have a feeling of hard or cold or soft or rough or smooth. If you're looking at things, then you know, you have thoughts in your mind, but these feelings don't have any attributes of real physical substance. You know, so you need to differentiate, you know, what your thoughts are, right, or what you're feeling, and understand that a feeling is not heavy or soft or hard. That's just an image in your head, right? And it's got nothing to do with the reality.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing basically what you're saying, but I would prefer to call it sensations rather than feelings.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, in fact, what you just said shows some rational thought, you know, whereas that, but this is what happened. If we started as a rule of thumb, being really aware of how we feel and the sensations we're having, okay, and you start to feel pity for someone that you're talking with, if that pity is coming from something they're telling you, where it's not something that you can actually help out with, you know, it's not like, oh, they've got to shift 12 boxes, but they've only got 10 minutes to do it, and you're with them, and you can do this, okay? That's not what the situation. If what they're doing is simply inculcating that sense of pity, now you're distracted with, how could this person be so hard done to? Why do people dislike this person? They seem pretty nice to me. And all of those things, and all of them are distractions, and they send hooks into you, metaphorically, hooks into you that later cause suffering when people see through the narcissist, and they see the narcissist and they think, oh my, and then they think, oh my God, all these people have been pointing these things out. I haven't listened to them. I thought they were all full of shit, wrong, didn't understand. And it turns out it's me that was wrong. And this causes a deep sense of doubt And this is suffering. It goes, so part of the reason for the wanting to protect the narcissist is partly to protect themselves too. And sooner or later they face it. Sooner or later they face the suffering.
But as Dale quite rightly points out, you know, we just need to detach from that. You know, people need to be able to detach and see that for what it is and not let it affect them. Yeah. So I think highlighting it all the time is correct, Dale.
And discern, you know, as I said in that presentation, you know, don't jump in, placing your emotions in the wrong place. You know, that's another aspect of us acting in impulse, then deluding ourselves into thinking that something is a certain way and being blinded to the actual reality of the situation. It's wise for people to take a step back, you know, especially when it comes to trust and personal relationships and things like that. Don't jump in. But again, because this is such an emotional, scary process for people, they know that people will band together, and that's then a complexity that you can play upon, you know, which is being done left, right and centre, because they know people are in a vulnerable state. And just as you say, you know, people will portray themselves to be a certain way to get those hooks in, and then that's when they'll start to, you know, put their agenda into place, whatever their real incentive was, and it leaves the real person questioning, feeling, you know, low self-esteem, questioning their own sanity, you know, and that's gaslighting, you know. So it's but people need it.
Sorry, you said something earlier when you were talking about the narcissist, about the anger. When you're displaying anger, anger is a completely justified, it's not only justified, it's necessary. We have to have anger. Otherwise, we would just put up with shit continuously, okay? So we have to have anger. It's part of our evolutionary, if we want to call it that, or it's hardwired into us, okay? Somebody that does not have any anger, at one point, they're going to blow up. Like, so we see people that are passionate. When people get angry, they're displaying passion. And when people are getting angry for something where you can see easily what's causing the anger, that's very different to when people spit their dummy out, you know, or the toys out of the pram, where really you're like, whoa, that's a little bit of an extreme reaction to this. And that's the trait of the narcissist. This is when you say to the narcissist, you just said you were doing this, and now you're doing that. And you've challenged their world, their self-imposed worldview. They throw a hissy fit, you know. And this is one of the ways to see. You think somebody's not a narcissist? Just watch and let's see what makes them angry. Yeah,
that's it. And anybody who's telling you and trying to portray anger as narcissism or psychopathy are fucking ridiculous. You know, narcissism and psychopathy and sociopathy don't just have the traits of anger. You know, they're very cunning, these people, so they will always act like they're calm and easygoing and hard done to, you know, whereas real people will express their emotions and they'll go through a process, and I see that in people. I know when it's heartfelt and when it's real with people. And as you say, I can tell when it's a hissy fit, when there's diversion tactics going on where they're trying to keep the focus away from them having to take responsibility for their actions, which is listed as another trait of these types of minds, you know.
Do you think a narcissist even knows he's a narcissist?
I think some do and some don't. I think there's those who have a conscious volition in it, and I feel that there's those who are just, you know, too weak. They don't have the ability to override the operating system, and they're just subject to that experience. You know, they don't have the ability to discern and overcome it. So
yeah, that's what I think too. I think we've got both camps. Yeah, we've got the highly trained narcissist, and we've got the guy who doesn't even know he is one.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. You know, if you're a bully establishment, you're profiling, and look at any gangster types of movement. You know, they need henchmen, they need this, right? Well, you need a certain type of mind for that. You know, you can't have empathetic people who, you know, wouldn't, you know, hurt anybody because they had empathy and guilt about it. You need people who don't have that in order to fulfill your agenda. So they profile and they identify them. You know, so,
absolutely.
And this is the thing. They're very good at this, you know. So I don't know about you guys. When I was younger, having relationships, I'd end up with the same kind of girlfriend, you know, just the borderline abusive to the abusive. And it's like, what the hell? Then I realized it's me. It's my behavior. you know, and I didn't realize they learn all these tactics from teenage magazines. You know, if you want a guy to get interested in you, tell him you've got a problem and he'll try and fix it. All of that nonsense. Okay. Yeah. So I started to see clearly, and now it's to the point where, unfortunately, you know, if I'm with any narcissist, I see it like quickly as I can. You know, oh, and I call it out immediately. You know,
it's part of the denial, especially being a kind of empathetic type of person. You don't want to believe that people are really like that or wired like that. You think you might be able to change them, or they'll come through, you know, and they'll be, you know, take responsibility for how they behave, but you just end up burning yourself out. It's much better just to realise, hang on a minute, don't be so naive. There is people who are like that, and let's just accept it and face up to it, you know.
Yeah. Again, these guys are masters at manipulating. This is the thing. I think at some point in life, okay, at some point, maybe childhood, maybe early teenage, they've manipulated someone. That someone has responded. They've benefited out of that situation, and they've thought, I can manipulate my way through life. And that's what they've done, and they've become skilled narcissists who might not have been born different, because there are the narcissists or the psychopaths that are literally born differently. You know, they're savage as babies, you know, towards the teeth. They have certain qualities. The mothers kind of sometimes repulsed, you know. So there are the natural born ones, and then there are the ones that become and train themselves. You know, they'll train. I can tell you guys about the laughter. This laughing, which is to make people convinced that that's a genuine laugh. It's not a genuine laugh. It's taught. I've seen Nathan Oakley and Patricia Stay telling each other about it. You know, it's like, and I'm watching and like, what the hell is this crap? But anyway, I won't go into names.
I don't want to invoke, you know, a name.
Yeah, so I won't say any more names, but this.
I appreciate you for your experiences, and you might want to share them, you know. But as for me, it's about pointing these things out and then hoping that people have the ability to discern characters and make decisions for themselves. You know, it's highly irresponsible for me to try and portray anybody in a certain light based on my experiences of them. I just hope that people realise it on their own, you know. So, but
yeah, that's the way. So, I won't say any more names, and I won't give any more specific details, but these are qualities, these are used by PR groups. I mean, there's a painter, an American painter who passed away some years ago called Bob Ross, and he used this. It's a very simple technique. You start off as if you've just been engaged in a joke. So you start off, hello, that. And it's a real simple technique. It was used in the 50s and 60s in advertising almost continuously. Right now it's being used by a guy advertising urine leakage in men over 40. I don't know if you've seen those adverts. They're hilarious. But that's what, all of that, you know, that cheesy thing, that's all part of it. It's manipulative techniques.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and they've got it down. They've had a long time to study it. And these people, as you say, they learn through life, you know, how to adopt traits, how to adopt, you know, whatever they need in order to get them what they want in their life, they will adopt it. If they think it's a useful tool to them, if they see somebody else, you know, even if it's a genuine person, they go, right, people like that about them, right, so I'm going to adopt that and try and get people to like me, you know, and that's the behaviour, you know. So we know that,
Yeah, and they are so good at learning traits. They are so incredibly good at spotting them and they're mimicking. You know, they're awesome. I mean, in terms of ability to learn from behavior, these are the experts. If only they could figure out how to use that same learning skill into learning about rational thinking or learning about how to arrive at valid deductions or how to engage with, you know, with untraveled realms of thought to arrive at ideas that haven't, you know, that aren't common ideas. If only they would do this, you know.
Yeah, but they don't. It's like, I mean, I never watched TV, but I don't know if I'm going to quote this correctly, but is it Star Wars, the Borg and the assimilate? You know, to me, you know, that's what these minds are, the Borg. You know, they assimilate. You know,
It's Star Trek. I'll let you know because I am a proper nerd. It was Star Trek. Yes.
I don't want to offend any fucking. I know there's people out there fanatical about this stuff, so and I know it upsets them when you misquote. You know, so I'm fucking sorry. Keep the hate mail.
It's a bit like the esoteric Archon nonsense, you know, where you've got the, you know, this mimicry, you know, that, you know, that's all they can do. It's the same kind of thing, yeah. But yeah, if all they've ever learned is to do is mimic things, then they have no creative drive themselves. So it's difficult for them, huh?
Yeah. So anyway, guys, listen, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I can't believe that I've been on for this long.
I've loved it. You know, I've been listening whilst cooking and various different. And right when you started, I was listening. Oh, dude, I would so love to be free and be able to join in. But I'm loving your hangouts, man. I love just listening to what's going on. Yeah, it's awesome. So I say kudos to you because obviously I'm not the only one enjoying it. You know, there's a lot of learning happening from what you're saying.
Nice one. Well, hopefully people do take it on board. You know, I appreciate it, mate. I appreciate the support and the kind words.
All right, good job, man. I don't have to tell you again.
Please scratch me some more. Pat me in the back.
No, fuck off. I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for holding out so long. I couldn't believe that you were going 6 hours near enough. So.
You know, incredible. Well, when the conversation's good, I enjoy it, so I don't mind. You know, the subjects that I'm passionate about and that I'm involved in. So
you're covering all time zones now in one hangout. All right, my man. Take care, eh?
Yeah, I'll take it easy, man. Appreciate it.
Yep. Bye, everybody. Yep. Bye.
Antonio, a pleasure.
Cheers.
Thanks for coming on, bud.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, pros. Take it easy, man.
Later.
See you later. Everybody in chat, usual. Marshall, thank you very much, mate. Magumba, Jonah Worms, Marty, if you're there. I'm not sure if Marty will be there, but everybody else who's in chat as well, I'll just go and have a wee quick hello. I hope you take any of that on board and apply it and understand it. Again, I'll reiterate it over and over again, bring it up any chance I get. But really, if you're involved in this for real truth and you're passionate about real truth, you need to start applying these things and realising them. Share this type of information with people, and try and empower people as best you can. Twisting science, Dale and Marshall, I do have a question about Earth's spin. When we jump in a moving object, why do we land in the same spot, etc.? Jump on a plane, train, or car when we land within the same constraint, a closed system you're talking about here. But, do that experiment and then take a flying object, something that can fly freely, fly it to the other end and then back again and tell me that it's still in sync. Take the doors off the train and tell me how that works. So, anyway, everybody who was here, took part, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we'll be back again on Saturday. If you want to join on Saturday, just send a message to nocurve@gmx.com. I look forward to speaking to you, hear what you've got to say. Thanks again, people. Peace. Take it easy.